that sign-in sheet? I may have missed it.
I haven't seen it.
Okay, just want to make sure.
Bingo. Good evening. I would like to call the Flint Board of Education Committee of the Whole meeting to order at 6:30 p.m. Board members, as I call your name, please reply present for the record. 1 second. Treasurer Luna,
Present.
Trustee Rutherford,
Present.
Vice President King,
Present.
Assistant Secretary Treasurer McIntyre,
Present.
Trustee McNeil, and I'm going to give Secretary Perkins a second.
Here.
Secretary Perkins?
Present.
Okay, and myself, President Clack, I am present. So, the board will now hear comments from the public, and we just have one card here, and that is from Mr. Bruce Jordan. Oh.
Good evening.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your time. Bruce Jordan, I represent the United Teachers of Flint. A couple of things on the agenda item that I wanted to discuss, one being the Plante Moran Cresa consultant for the 10-year plan for the district. I would assume that this has to do with getting a facility study and trying to figure out, if there are going to be any consolidations of schools, closing of school buildings and whatnot. I really encourage you to move on that. I don't think the district or the community can wait into the summer to hear or get the news about a building being closed or students being shifted or lines being redrawn on whatever elementary school. So I encourage you to vote yes on that, or at least have some really good conversation about it. Secondly, the board got the board got installed in January. We're now in April. It's time to act. I think the staffing crisis in the district, along with the need to be competitive across the county and the state, is going to overwhelm this district in the coming months. You need to consolidate schools. You need to make a plan, and it needs to be done like yesterday. I can't reiterate that enough, and I can't put enough emphasis on that. I'm pretty sure the community, the teachers, I can't speak for the other bargaining units, but I would gather it's pretty logical to assume that everybody needs to know what the plan is and get buy-in. The community needs to know. The staff needs to know, and I think it's time to act. Thank you.
Okay, forgive me for not completing the rest of my speech, so I'm gonna go ahead and do that now. So we ask that you state the reason for addressing the board and that you limit your remarks to 3 minutes. On matters within the authority of the board, do not address individuals by name. The presiding officer of the board shall have the right to limit the number of persons who may address the board on the subject. Please state your name, address first before beginning to speak. Okay, now we have Mr. Eddie Thomas.
Good evening. I'm Eddie Thomas, Principal, Eisenhower Elementary School. I'm here on behalf of Congress, President. So good evening, Superintendent Jones and board members. I'm speaking to you on behalf of the Congress of Flint School Administrators. I am the President for Congress. Congress is the union that represents supervisors, assistant principals, directors, elementary principals, secondary principals in the school district. Congress bargains collectively on the behalf of these various classifications of employees. on mandatory items of bargaining, including wages. Congress negotiated in good faith as the exclusive representative of these classifications of employees and reached a new master contract with you in November of 2022. The new contract included negotiating wages for director, which includes the athletic director. Congress has been informed that you intend to remove the athletic director from our bargaining unit. We disagree with the removal of athletic director from our representation. The district seeks to remove the athletic director from Congress because the district wants to pay the individual in the position, Jamie Foster, less. Discussions related to the athletic director only arose because Mr. Foster demanded his full pay under the contract last August. The district seeks to remove the athletic director from Congress to attempt to negotiate individually with Mr. Foster regarding his wages. The district's attempt to negotiate with an individual member of Congress is an unfair labor practice under MCL 432.2101E. A district cannot refuse to bargain with Congress as to its members. If this board removes athletic director from our union, Congress will immediately file an unfair labor practice as well as a grievance for violating the master contract. The district desire to remove athletic director relates to an individual, not the classification of athletic director. It is not in the district's best interest to remove this classification from the union and negotiate lower wages with the current individual. This would set a dangerous precedent for the district by suppressing the wages for that position. When the current individual leaves the district will have a difficult time replacing that person at the anticipated lower wage rate. The district will then be in the precarious position of having to try to recruit someone at the lower wage for athletic director or offer an increased wage, creating an inequitable increase for one employer. In a time when the public policy of this state is to restore the rights of union, it is unacceptable that the board is being asked to move a motion contrary to public policy and the rights of union members. We ask the board to vote no on any motion to remove the athletic director position from Congress. Thank you. And I have copies for each board member. Thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, next is, please don't get upset with me if I pronounce this wrong, it's for Don Harper. Hopefully I didn't butcher.
Good evening, board members. My name is Don Harper. My address is 2702 DuPont Street, Flint, Michigan. I am currently an EduStaff employee serving Flint Community Schools. I stand here asking for consideration for pay increase for secretaries serving Flint Community Schools. We know that secretaries arrive early and we leave late. Secretaries are the cog that keeps the wheel turning. I'm asking that secretary's hourly rate be raised at least to $20. The last rate was $18, but then other folks were raised to $20, and we're still here at $18, and we do a plethora of things. Thank you for your time.
Okay, and this would be Ms. Shalonda Bias.
Good morning, board. I'll make this very brief. I only filled this out in case my colleague and the president of our Congress union was unable to get through his 3 minutes. So I was here just to finish the conversation, but he was able to get through that. So I defer my time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I believe I saw one more, sir. Oh, two more? Okay, come on. Sir, you can come on. Mr. Robert Sexton.
Okay, first of all, I'd like to thank Mr. Jones for doing some repairs at Potter School. See some of the repairs are getting done. But then I'd like to, as I expressed to the superintendent, that I have filed a complaint with FERPA alleging that Flint schools don't allow parents to examine student records and that Flint schools does not follow the law on required documents of 7 pre-discipline factors. And after many requests, I've been denied and ignored by the superintendent. And I've been ignored by the school board in requesting a meeting. The superintendent should have received a package everything that I sent to the United States Department of Education. And since I read that Mr. Stewart, bragging that all the safety advocates have been trained in PBIS, it seems that Flint Schools has no record of training, and neither does Genesee Intermediate School District. So if Mr. Stewart has any evidence of any training for PBIS, I appreciate if it would be made available. Otherwise, I don't think he was being truthful when he said that to the paper. And now, as you know, many of Flint schools are failing and are among the lowest achieving 5% of all public schools in Michigan. Flint schools has lost over 2/3 of their students, school-age students. Most of them still live in Flint. They just choose not to go to Flint schools. I believe that next week the school will be entering into their second partnership of probation with 18 and 36-month benchmark goals, and the goal is to fully implement positive behavior intervention and support PBIS. Now, 5 years ago, Flint Community Schools was to implement PBIS, but there's no record of anybody being trained in PBIS. So many parents don't know that Flint Schools was on probation in 2018 for the failing schools, yet in the 5 years since, Flint schools are still failing. Can the superintendent agree to keep the parents informed and have discussion in the upcoming 40 meeting on this partnership agreement? That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sexton. Ms. Christian?
Good evening, everyone. Karen Christian. I reside at 3611 Brentwood Drive, and I'm actually here tonight as a parent. I'm here to brag. And I enjoy bragging, especially about my own children, but about our programs here at Flint Community Schools. So I just want you to know that our choir at Southwestern Classical Academy went and performed at the Choral Music Festival. They received a 1 in performance, and they received a 2 in sight reading, which gave them a 2 overall, but they blew it out in the performance, getting a 1, and that was great. But let me add even more to that. So we had 4 young gentlemen who, the first time ever, because once COVID started, they could not go to state solo and ensemble or district solo and ensemble, went to district solo and ensemble for their first time, 2 of them as juniors, 2 of them as seniors. 3 of the 4 made it to state solo and ensemble by getting 1s and moving on. And when they got to state solo and ensemble, not only did they get 1s, but they got perfect scores on sight reading. So I just want a big shout out to Southwestern and Alan Lynch, because he does a marvelous job. And of course, my son was one of them, so a parent, I have to brag. But I just got to tell you, this program is phenomenal. And when you listen to these kids sing, you don't even think they're from an inner city school. So I just want to brag and just tell you how proud I am to be a mom of the Flint Community Schools, and that all 3 of my children have gone through this program, and all 3 of them have gone to state, have gotten 1s, and have done well at sight reading because of Mr. Lynch. So there's my bragging, and I'm done.
Ms. Rodriguez, would you like to speak too?
Nadia Rodriguez, 1610 East Court. You know me. I'd like to start off this evening by actually really saying thank you. I'd like to thank the few board members that have really, in my opinion, gone above and beyond to support our schools, our students. We had, the Montessori program had an open house just the week before spring break, and we had representation. And having that kind of representation when we have many families that were coming who are not a part of the community, but to be there, to be a representative, and to really connect with these people, to bring them in, it really does a lot for our schools. And having another board member coming and really just taking the time, there was a parent engagement activity at the school, and having a board member come, and it wasn't even about engaging with parents, they were engaging with our students. And that's meaningful and it's lasting. So I just really want to say thank you. I wasn't really going to plan on doing this, but since my friend here was bragging a little bit, I'm going to do the same on some of mine. One of the things that was a little bit interesting was after our open house, which we had a nice turnout for the Montessori program. I walked in to an event where I don't think people were having a conversation that didn't know I was present. And I overheard some parents. Two of them were parents that I didn't really know. And one, I didn't know their name at all. And they were talking about the program, talking about the open house. And one of the things that they remarked on was the fact that our open house ended at 5:30. And at 6:15, the students wouldn't leave. They were asking to continue working. They were asking to stay engaged. They were asking to speak to adults. It's a testament to their dedication and to the fact that they love their environment and what they're doing and the good things that are happening in the district and the things that are happening in our building and in our program. So I was really excited about that, and I think that you should be too. So in supporting that, I would really ask you to really put that on the forefront of programs that we really need your support. As somebody in the community, I'm asking you tonight, my big ask, I need you to make the hard decisions. We have to right-size this district. We have to close buildings. It will do everything for our students. By closing some of these buildings, you're going to take buildings that have splits because there aren't enough teachers, we have vacancies. By bringing them together, it's going to help have certified teachers in front of students so that they can learn effectively every single day. That consistency is critically important. We have that in our building for the most part, and if you notice, our building isn't one of the buildings that is on that list. Please do right by our students. It's why you're here. Thank you.
Any more speakers that didn't get a chance to fill out a paper? I see you, former board member Cresa Maroney, come on down.
Thank you. My name is Cresa Maroney, and I live in Flint, Michigan. And unfortunately, I got to use this walker. And unfortunately, someone without a handicap sticker, window tag, or a license plate is in a handicapped spot. So I got to park further away somewhere else. Now I'll say this. I called 911. I don't know if we have an officer in here, but the duly right thing to do, officer, would be to issue a ticket or have that car towed or smashed or whatever. As I advocated for the children and to tear down buildings and rehab them and rebuild them, and everything else that's got to be done with this district, I'm going to advocate right now for the handicap. Not because it's me. It does involve me now. But that can't go on. So if you have the silver four-door sedan, Chevrolet Cruze, in the handicap parking spot, this is a chance to move it. Like I said, I've already called 911. Maybe you can beat this officer out there and move your vehicle. I'd like to say also, you know, you got the signs up and the pavement painted, and that's a good thing. But as you approach the sidewalk and the door, that's all broke up. You can't get through there with a walker. You couldn't get through there with a wheelchair. I mean, you know, if you're capable, you wouldn't want to take that route, okay? So again, as I advocated to fix these parking lots, fix everything that needs to be fixed. It's been going on for a long, long time. I was only, you know, appointed for 1 year. I wasn't successful in the election, and that doesn't matter. I hope those that follow in my footsteps will come with the same advocacy for the children in the district. But something needs to be done, because those potholes, Flint Central was there long before you folks were there, maybe long before some of you might have been born. I don't know. Them potholes are long. They were there when I got there. They were there for the previous board. And for the life of me, I'm not sure why nothing can't get done here. So if you got that Chevy Cruze out there, you might want to move it. And I wish the new board and the district much success. But there's a lot of work, a lot of different issues. Don't try and just solve one at a time. You can do multiple issues, and they don't need to all get done at the same time, but you can start them at the same time or pretty quick to it, you know. You got to recognize what the issue is, make a plan, and then work that plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Del Moroni. Is there anyone else? Okay, moving forward with the agenda. Next would be the investigation update.
Mr. President, I appeal the ruling of the chair in regard of this investigation update. I appeal the ruling of the chair.
I didn't rule on anything.
Support.
You asked for the investigation update. Good evening. I've been asked to give an update to inform the board and the public
Mr.
about the
President,
investigation.
Point of order.
There's a privilege motion on the floor.
I didn't rule on anything.
Point of order. There's a privilege motion on the floor.
We are appealing to
Again,
the ruling decision
I
of the
didn't
chair.
rule on anything. What are you appealing?
That this investigation be postponed till the end of this meeting so that we can take care of board business, and there's other things that this board need to hear as regard to this issue, which is not a part of the board of the district business. I'm requesting that this item C be moved down to almost the end of this agenda, right before remarks, because there are some things have came up that this board need to hear. I'm seeking support that this be done.
Support.
Can we conduct a roll call vote or any discussion?
Discussion. Okay.
Discussion. You have something to say, Vice President King?
Yeah, just clarification. Are you asking to amend the agenda to change, put this down where?
We're gonna put it right before F, because there's some else.
I'm sorry, through you to Mr. Chair, I'm sorry.
Right before F.
So- Okay, so I think the proper way to do is make a motion to move C
I just did.
before F. You said
That's-
appeal.
You made an appeal. to
I
the
made
ruling.
appeal, and he asked me what was the appeal about, is my understanding.
So, from my understanding, what appeal is when the chair rules on something,
There has
that
to be
means
a
that, yeah,
decision made.
the chair hasn't ruled on anything, so I would just I would entertain your motion. I mean, could we have a substitute motion? We have to make a motion to do that. So there's no appeal technically by Robert's Rule of Order on the floor. However, I think the most proper thing would do to make a motion to move item C right before F.
Isn't that called an amendment? Let's amend the agenda.
That's all. That's how we're doing.
Okay, so, Mr. Chair,
So we roll call vote?
well, this is an appeal, so that's not.
So we counsel the appeal, and you would accept your motion.
All right, Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to move item C before item F.
Okay, I'll support.
Support.
All right. Roll call. Secretary Perkins.
Yes.
Treasurer, Trustee McIntyre.
Point of order.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you call for conversation as conversation ceased?
Any discussion? Seeing there's none, we'll conduct a roll call vote. Secretary Perkins?
I'm sorry, I do. I wanted to amend it because I wanted to add something to the agenda.
Okay,
So
Okay.
that's, I mean, I want to do it all at one time.
okay.
I just want to add virtual component of education, and I want to also add the Washington DC trip on this agenda because it was submitted.
Point of order.
We're doing,
couldn't hear you.
we're doing an amendment to the agenda,
Uh-huh.
and I would like to add the virtual component of education and also an update on the Washington DC trip for our scholars.
Support.
That was submitted, and the question was, why wasn't it added?
Okay.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. The proper way to do that, trustee Rutherford, just,
No, we were amending it all, sir. She went to something else, with all due respect.
Yes.
so we were already after discussion, right? So if we're in discussion, you have to make a motion to amend the motion.
Why
to
would
add
we need
that.
to do it twice, sir, and it's not done?
So I called for a motion, Mr. Chair, through you. I called for a motion, it was supported, so now we're in discussion.
So we're gonna do it
So
twice.
you gotta do it again
That's
to
fine.
add that.
That's fine.
So
Okay.
you have to make the motion, trustee Rutherford.
Keep going. I'll make it once you finish. You wanna do it twice, right? That's okay.
No, are you gonna make the motion?
I just think it just makes sense, sir, with
I
all,
agree.
from
You
you,
done?
President, to Vice President King. It's wasting time to do two when you could do it at one time, sir.
Okay, we can-
That's all I'm asking.
we
Due
can-
to the length of this agenda, I would
Yes.
just like to make one vote. It's nothing major. It's
Okay, and that's
It's within
probably-
the scope because we did not have an academic subcommittee meeting. I don't think we had any
Okay.
because we were out of town. Thank
That's
you.
probably my fault because I failed to ask for a discussion, so. I didn't
Okay,
get a chance.
thank
So
you,
that's-
sir.
I'll take that, that's my fault. So, are you gonna amend the motion, or are you gonna amend the motion?
You know he won't.
Yeah, I make a motion to amend the amended motion, that we also move item C before F, add the Washington discussion and the virtual learning, right?
Correct, sir.
Virtual learning. You got extra support, Mr. Chair.
Okay, any support?
Yes.
Okay,
Support.
Yes.
so now we'll conduct, discussion.
During this, oh, I think, were you about to say something? I cut it you off. Okay, well, I'll start. What is the current process of the Washington DC trip? What's the status of it?
Point of order.
What's your point?
We can
We're-
discuss.
Where is it going? I'm sorry. They said discussion. Oh, there's no discussion, right?
We're just doing a roll call.
Oh, you just
now.
did a roll
We
call.
should be
Okay,
doing a
I'm
roll
so,
Yeah,
call.
we're
I'm just
discussing
anxious. I'm
the
sorry.
Okay,
Y'all
and
forgive
We'll do
me.
discussion when we get to that part of it.
Okay, Secretary Perkins,
Y'all done got me confused.
we're
We
amending,
just roll call.
Oh,
For the motion to,
to move it, yes.
wait a minute.
Yes.
Wait a minute. I was gonna say, could you repeat the motion, please?
Oh, just to amend.
I'm sorry, I made a motion to amend the amended motion. So, so first we was in a motion to move item C before F, but trustee Rutherford wanted to add the two items. So I
Right.
amended the motion. I said I make a motion to amend to add those two items, including item C before F.
Okay.
And then so with the proper way to go about it, you know, we on the amended motion, then we go back to vote all three.
Okay,
All right.
Okay. Yes.
okay. Trustee McIntyre,
yes.
Trustee McNeil,
Yes.
Treasurer Luna,
Yes.
Vice President King,
Yes.
Trustee Rutherford, she stepped out, so
Yeah.
President Clark, I vote yes. So,
You can get him.
did I not vote you?
You called me.
Okay.
I was going to say something, though. Mr. President, is that better? I make a motion that we move information item.
Of order, we're in the
We're
middle
roll call. We finished
of
the
roll call.
We just completed the roll call.
You didn't say what it was.
And you have to
Oh, I'm sorry.
announce the
that it-
results, and
it's-
then we move on to that. Apologies, yeah.
Passes 6-0. Okay. Treasurer Luna.
Yeah, I make a motion that we move items 22.4 and 22.5 as the first items under E, new business. So the partnership agreement presentation and also the Stevenson's and company audit presentation to the front of the new business agenda. Just because we have guests from out of town, out of state, and I don't want them to have a chance to have, speak about
So
it.
what was your suggestion to move it where?
So just for the record, to move information items 22.4 and 22.5 to the start of the new business on E.
So in E.
Support.
Support.
Okay. Any discussion? Discussion, anyone? Okay, we'll conduct a roll call vote. Secretary Perkins?
Yes.
Trustee McIntyre?
Yes.
Trustee McNeil?
Yes.
Treasurer Luna?
Yes.
Vice President King?
Yes?
Trustee Rutherford?
Yes.
And President Clack, I vote yes, so it passes 7-0. So we now have information items 22.4, 22.5 in the new business section.
Yes.
Okay,
Oh, okay.
all right,
Going to closed session.
yes. So, board members, at this time, I need a motion and a second to go into closed session to consult with legal counsel regarding learning support services, LSS, as well as to receive attorney-client privilege communication under Section 8(1)H of the Michigan Open Meetings Act.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
I make a motion to go in closed session for the reason that you just stated.
Support.
Who supported?
You can do clock.
Okay, it has been properly moved and seconded that we will meet in closed session. Board members, when I call your name, please say yes or no to go in closed session. Treasurer Luna,
Yes.
Trustee Rutherford,
Yes.
Vice President King,
Yes?
Trustee McNeil,
Yes.
Trustee McIntyre,
Yes.
Secretary Perkins,
Yes.
myself, President Clack, yes. All right, motion passes 7-0, and we will see you all shortly.
Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
appreciate it. Oh, thanks. I was thinking more like a steak or something.
I know, but, you know, he just came out of there.
Excuse me.
You better take it or I take it back.
You want me to get it?
Yeah.
I'm nice.
Oh, he ain't gonna do it.
I heard that.
You ready to start?
Let's go, sir. I gotta be going by 10.
So now we got to bring up the. What time is it?
7:54.
7:54. Well, she can't vote no way, so. Okay. I would like to call the board, Board Committee of the Whole meeting back to order. The time is now 7:54 p.m. Okay. Board members, I would like to entertain a motion and the second to accept the recommendation from legal counsel.
Support. Second.
Mr. President,
Yeah.
I make a motion to accept the recommendation from the legal counsel.
Okay, now we need a second.
Support.
There we go.
Second.
It has been properly moved and seconded that we accept the recommendation from legal counsel. Are there any questions? Any questions? Seeing no questions, the motion to approve the recommendation from legal counsel will be conducted by a roll call vote. As I call your name, please say yes or no. Treasurer Luna,
Yes.
Trustee Rutherford,
Yes.
Vice President King,
Yes.
Trustee McNeil. She had to abstain. Trustee McIntyre,
Yes.
Secretary Perkins,
Yes.
myself, President Clack, yes, the vote passes by a count of 6-0. Moving on. Continuing with the agenda, I now turn the floor over to Vice President King for the Human Resources Committee of the Whole portion of the agenda.
Mr. President, we moved 2 items ahead of that in new business.
Oh, yeah, we did. Okay, so we would like to put the partnership agreement, and Stevenson. So first, is it Dr. William Pearson? Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Did they get some light right there?
Read that.
Dr. Pearson.
Okay, so board members, as you know, we are a partnership district, and we've been working with MDE to support, this is our agreement, but we've been working with MDE, our partners at ISD, and our staff here in Flint Schools to secure an agreement that will support Flint scholars academically and the interests of our families as it pertains to securing a great future for our scholars. And so with that stated, we've had several meetings. We've even, Dr. Pearson, I'll do some introductions, but Dr. Pearson has even been in one of our community forums, bringing information forth to our community. And so today, we would like to introduce to our community the partnership agreement that we have for our scholars and MDE. So I would like to do some introductions. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Deanna Kleeman so she can take us further. And I would also like to acknowledge that our GISD, Genesee Intermediate School District Superintendent, is here as well, Mr. Steve Tunnicliffe, in the audience. I'll turn it over to.
All right, good evening, board members. I sit here today breathing a sigh of relief. We have now had our partnership agreement approved by MDE. I am here with, like he said, our partners. This is Dr. Pearson. We have Mr. Paul Schumer, and as Mr. Jones has said, we do have Dr. Tunnicliffe from GISD. This partnership agreement was put together with many hours of conversation, dialogue, reviewing of data. We had a team of people who are not present as well. Some of our FCS staff. Trustee Relaford attended one of our meetings as well. And so just with a lot of teamwork, we have actually made this dream work. We have ended the partnership now with 3 goals. We have a goal in literacy, we have a goal in math, and then we have a systems goal. All of our goals were, a lot of the work that we did was guided under what we call the comprehensive guide that guided all of our decisions, guided what we actually came up with. So you have a copy of the partnership agreement in your packet. And I'll just kind of briefly go over the wording of the goals. Our literacy goal is that the percentage of FCS full academic year students who score proficient in reading on state assessments will increase by at least 3 percentage points by June 30th, 2025. We have some interim targets that addresses literacy in our NWEA assessment, and it also includes having diverse libraries in our classroom, as well as our literacy implementation plans. And one of the things I do want to highlight is that we walked into this partnership trying to honor the work that we've already been doing. So we did take into consideration the work that we are doing with our partners with MSU, and I am so sorry that I did not also acknowledge them as well, because they were also a part of our team as well to help us come up with our partnership agreement. Our next goal is our math goal, and it reads similar to our literacy goal, is that the number of FCS full academic year students who score proficient in math will increase at least 3% by June 30th, 2025. We have some targets that focuses in the area of our state assessment as well as our NWEA growth. And then our last goal is a systems goal. And that goal highlights the development and implementing of effective systems between the FCS Board of Education and district personnel that increase operational efficiency to improve the academic and social emotional learning of FCS scholars by June 30th, 2025. And we have targets that address governance, attendance, our business office and human resources department, as well as diversity and inclusion training. Does anyone have any questions for myself or Dr. Pearson and Mr. Schumer?
Mr. President. No question, but I would like to commend our administration team and MD and the board members that attended the session for the collective minds together, and GISD as well, collective minds together to put this together. This has been, since I was sworn in on the board, I was able to attend the closing out of the last partnership agreement and going into this one. So thank you to the administration and the board members that attended, also our partners through MDE and GISD and also I believe the union was involved in this as well, right? Well, our staff, we had MDE training together, exposing, am I right, Mr. Pearson, Dr. Pearson?
Are you talking about the first fellowship where
Yes,
everybody came together?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, it was amazing to be there amongst the school leadership of each school, and we all was on the same page together and seeing what we have to move through. So thank you to FCF staff, our partners for creating this. We have work to do, as it explained, a lot of work to do, and I think our board is up to the par to create systems and governance and policy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. President, I got a question.
Treasurer Luna.
Thanks for coming tonight. Appreciate it. 2 questions. Could you explain for us some of the kind of financial supports that come with the partnership agreements for the district?
Yes, the legislature has allocates each year for the last 5 years 21H funds. Every year it was $6 million. 1 year it was $7 million. So we have $6 million this year that we still want to allocate to districts by June 30th. We didn't allocate it in the fall as we usually do this year because we knew we were identifying new partnership districts. We were going to write agreements, and those agreements are due April 17th, next week. And so we're in the process now of working with all 51 partnership districts to determine, what needs they're going to submit, and then we'll identify which districts will receive money and for what purpose, and that it has to, whatever dollars that are asked for by the district has to meet the partnership agreement. So, and I have to say, it's correct. We spent hours going through this partnership agreement, and we really got down to brass tacks and really went through it carefully with the ISD. We always had our principal there. We had board members sometimes, and I really appreciate the work that everybody put into it. Now, in the governor's budget that she released in February, she's increased the amount of money going to 21H for partnership districts, but that has to go through the process, working through the legislature. I do believe we're going to get double the amount. That's just my expectation. Doesn't mean that I know anything, because I don't, but I really do believe that because we have doubled the number of partnership districts. So, we should have, districts should have that are a partnership with us, should have more money. So we're hoping that it's 18 million, but that's out there. But we do believe, I believe that it'll be 12 million at least. So there will be money available.
Thank you. And you answered my second question, so I'm all set.
Okay.
Dr. Pearson, you mentioned 6 million. That 6 million is not 6 million that's just coming to Flint schools. I want to be clear.
That is 6 million for 51 districts this spring. And then if we double that, then that's 12 million for all 51. I will say, there are districts that have more schools in working through the partnership agreement. So, that will be taken into consideration when my team looks at the requests that districts have that have multiple schools when we allocate the dollars.
And these are restricted funds?
Yes.
Vice President King.
For me as a new board member, could you help explain, what will be our role in making sure that we achieve all the benchmarks in our partnership agreement?
Because Flint is a district that was in partnership previously, we have put in our comprehensive guide that we all work with and throughout the partnership districts, that there has to be 2 board presentations each year on the how well we're doing with the partnership agreement. So that's in the comprehensive guide. And then, of course, board members, if they want an update, I know that Superintendent Jones would provide that. I would attend any board meeting that you asked me to attend. I would do that. And we have, it's a 3-year agreement, but after 18 months, we'll have a benchmark review. And so there will be a team from our office will come to the district, and we'll spend a day actually going through how well the district is doing with their benchmarks, which is halfway through the agreement. So there'll be a analysis of how Flint is doing with the partnership agreement after 18 months. And then we will say you're either on track, off track with progress, or off track. And so you'll be getting updates.
Trustee Williford.
Hi, first, how you guys doing? Haven't seen you in a while. As an academic chair, I would definitely like to have an active role in working with you all on this, because one of the keys is supporting the teachers. completely in this because they're actually doing the work. And we want to make sure if something's not on target, that we can get back on target. And I'm quite sure that our one employee, Mr. Jones, wouldn't have a problem with us supporting the teachers in this endeavor. So I just want, first of all, Ms. Kleeman, thank you for all that you do in regards to this. And although I do not like us being on a partnership, you guys know that, but I would ask my colleagues to do their best to get the students off this partnership as soon as possible. So thank you all for this opportunity to show how outstanding our teachers are and how very intelligent our students are. Thank you.
Anyone else?
That's it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, let me see. Yes, so next will be Stevenson and Company, the audit discussion. Stevenson?
They're coming up.
Mr. President, can I say one thing?
Yes.
Am I mic on?
Yes.
Good? Okay. I just want to say how appreciative I am of our friend Cindy here. When I gave her a call and reached out about giving us another presentation about the audit from 2022, she was very proactive in the importance of doing that to really answer any of the questions the board had, but also to emphasize the importance of us having a strong person or organization in the interim when it comes to this budget process coming up, but also this year's audit. So thank you so much, Cindy.
Absolutely. I see a lot of new faces. So just for the new faces that I see, to give you a little introduction of myself, my name is Cindy Scott, and I am a partner at Stevenson and Company. I have been doing school audits, with schools being my focus, for over 20 years now. I hate aging myself like that. But I am in charge of everything we do firm-wide for school districts. So yes, I do a lot of school district audits, but it's not just auditing. I'm also business manager for a few school districts on a contracted basis. I do contracted work for compliance with federal grants for MDE, where they send me to districts that need training and assistance in getting into compliance with their grants. And then I also do some consulting work for the Department of Treasury with school districts who maybe have a new business manager and they need training on what their job entails. So lots of stuff with schools, but for Flint schools, what we did in 2022 was the financial statement audit. So I will apologize in advance if you ask me any really hard questions, because it has been 6 months since I did the audit.
Yes.
But I'm gonna try really hard to remember everything for you. But I brought the same presentation that I presented back in November. So for those who were here, it's nothing new, but I want to make sure that for the new board members, everybody's on the same track. You understand what we did and what we found for 2022, and then what we're looking forward to for 2023. So I don't know if the new board members have bound audit reports or not. Okay. So what I have for you is the PowerPoint presentation, and I'm going to go through that, and it will refer to where in the audit report I'm talking about, so that way if you wanted to go back and forth, you can. But this way, it's a quicker pace. We can get through the important stuff and not go page by page through a very large document. So first off, why we do what we do. The whole reason we're out here for, I think it was about 3 weeks last year, is to issue an opinion on your financial statements. We are not saying whether or not Flint Public Schools is in good financial standing or poor financial standing. We are giving you reasonable assurance that this information is accurate and free of material misstatement that can be relied upon. And we were able to issue an unmodified opinion, which is the highest level of assurance that we can give, saying that yes, your final audit report that you had in front of you at the time, or that you might still, is accurate information that can be relied upon. Beginning on page 3 of the bound report is your management's discussion and analysis. I really encourage all of the new board members to read through that management's discussion and analysis page by page, line by line. That is a recap of that 2022 activity. It's more in layman's terms, it's an easier read, and it's gonna walk you through what the significant changes were from the previous year. It also is the place where you're gonna find a detailed listing of the fixed asset additions, your capital improvements that you did last year. And it also talks about the economic factors and budgets and things that are coming down the line. So I do encourage you to read through that. And then beginning on page 8 of the Bound Report are your government-wide financial statements. Now I wanna kind of take a step back and give you just a little accounting 101 for school districts. Your financial statements are made up of 2 different sets of financial data. You have your fund financial statements, which we're gonna talk about in a few minutes, but your fund financial statements are what you as a board adopt your budgets in accordance with. That's gonna be more consistent with a current activity basis of accounting, where you're looking at the cash that's coming in and the cash that's going out. You're only looking at revenues that come in within 60 days of the end of the year, nothing that's long-term. You're not including any of that long-term activity like bonds payable, accrued vacation time, net pension liability, which we're gonna talk about. It's more just that current activity, and it's gonna match your budgets that you work with. Now, once a year, during the audit, you have to provide to the state a government-wide financial statement that takes all the different funds of the school district, it combines them into one set of data, and then it incorporates all that long-term activity. So it's really more just disclosure and information-based. It's not what the state is looking at when they're looking at how is your district doing. So those financial statements do begin on page 8. And I think it's important to point out, as I said, this is the only place you're gonna see that net pension liability or the other post-employment benefit liability that we will talk about and I'll explain. But those 2 liabilities are huge. Your net pension liability at June 30th, 22 was $51,739,733. And your OPEB liability was $3,214,489. So because of those liabilities, it does put the district into a deficit fund balance or a deficit net position just on that government-wide view. And it makes you $49,986,196 in the red. Yes?
You didn't audit that, right? Did you audit that?
Yes.
You did?
Yep, and I have a couple slides on that coming up.
It said in here that you didn't, but okay, go ahead.
Maybe we're just confusing some terms, so I'll explain that in a couple slides, exactly what that is.
Very good.
So let's talk about the big changes from 2021 going into 2022. And remember, this is on that big picture view, so it's all of your funds combined, and it's including all that long-term activity. So your total revenues decreased roughly 6.9 million. So of that, property taxes decreased 116,000. Federal grants decreased about 1.7 million, and that's related to Title I going down, Title II going up a little bit, and special ed going down. Your state aid and categorical dollars decreased 9.6 million. The key piece there being that your FTEs, your student counts, went down 671 FTEs from 21 to 22. Your lunch program revenues decreased 1.6 million. Your gain on sale of assets decreased 48,000. And those were offset by increased local donations, rental income, charges for services, and other revenues of 400,000, and then also offset by your COVID-19 federal grants of 6 million. Total expenses decreased roughly 17 million. These decreases would include about 4.9 million of decreases related to COVID-19 technology and supply expenses, decreases in the net pension liability and OPEB liability of just over 15 million. And again, I do have a slide, we'll talk more detail on that. Offset by increased wages and related payroll benefits increasing roughly 1.3 million. So that's going to be, you were down about 15 full-time equivalents for personnel, offset by pay increases. And then Those were also offset by your purchase services increasing roughly 1.1 million and increase in special ed transportation costs of 400,000. So let's talk about net pension liability and net OPEB liability. So first, let me explain what those are, because they are complicated and confusing. The net pension liability is the amount of money that the state is giving you your piece of the pie. So let me take a step back. The state has a statewide pension plan for your employees, and the state has an actuarial valuation done annually on that plan. So it's all of the school districts in Michigan that are part of this program have one big actuarial valuation done, where the actuaries make all of these assumptions, and those assumptions are listed in detail in the footnotes, but those assumptions are not our assumptions, and that might be where the confusion came to say we're not auditing it. We are not the actuary.
Okay.
So the state's actuary performs all these assumptions where they're anticipating and assuming at what age is the average female employee going to retire or male employee going to retire? At what age are they going to pass away? What do we believe the rate of return is going to be on those investments that are held at the state in trust? So there's all these assumptions that change every single year. So because those assumptions change every year, their calculation of how much you as a district is going to have to pay out from the time of retirement till the time of death is going to change every single year. So to give you an example, I had mentioned that the net pension liability and the OPEB liabilities decrease. So the net pension liability, the liability itself, not including any of their deferred incomes and the deferred inflows and the deferred outflows that are part of their calculations, but the actual liability decreased just over 30 million. Now, that made that ending liability 51.7 million, let's say. If the rate of return that they estimate were to go down 1%, just 1%, and you as a district or the state as a whole were to earn 1% less on those investments, your liability would increase $22.2 million. I just want you to see how fluid this number is. If their rate of return were to increase 1%, and the state were going to get 1% more on those investments than they anticipate, your liability would decrease $18.4 million. So I cannot stress enough how much this is an estimate. It will fluctuate from year to year. So we do not create the numbers or calculate the numbers, neither do you. But what we do on the audit end is we make sure that what the state is providing in their actuarial valuation matches what's in your audit report. So the numbers are accurate. It's just unfortunately no one in this room has any control over what those numbers are. So the state comes up with that huge multi-billion-dollar liability as a whole, and then they give every district in the state of Michigan a proportionate share, a piece of the pie of that liability. So your piece of the pie actually decreased 0.01944% from 21 to 22. And we won't know what the new piece of the pie is or what the new liability is until that valuation report is released.
So here on page 38, where it says, for the year ending June 30th, 2022, the school district recognized a negative OPEBE expense of $3,194,896.
So what OPEB is, so we just talked about the net pension liability. OPEB is very similar, but instead of it being the actual pension payments that go out to the retirees, it's the other post-employment benefits outside of pension. So for a school district, that's your health insurance.
Okay.
So that is the cost to the district for all of the past and current employees from the time of retirement to death for their health insurance costs.
So our actuary report is really needed to see exactly what's what.
Correct.
Okay.
And the actuary from the state does do both of those in the same report.
Very good, thank you.
Any other questions on that? Okay. So then beginning on page 10 of the financial statements are the fund level statements. Again, this is what you're used to seeing. This is what you budget in accordance with. This is going to be in line with the financial reports that you receive from your business office on a monthly basis. So you have one major fund, the general fund, and what constitutes a major fund is it has to have a significant portion of your assets, liabilities, revenues, or expenses. And then if it doesn't calculate to have a significant portion, it gets combined as non-major funds. And your non-major funds for 22 were the food service fund, student activities or student services funds, the 2020A debt service fund, 2020B building and sites fund, and the sinking fund. So looking at your ending fund balance, for the general fund, you ended the year with just over 43 million. But there's 5 different levels of fund balance that I want you to keep in mind. First is non-spendable. Non-spendable means you've already spent it. It's part of your fund balance, but it's not cash that you can take to the bank. So that would be inventory, prepaid expenses where the cost has already been incurred, but you haven't recognized those expenses yet. The next level would be restricted fund balance, which you currently do not have any in your general fund, but those would be restricted by legislation or by grantor, by some legal restriction. Then you could have a committed fund balance, and a committed fund balance is when the board, by formal board motion or resolution, chooses to commit dollars for a specific purpose. So if the board were to say, we have this big project coming down the road and we want to commit dollars to that project, you can do that. You can also decommit dollars at any time. You're not bound legally to do that, but that way in the report and in the presentation, you're able to show what you have coming up. The next would be an assignment of fund balance, and an assignment is very similar to a commitment. The difference is that committed dollars have to be done before the end of your fiscal year. Assignments can happen all the way up until we issue the audit report. So for assigned fund balance, you did have 3.8 million roughly assigned, and that was because of your budget for 23 having expenditures exceed your revenue. So by default, you're assigning some of your fund balance to cover next year activity. Okay. And then what's left is your unassigned fund balance, and your unassigned fund balance for 22 was 39 million, which is 61% of your current year budgeted expenditures. Now, I want to stress a few things here. I think the first thought when someone hears 61% is, oh, that's high. Well, hold on though. I really encourage all of my clients to have a formal written fund balance policy to say, what do we accept as a reasonable unassigned fund balance? Now, I'm going to say your bottom line percentage should be about 15 to 20%. That should be your goal, because you don't want to get into a situation where if federal funding were to stop or state dollars were to stop, you couldn't pay your payroll and make your bills. So I really encourage you to have a minimum of 15 to 20% of unassigned. However, I just talked to you about the committed fund balance. I encourage you to take it a step further. I encourage you to try to look out maybe 5 years and say, what big projects do we know we're going to have that's going to cost us significant funding? And try to come up with dollar figures to those projects, and then go through the process of formally committing them in your financial statement, so that way your report really is reflective of, okay, we might have 39 million, but we already know 20 million is spoken for this project coming up in 3 years. So now we really only have 19 million to talk about. But I really encourage you to think through that process, because you can always uncommit it, decommit it. You can always make changes, increase it, decrease it. You're not bound, but it's a more clear, transparent picture for the public of where you're really at and what you really plan on seeing.
Would that be like forecasts and like capital improvements in 5 years, or like, hey, we need more buses or stuff like that?
Yep,
Okay.
absolutely.
Thank you.
I also have seen a lot of districts, and I think this is a really smart thing to do. We're coming towards the end of your ESSER funding from COVID. And that's going to be really scary for a lot of districts, because a lot of districts that I've worked with have really come to depend on all that federal money, and it's going to go away. So you need to think about, okay, how have we spent our COVID money? How have we spent this ESSER money? And are those expenses gonna go away when that COVID funding stops? Or are those expenses going to continue, and now you have to find a new way to fund them? So I've seen some districts that have said, okay, we're gonna put together a 5-year projection and come up with how much are those new expenditures that were started with COVID, how much are those gonna cost us for 5 years? And they're committing their fund balance to that purpose, just to know that they have 5 years to figure out what to do next. Any questions on that? Okay,
I have one. Oh, I'm sorry.
yeah.
So I want to make sure I wrote this right. So currently now, we have 61% in unassigned.
As of June 30,
As of June 30.
Yes, I want to make sure we're going back 9 months here. So as of June 30th, 22, your unassigned fund balance that was sitting in the general fund was 61% of your current year 2022 expenses.
So it's in the general fund.
Correct.
Very good. Okay.
Clarification on that, Mr. President, through you to her. That 39 million, if I'm not mistaken, would that be ESSER funds included in that?
Correct.
Okay, so it's not just, that's only ESSER funds in that, because we had 2 allotments at that time where.
That is at the end of the day, on June 30th, 22,
Correct.
after all the revenues for the year had come in, including ESSER, because ESSER was very significant, less all of the expenditures, that's what's left.
At June 30th
At
last year.
June 30th, 2022.
And, okay, thanks.
And a lot, I'm sure, has
Has
transpired in the last 9 months.
Okay.
So then moving on, what I typically do is I like to show 3 years' worth of activity for comparative purposes, but for the 2022 audit, I was only able to provide 2 years, because that was our first year doing the audit, and we're only provided 1 year's worth of information from the previous auditors. So I could only give you 21 and 22 as a comparison, but for this next audit, you'll have 3 years. But I don't know that there's any changes here that we didn't already talk about. You can see on the graph that the state dollars went down, but your FTE count, your pupil count drastically went down. Your federal sources went up, and you had the decrease in the title dollars. However, those ESSER dollars more than made up for it. And then very little fluctuations with interdistrict and other financing sources. To look at it a little differently, what makes up your funding? As for 2022, your federal sources, your federal revenue made up almost 53%. I want to say that that's skewed with ESSER. I think once the ESSER funding does end, you're going to see that percentage decrease significantly. And your state sources will go up, and your local sources will go up. Now, same thing on the expenses. I normally want to show you 3 years. I could only give you 2 last year. But you can see that your salaries and wages and your employee benefits and taxes both increased slightly. That's because there was a reduction of 15 full-time equivalents in employees. However, there were pay increases, and there were also employee retention payouts. So those are included there. Supplies and other, you see the decrease there. That's directly related to the COVID supplies that were purchased in '21. Purchase services had a slight increase in comparison with how much that is, and everything else remained pretty consistent. Now, what makes up your cost? As is with every school district I work with, it's your people. It's your salaries and wages and benefits. Those make up, I believe, about 57% of your total costs, followed by purchase services at 33%. And then supplies at 8%, capital outlay at 1%, and the rest quite small.
Quick question.
Yes,
So purchase services, that would be like third-party contracts, right?
correct.
That's the outside,
So
okay.
your legal costs, your audit costs, your outsourced IT, any outsourced EDGE staff, any of those types of contracts.
Okay, thank you.
So once we get past the numbers, we get into the footnotes, and those begin on page 14 of the bound report. This is really good information that when you're bored and you want to read all about accounting, I encourage you to read through. But it talks through the different types of accounts and how the district specifically is recording various types of activity, like what constitutes a cash and a cash equivalent, and so on. It goes through your debt schedules, goes through all the assumptions related to the net pension liability, and so on. There's a few footnotes, though, that I'd like to point out to you. The first is GASB 87. GASB 87 was new legislation that was required to be implemented for June of '22. And what that was where we had to evaluate all of your long-term contracts, long-term meaning more than 1 year, for a tangible product. So it could be what we would have previously called a bus lease, or renting of space, or a copier lease, or a postage lease. And it can also go the other way, where you're renting space to an organization who's holding a Head Start program, or for an ISD who's using a room in your building for something. So it's a long-term agreement of more than a year for a physical thing. And we had to evaluate and calculate the present values of all of those agreements. And then had they been material, we would have had to incorporate them into your financial statements, setting up long-term assets and liabilities. So it's a big calculation. Luckily, none of the contracts, even as a whole, were material to the financial statements as a whole, so those did not have to actually be recorded. But we will reevaluate those every single year. Now, coming up for June 30th of '23 is legislation for GASB 96. This one is going to be huge, and I really encourage you guys to start working on it now. And I know I mentioned that last year at the board meeting. GASB 96. So the previous one was GASB 87, that's for tangibles. GASB 96 are the intangibles. Your virtual learning, your software licenses and subscriptions, any of those agreements that are for more than a year for those intangible products, we have to be able to calculate the present value of those agreements. And that's going to be a big undertaking. So what I'm encouraging you to do now is just come up with the listing. Work with your IT department and come up with the listing. I'm picturing an Excel document that has 50 rows of agreements, who the contract's with, the start date, the end date, the terms of the contract, and then put all the contracts in order behind it. And that way we can work together on all of those calculations to determine if it needs to be recorded. But I would be surprised if it doesn't need to be recorded with as electronic and virtual as we've become.
So, I'm sorry. Mike, Council question.
Trustee Rutherford.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I read this thoroughly, and during your audit, were you able to find everything that you were looking for? Because in my reading, I saw some documents were not available for you, although they tried, certain things were not. And for the sake of time, and I guess for my understanding, I would like for you to go through the findings and those corrective actions.
Okay,
Because
I'll jump to that quicker.
someone was under the impression there wasn't any.
Okay,
Okay, so I really want you to address the internal control concerns that I read in here.
okay.
Okay?
I'll recap quicker, and if someone wants me to stop, please tell me, otherwise I'm just gonna jump. We also include a footnote on commitments. When the board approves something that's not completed at the end of the year, we disclose that as well. Or when the board approves something subsequent to the end of the year, that's material, we are required to disclose those, so those are also in the footnotes. There's required supplementary information regarding that pension liability, OPEB, and your budgets. The only thing on the budget I want to point out is that the state's rule of thumb is they want your actual ending numbers and your final budget to be within 5%. And it was larger discrepancies than 5%, so I just encourage you to really try to hammer in and zone in on those budgets for this year.
How much was it if it was more than 5%?
It was 15.82% for revenues and 12.12% for expenses.
And it should be what?
Within 5% is
Within
the rule of
5%?
thumb.
Okay.
Mhm. And then beginning on page 48 is all the other information in the report. We did do a single audit whenever an entity receives and spends more than $750,000 in federal dollars, we have to do a separate audit where we're testing compliance with those grant requirements. So we tested the ESSER funding as well as the special education cluster. We had 65% coverage of your activity. We're required to have 40%, so we exceeded the threshold. I'm happy to say there were no findings that were required to be reported in the single audit. So your compliance was significantly there no findings had to be reported to a federal level, but we do have findings in our management letter. So the piece that I think you care about the most, the management letter. The management letter is loosely enclosed in that bound report. And there's 2 appendices to this letter. I'll quickly bullet point the first appendices page, but then we'll talk through in more detail the second appendix.
Okay.
So Appendix 1, any significant audit findings. This is really canned required disclosures. I have to make sure you are aware that net pension liability and the OPEB liability are estimates. I cannot stress it enough.
Thank you.
We did have to implement GASB 87, and we disclosed that there. And we will be implementing GASB 96 next year, which is a few months away. Were there difficulties encountered during the audit? Yes. Your administrative team worked very hard during the audit, but there were difficulties encountered, and there were 2 primary sources of those difficulties. The main one being difficulty in obtaining board minutes. Now, the Open Meetings Act does require that those board meetings be made available within so many days after a board meeting. And I think we spent several months trying to track down all the minutes. We got most of them, but then for the ones we couldn't track down, we had to watch the several hour-long YouTube videos to try to make sure we knew what was happening. So that is an issue, and that's also a finding that you'll see that we have in writing. So I'm really hopeful that for this year's audit, all of those minutes have been maintained.
Okay.
Corrected and uncorrected misstatements. There were no uncorrected misstatements that are material to the financial statements, meaning anything found throughout the audit was corrected. No disagreements with management. Management provided us representation at the end of the audit that everything that they provided to us was accurate to the best of their knowledge. They weren't withholding information from us. We're not aware of you consulting with other auditors for different opinions. And there's no other issues or matters outside of Appendix 2. So Appendix 2. We are required to disclose certain compliance and internal control issues to you. And then we also have the ability to provide more information where we deem it's necessary, and it might not necessarily be required. So we did have many things we put into writing. So I want to first explain the difference of what these things mean. So you can see on the slide that we have material weaknesses, significant deficiencies, other matters, and verbal comments. The first 2 are the big ones, material weakness and significant deficiency. What this is by definition is if there is an area that's significant to your financial statements, that's key. It has to be an important aspect of your financial statement. If it's reasonably possible something could go wrong. Doesn't mean it has, but it's reasonably possible something could have gone wrong. It's going to be one of those 2 categories. If it did go wrong and it could be material, it's a material weakness. If something could have gone wrong and it wouldn't be material, but it could be consequential, it's a significant deficiency. The next step down would be an area that's either not a significant aspect of your financial statement, or it's not reasonably possible something could go wrong, or it's not internal control, it's compliance. Those would be your other matters or verbal comments. So let's work our way down. First, financial statement preparation controls. I want to stress that the AICPA auditing standard says that it's completely acceptable for you as a district to hire the auditor to prepare the financial statements. 100% allowed, and it happens 99% of the time. However, if during the course of the audit, we as auditors have to propose adjustments to you to say you need to evaluate, accept, and post these adjustments to your financial statements, or else the financial statements are going to be materially incorrect. If that happens, which it happens in every school district I work with, we have to disclose a disclaimer to you just saying these are your financial statements. You have to take ownership of them. You have to own them. You have to accept responsibility for them. You have to accept responsibility for the proposed journal entries. So we're just telling you there is a risk that had I not caught that mistake, you might not have caught it either.
So you caught a mistake?
Well, journal entries, adjusting journal entries, which there were multiple,
Okay.
which is standard. I don't want it to seem like that's not a normal part of an audit. It is. But we have to disclaim to you that there is risk that if I miss it, you might have missed it. So we do include that. It is required. But I can tell you when we report, for example, to the Department of Treasury, they'll say, are there any material weaknesses or significant deficiencies outside of financial statement prep? Because they know it's going to be in every single report issued. It is a required disclaimer on our part. The next step down is the significant deficiencies, and we do have 3. The first one, which I think is probably one of the most significant ones that I was wanting the district to address, is that when we did the payroll and personnel file testing, there were multiple situations where the documentation in the personnel file did not match what was being paid. Now, for almost every situation, we were able to find authoritative documentation or board meeting minutes or supervisor approvals of why it was being paid and that they were authorized. But it's really important that your personnel file directly compare and match with what's getting paid. Otherwise, you lose that level of control in your payroll department of being able to say, yes, this is why I paid what I paid. We did have one instance of an overpayment that we found, that we reported in the letter, and we met with management on that and said that the board needed to make decisions on how they wanted to handle that.
That's that $15,000
Correct.
overpayment.
Correct.
In your report, it says multiple differentials.
There were, yes.
Okay, well, my rationale for this is we were told that it was a wonderful audit, and there were no findings. This has nothing to do with you, but I like transparency and honesty. So I thank you for coming and going through this with me. So thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Vice President King.
so could you explain findings versus recommendations?
Okay, so when we do an audit, now, again, remember we did 2 audits, a financial statement audit and a single audit, which is your federal grants. I will say the single audit of federal grants was excellent. The compliance with your federal grant spending was excellent. There were no findings. I don't know if that was maybe some of the confusion.
Nope.
But on the financial statement side, we really zone in on your internal controls. We want to make sure that you have a really good operating process and system in your business office and in your HR department and all the way across the board so that funds can't be misappropriated, financial statements can't be misstated, and that we have just good controls and efficiencies across the board. So this is where we really dig in, and so it might not be a finding, and I can try to identify them for you. It's not necessarily a finding as much as it's a controlled efficiency that we're providing recommendations to correct.
So could that be to lack of personnel and et cetera, right? So
I definitely think that the shortfall in staffing contributed to a lot of this. I don't doubt that at all.
from my reading, so it was the internal controls were like the DOS system, like the old software our district uses to pull up these files.
That's
is
one of them.
dated, right?
That's one of them. That's the software functionality that we'll get to. So if we were going to talk about the payroll personnel files, I would say that one $15,000 situation, I could argue that, yeah, that's a finding. You know, that's an error that we found. The fact that the files, the personnel records, did not match the paycheck is more of an internal control concern and a recommendation, because we were able to backdoor our way into saying, okay, this is why they got paid that amount. I can see the board approving this differential payment, or I can see the supervisor signing off over here. But it wasn't in one place, which I think is an internal control deficiency that needs to be addressed. So the next step down was student activity funds. Whenever I go into a district for the first time, I really like to dig into their athletics and their student activity funds because I think those are very high-risk areas for fraud. Again, does not mean anything happened. Do not misunderstand me. I did not find any instances of fraud. I want to be clear with that. But I look for control deficiencies. I did look into your athletics, and the controls that were explained sounded phenomenal. However, unfortunately, we weren't able to test it because during COVID, you weren't charging gate fees. So we didn't actually have the ability to see it in action. So we'll be looking into that this year if that was able to happen. But for the student activity funds, think of your fundraisers, your different events that you have to try to raise money for your student groups. This is where we tested, and we did not find any fraudulent concerns. However, we did find laps and holes in the system that could allow for something to happen. So what we recommended here is that a third-party verification process be put into place. So for example, let me give you a fundraiser example of how you'd see that in action. Let's pretend your 5th grade class is going to sell candy bars for some trip. You should have someone in charge of that building, so whether it's a building secretary, a principal, someone in the business office, that's your decision. But someone should be in charge of overseeing all of that building's fundraisers to say, okay, at the end of the fundraiser, the advisor in charge of that class is going to turn in a recap sheet that details out, here was what our fundraiser was. We were selling candy bars for $1 a piece. Here's all the dates we made our deposits with my deposit slips attached to show how much I deposited for those candy bar sales. But here's the big piece that was missing. I'm also going to attach the invoice from when I purchased the candy bars to begin with, because there is no other way for you to know what should have been deposited if you don't know how many candy bars were purchased to begin with.
Correct.
So it's closing that gap and having someone outside of the person making the deposit do that test.
I saw in one of the, I don't know if it was a finding or recommendation, but it also said that there was no record of finance sheets or logs or anything like that. Would that be a finding or a simple mistake, or how was
This
what
is
how
a
was that classified?
recommendation. This is an internal control recommendation. I had no findings of
I'm sorry,
fraudulent.
I meant recommend, I'm sorry, I still kind of get
Yes, so this is a recommendation. We did not find any discrepancies. We
Right.
did not find any concerns, but there was a gap in the controls that we wanted to provide recommendations to you on how to tighten it up.
Right.
You've been doing this for like a long time.
Yes.
Not an indictment of your age, but are there any districts in your career doing this where there weren't any recommendations or space for improvements?
Very, very rarely.
So this is a
I would say this is a very standard first-year audit for me, because I guess I didn't tell you that part about me. I'm also a certified fraud examiner. I do embezzlement cases when I'm not in a school district. So this is kind of where I really zone in.
Right.
And I want to provide the most and best recommendations to you that I can. So every time I go into a school, a county, a city, anytime I go into an entity for the first time, I have a lot of findings. Because, I say findings, I'm sorry, I have a lot of recommendations because I'm really trying to evaluate those controls, and it's a new set of eyes looking at
Yeah.
those controls.
And I get it, just, we're elected officials, so we have you doing this, we have controls from the federal government,
Yep.
from the state government, we have our folks in finance department who do this, so when we go into the public and say, hey, there are recommendations, are there findings, we want to make sure that we're not spreading misinformation about what
Correct.
this is telling us.
Typically, when it comes to the term finding, you're referring to compliance, and that would be the single audit where there were no findings. So the statement, if someone says they had no findings, I would say I could argue that that would be fair, because there were no single audit findings. There were gaps in the internal controls that I think need to be addressed, where we have recommendations. I have no fraudulent findings, nothing of concern there. The only finding, if I were going to label something, would be the $15,000 payment, because everything else was able to be justified.
Thank you.
For software functionality, and this is what you were referring to earlier, the software functionality, again, it's not a finding, it was a really big challenge during the audit. The software that was being used, and I don't know if it's still the case or if anything's changed, but the software being used prohibited the ability for us to run reports that would make the audit go much smoother. So something that in a normal audit would take 30 minutes might have taken 4 days because things had to be done manually because the software was not capable to generate certain reports.
Mr.
These are
President.
corrective actions, right, that you're talking about? Because it's on a corrective action plan.
I'm not sure what you're.
What you're talking about?
what
I'm
you're
sorry, the
reviewing.
software functionality.
So I'm looking at my management letter
Oh, okay.
of recommendations.
Well, oh, I'm sorry. I guess I just want to make sure that my colleagues understand that a corrective action is serious and it's not misinformation.
Well, with the software functionality, this is just a recommendation. There's absolutely no requirement for the district to implement that.
You got it on your corrective plan and you spoke with Dr. Wolf about it. That's why I wanted to have this with me.
That does not appear to be mine. Oh, you know what? I'm sorry. Yep.
Okay.
That is, so those are our recommendations to the state. But again, with software functionality, I think our recommendation was that you evaluate it. Not that you have to change it, but that you evaluate it, right?
I'm gonna let you read.
We recommend that management review the entire accounting system to determine whether it is providing information as efficiently as possible and to determine if a change to the system would generate a benefit that outweighs the cost. So that's totally a board decision.
Maybe if I read what you wrote. Certain reports are necessary to conduct an audit and for properly overseeing and evaluating the current standings of the district. Currently, the district software hindered the audit in the inability to generate an accounts payable list at a specific date, the inability to generate a statistic, bank reconciliation shows all outstanding items on a given date, and the inability to generate employee-specific reports related to tracking accurate PTO time.
Yep.
That's a big difference than what you were saying.
That is the situation. So in our management letter, where we provide our recommendations for improvement, that's us to the board saying, here's what we're seeing, here's what we're recommending. In the single audit, which is where that page comes from, if you notice, if you look at page, I believe it's 9. Page 9 of the single audit, this is the required format that the federal government requires, where we have to list out the condition and criteria. So what is it that we saw?
Correct.
What was the effect of this? What caused it? What's the context? And then the auditor recommendation. So our auditor recommendation is, we recommend that management review the entire accounting system to determine whether it is providing information as efficiently as possible and to determine if changes in the system generate a benefit that outweighs the cost. So the answer to that question would be what the board determined after they looked at the pros and the cons.
Mr. Chair,
Vice President King.
so in your experience with multiple school districts, with the software functionality, do you recall, like, what was, I don't know, what the company was, so we can get that company, like, what was?
It was the payroll software that we struggled with. The payroll software was a very old system, and so when we wanted to see, and it was also the payables too, but the payroll system, I know when we wanted to say, okay, how much vacation time, how much accrued vacation time does each employee have at June 30th? It couldn't generate that information. Or when we said, as of June 30th, what payables are out there that haven't been paid yet? And the system couldn't generate that. So the AP clerk, I'm not sure what her title is, actually had to go through every check that was printed after June 30th and look at them to determine which ones should have gone back.
So a person manually had to go through,
Correct.
wow, okay, wow.
Trustee McIntyre.
So I'm not this isn't my area of specialization or forte. So through the president to the trustees, this has been something really significant that we've talked about for the past couple of years, and it was explained to me and I'm just gonna like summarize, probably in a completely wrong way, that we're part of some IT software consortium, and we're on a waiting list to get updated, and that Flint schools are at the very bottom of that waiting list, and that list, there's no explanation for why the order is the way that it is, but we're just there at the bottom.
Point of information.
What's your point?
Who controlled that? Like, is that the county or is that like
I believe it's the state.
the state?
Now, this is beyond the scope of the audit. This is definitely something that we should talk about, because I believe this board is better functioning. Like at the point that we tried to discuss it, it was just, we couldn't get anything done. But this is an issue that we need to address and resolve as a board. It's very important. And just with permission, with the athletics, us being part of the conference, same situation. We're not allowed to be in an athletic conference. So these are two issues that we need to address. It's not because of the lack of what the board decided or wanted to do or voted on, but you've got out-county sources and state sources that are denying and prohibiting us, in this case, the material resources that we need to be successful as a district. So outside of the scope of this audit, this is something I believe that I really would hope and believe that the board should and can take action on, because this is where we can really make a difference. And the auditor is highlighting a very significant deficiency in that's structural to our district, that's been designed and implemented on purpose to make us fail.
That's what it feels like.
So we talked about the personnel files, the student activity funds, and the software functionality. Then we come down to other matters, and I mentioned before the board minutes. That was a huge concern during the audit. I guess I would call this then a compliance finding too, because you weren't in compliance with the Open Meetings Act of having those minutes available so many days after the meeting. So that was something that we put into writing. And then, I'm sorry.
Nothing, I was just saying this.
Okay. Then non-union employee payouts, this was just something we wanted to point out to the board and make a recommendation on. We always look to make sure that we're following our union contracts and our employee agreements, and there was a large vacation payout last year that was approved by the board, so this is not a finding. It was approved by the board. However, it wasn't in line with the employee agreement, and the board knew that, and they have that right to make that decision. We just like to caution to say you need to be careful, because you don't want to set a precedent that's not the intended plan of the board. So we just want to make you aware that something was approved outside of past precedent and agreements.
Trustee McIntyre.
So another point of information through the president to the board, that this is really important if this was something that had been consistent, but to remind the board members that there was turnover at this time with our board secretary. So there were, and I want to be really careful about what I say publicly, because it involves HR personnel, it involves somebody's employment record, and there's certain things that we're prohibited from speaking on, and it also involves FMLA. But what we did was we had a transition from the recording secretary to a new recording secretary, and that was the only reason why there was a gap in the board meeting minutes. Before that time, we were fully compliant, and we're doing really well now. Like I said, we had almost a 2-decade-long individual who left under not quite so good circumstances, and the certain payout is, there are questions about, there are things we're going to have to discuss as a board regarding, because there's a lot of misinformation about that particular payment. There have been investigations, there have been findings, and all this needs to come before the entire board so that you have all of the information and not just gossip and innuendo. because we do not want to be liable for any labor lawsuits or civil suits or action. So this is something that we need to discuss as a board outside of this audit finding, because I'm tired of having just guesses, wild guesses, and facts being stated as if they're facts when they're not. There's a lot of inaccuracies and misrepresentations, and we need to get to the bottom of this before we get embroiled in another lawsuit with a couple of individuals.
Mr. Chair,
Vice President King.
to you and your experience with different school districts, with the non-union employee, I'm sorry, with you and your experience with different school districts, have you ever seen anything like that?
Yes, this is not something that I don't ever see. I just don't think it's wise to defer from your agreements and past practice if you don't have to. But again, this isn't a finding. I'm
Right.
just making sure the board was aware that you need to be cautious, that if you defer from a contract, that you could be setting a precedent.
Okay, so I know in here it says you recommend that we develop a policy, so there was not a policy they go by.
The only policy, if I'd use that term, that we could find for a non-unioned employee was that it was going to follow their personal agreement, their employment agreement. And in
Which
this
was-
situation, it was not in accordance with their employment agreement, but the board did formally motion to approve that.
Okay, so we need to create that policy, because, okay, thank you, I appreciate that.
So next was the transparency reporting. The guidelines for budget and salary compensation transparency reporting by the state has a laundry list of things that you have to have on your website, and so we test that every year to make sure your website is up to date with all the required reporting things. And it was almost all there, but there were a couple things that weren't quite up there yet, and so I don't remember which attribute it was. It might have been the most recent budget, because you only have so many days to get that put up there. But I believe it was corrected by the time the report was done. And then the final thing was with grant coding. I have to give kudos first off. This was just a verbal comment, but with the state, they have a very strict chart of accounts. You have to make sure that every single piece of that account number matches where the state thinks it should be for the chart of accounts. And within that huge code are 4 digits that identify to the state which grant source paid for that activity. And so you should be able to run a report of everything with a certain 4-digit code, and it should match perfectly to the grant draws. And I want to commend the business office and say they did an absolutely phenomenal job, because you have a ton of grant dollars that flow through this school district. And it was one of the cleanest I've seen. This was definitely one of the cleanest coding schools that I've seen, and you have so much money flowing through there. But I always want to make that verbal comment just to say, stay on top of it, because there were a few minor differences, very immaterial. The goal is to be perfect, but I was very impressed with how well the coding was.
Mr. President, our grant person is our Assistant Superintendent, Keanu Murphy. I appreciate you for the leadership that you have done in the grant program and making sure that makes us proud in that way. I just want to make sure I publicly say that I appreciate you for that.
Me too.
Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. President. All right, so I got to address the elephant in the room, is that we're going through a transition in our finance department. As our auditor, what could this board do outside of the regular hiring process? What do you recommend this board to think about?
So, yes, to address that, my first thought as your auditor is that given the time of year we're in, that brings grave concerns to me. You were already in transition last year during the audit, and you were short-staffed in your business office, and I have to say that Assistant Superintendent and your Finance Director, Tish Wolf, I worked with them, especially Tish, long nights, every day for several weeks, and the audit would not have been able to get done. So I do have concerns now that we're already into April, that I can see in your board agenda that she's leaving and we don't have a new person in place. I'm concerned with how the audit will possibly be able to be completed. You're gonna have to get someone in here who's got the experience, who knows what they're doing, who's ready to roll and truly understands the grants and the budgets, because the grants are key. I mean, I just mentioned this was the cleanest grant coding I've seen. That's a huge project, and that's a ton of work, and I'm very concerned with whether or not you'll be able to get someone in here and up and running quick enough.
So, Mr. Chair, so when you come do the audit this year, right, what would that look like? Because assuming that we do not have anyone, because it's unfortunate that we do not, but what does that look like? So we know what to be prepared for.
Well, I can tell you that the audit's already been on our schedule, because your former finance director had already called me a long time ago, because she said, I want to make sure what's on the schedule for something that works for both of us. So I don't know them off the top of my head, but we're here for a week. I believe it's June, for preliminary, where we go over all these internal controls and we look at how are things operating and where's our deficiencies that we want to zone in on. And then we come back for 2 weeks in August to actually do the work. The key is your trial balance, your numbers, your grants have to be final and have a good auditable product for my team to come audit by the first day of that field work in August. That's huge. And just to be candid, I mean, I am jam-packed in the summer, so when Tish called to get it scheduled, I gave her the weeks she wanted and then scheduled around her. So I'm out of town in a different school district until November. So it's really gonna be important that we get those dates, and I can email you those dates so that you have them in front of you. But it's really gonna be important that you get somebody in there who's ready to jump in full force with those dates in mind of this is the drop dead date of when we have to be ready.
Wow.
Thank you for that.
Anyone else?
I do think you have a great team here. I was looking forward to working with the same group of people because now we know each other and they know what I want, but I'm glad I still have the ones that I do, and we'll make do with what we have. But I would say, as far as how it looks, if you don't have someone in here and you don't have someone able to pull things together, then you're gonna have to have some discussions with the state about your audit not being done on time, because we can't do the audit until you guys have the accurate financial statements for me to audit.
So that may, Mr. Chair, so that may be an internal control issue later. If saying we get a new person here, but that person is not like, they're still getting onboarded and new in that role, that may be a point in the audit for the next year, or?
Well, if they're still learning, I don't know that I necessarily say that that's an internal control issue. It could potentially be if it doesn't appear that they're being provided enough training. It could be a recommendation to say, I really recommend that you send this person to ABC training or provide them opportunities for learning. But if they're going through those motions and they're already signed up and trying to learn and they're just still in the process of learning, I don't foresee that necessarily being something that would go in writing.
Okay.
Trustee McIntyre.
So I'm really interested in the fact that you're a certified fraud examiner. Given that you're our auditor for the district, would it be a conflict of interest to have you do a forensic audit of one of our vendors and invoices that we have, given that we had a very dysfunctional and contentious board last year, including a span of time when we did not have a treasurer, and the former president appointed herself as treasurer and approved invoices, and we're made payments that weren't approved by the entire board. Is that something that you can investigate if we made a motion for a forensic audit of something specific?
I think it's something we'd have to have some conversations on first to know the scope of what your request is, to then determine if there's a conflict of interest. Typically, there's not a conflict of interest, but we would need to know the scope, because my bigger concern would be what your timeline is that you're looking for, and my current schedule, just because we're starting to go into school season and it gets pretty crazy. But if we had a conversation and we knew the timeline, the scope, and if we could work it into our schedules, then that would be possible.
So I'd like to make a motion to the board that we conduct a forensic internal audit of Attorney Sharice Lee for the time period of the beginning of her contract, to investigate the contract, how it was written, how it was changed, any kind of change that her contract went through, and any and all invoices that she has billed us for from the onset of her contract with us to the present time and beyond, any invoices that she may have.
Mr. President, can I say one thing? Is that okay? I don't want to interrupt you.
It's a motion.
I just had one point of information. Can we just make sure we're done questioning Ms. Scott? She came out of town and it's already getting late. I don't want to hold here for our own kind of business going on.
There's a motion on the floor. Mr. President.
Support.
It's already been supported.
Am I allowed to discuss
done. You
in
can leave.
discussion? Okay.
You don't need to be present for that, so.
I just want to say, because you guys can motion and approve however you want to. Before I would agree to move forward, I would want to have some conversations. I would assume I'm not an attorney, so I don't want to pretend I know all of the legal aspects of this, but I think it would need to be a closed session type of discussion on something like this before you formally agreed or I formally agreed to move forward. So that's the only thing I want to point out.
So my motion is for a general movement, or to move this forward, not with a specific auditor or forensic auditing service, but just that it's imperative that we get this done and we take action on this immediately before we potentially or allegedly misappropriating any more funds. So it's supported. There's a motion on the floor.
Okay, I'm just seeing if she's.
Ms. Perkins.
I did.
She did. We're just seeing what's going on here. Are you okay? Are you gonna stay for this, or are you gonna?
Well, are you all set with me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Well,
Thank you.
You have my contact information.
Thank you so
Please-
much.
Please don't hesitate to reach out if you have questions, if I didn't answer anything.
Thank you.
And if the board does move forward, we can touch base.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, would you like to redo the motion real quick?
That the board approve an external impartial forensic audit of Attorney Sharice Lee from the inception of her employment and contract with the board, including any and all invoices, correspondence, and actions up to the present time and leading into the future, insofar as there may be future billing.
Support.
There's already support. I was restating.
Oh, right, is there any discussion on this matter?
Mr. President,
Yeah.
I think for me personally, I would like to just have this discussion in closed session at a later date, because I think we all have questions probably. I wouldn't feel comfortable voting for this right now. And also, we haven't gotten past the new business when it came to action items too. But that's what I want to say on this motion.
Any more discussion? Okay, we can do a roll call. Secretary Perkins.
Yes.
Trustee
Yes.
Trustee McNeil.
Yes.
Treasurer Luna.
No.
Vice President King,
No?
Trustee Rutherford,
Yes?
myself, President Clack, I say no. So the vote fails 4-3.
No.
No, I'm sorry, it passes. I'm sorry.
Passes.
My bad. It passed 4-3. We gonna investigate it. Y'all can get your investigation. I'm sorry.
So just for the record, could you restate the motion for us in the public that passed?
The motion is that we do a forensic audit into Attorney Sharice Lee's invoices from the time she took off, not office, the time she was appointed as the board attorney until the duration of her contract? Is that what I heard?
Up until now and any future submitted.
Right, so you said future, so that
Right.
she's on until
So
whenever.
we now have, there is a call for action to have an external impartial forensic audit of Attorney Lee.
Okay.
Yeah, just because she mentioned the board minutes, I know Ms. Beard does a great job, but I wanted to make sure she heard it correctly too, because that was a long motion.
Okay. Okay, I will now call on Superintendent Jones to present his actions to the, action items to the board.
Isn't it teacher appreciation?
So we gotta go back up to HR.
Are we
Oh,
doing,
y'all didn't do the teacher
when are we doing the
appreciation?
virtual and the Washington DC?
Oh, they didn't move that?
Okay,
Okay,
Oh,
okay, all right,
okay,
We on
so,
HR, right?
Yes,
thank you.
We in HR.
correct.
so continuing with the agenda, I now turn the floor back over to Vice President King for the Human Resources Committee of the Whole portion of the agenda.
Okay. I would like to call the Human Resources Committee of the whole meeting to order. I will now call upon Superintendent Jones to present action to the board.
Sure. I seek a motion and a second from the board to move Resolution 1.3, personnel recommendations to the regular board meeting on April 19th, 2023 for adoption.
So moved.
So, sorry, Treasurer Luna, you have to make a motion, exact motion. You cannot use
Okay,
so moved.
I make a motion, we approve agenda item 1.3, personal recommendations.
Is there any support?
I'll support.
There's been moved and properly supported by President Clack. Any discussion?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna go with Trustee Rutherford first,
Thank
and I
you.
go to Treasurer Luna.
My concern is we didn't have an HR subcommittee meeting. Also, my concern is it appears as though Vice President King and Trustee Treasurer Luna are the only ones that can get something on the agenda, and that's not acceptable. And when it comes to HR, and it comes to an HR manager, that was not the discussion. If we hire an HR manager, why do we need an executive? And the previous HR manager did both jobs. The discussion was a recruiter. We need teachers. That was the discussion. Also, when I look and see there's a facilities position on there, when was it posted? I just want things to be done correctly. We have litigation because this administration seems to put the wrong people in the wrong position too many times, and it just needs to stop. And as the chair of HR, Mr. King, it would behoove you to make very good decisions so that this district would not be at risk like we find it on multiple occasions. I am in support of Flint Community Schools doing the right things the first time, not after somebody screamed foul. We need to do it right on purpose and be intentional. And for me to see these recommendations, it's a slap in the face to this district and to subcommittees. There's no purpose to have a subcommittee. We all were out of town. Thank you.
Mr. President.
Treasurer Luna?
Vice President.
Treasurer.
My bad.
Treasurer Luna.
So, we had Mrs. Montgomery, or Miss Montgomery,
Don't say names.
Can't say names.
Don't say names.
sorry. We had the candidate, sorry, we had the candidate in front of us. My apologies. I didn't do that on purpose. We had the candidate in front of us
No, you did.
before, at, I believe, the last COW meeting last month.
Mhm.
I read through a resume a month ago. I read through recommendations. I read the job description. I read her experience in her resume. I think it's very crucial that we have our business office and our HR office staffed. We have vacancies. We have to hire the folks we need in the classrooms, the folks who do the support in our schools, the folks who work at the admin building to make sure that we can make the audit. We just heard from the auditor herself on the business office side that we had a CFO doing a controller job essentially and a CFO job, and we need staffing, and that was the issue, even though they got it done. I think this woman's qualified. I think she's watching the meeting right now. I don't see a need to delay her hiring at all right now. I think it's crucial that if we have a better staffed HR department, we can better serve our teachers and our students. So I'll be supporting the recommendations. And also, when it comes to facilities management, I know Mr. Anderson does a great job, but he has over 10 existing buildings and over 20 vacant school properties. We had a finite meeting about a month and a half ago. Ray talked about how they're constantly putting out fires, how all these different things are taken away from his main job when it comes to keeping our buildings warm during the wintertime, cool during the hot months for teachers and staff, but just the basic maintenance of our buildings. I'm voting for that too. I think it's important we get these approved.
Okay. Trustee McIntyre.
Yeah, so I agree that we need to support our district as much as possible. However, I do contend with the assertion that the first position, the HR manager, is necessary. It still has not been explained to me why we need to be so top-heavy in the HR department with an enrollment below 3,000 students. And we did not agree to this, where there's still some contention about the organizational chart and about the sheer number of administrative positions in the administration department. So I'm not in support of this at this time, especially without a subcommittee meeting where we can have a robust discussion and where we look at resizing, right-sizing the district, including the organizational structure. I've said this many, many times, and I still stand by that. Now, with the facilities maintenance manager, I don't know if the new board remembers, but this is a made-up position that we created when we hired our new facilities manager, or the director, in order to keep the last individual employed. We made a job for him so that he could train the new facilities director. This is a new job. Why do we, and there was argument about, oh my God, it's so much, why are we paying this individual? It's an extra job, we're adding jobs, it's blah, 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 all this stuff going on. And now it's just like, it's there in the organizational chart, we gotta hire it. It's like this was just created, what, less than a year ago? So this is a completely unnecessary job. The facilities director never had a manager this again, we're under 3,000 students in our district. We have to right-size the district, not balloon and expand our administration. In terms of recruiting, I have always contended that the best way to recruit for our district is to pay a fair and decent wage. So having, to argue about paraprofessionals, just making a $15 to $18 an hour and having to fight tooth and nail for that, that's the best way to recruit, and paying our teachers, giving them the raises that they're asking for and the benefits that they're asking. That's the best way to recruit. We don't need to hire someone at 5 or 6 figures to talk people into coming to the district. What speaks is the respect and the paycheck that you're giving to our employees. So that's where I stand.
All righty, any more discussion? Trustee McNeil, yes.
I am in support of what my two colleagues have said, and the only thing I support on here would be our paraprofessionals, and everything else I agree with.
Okay. Any other more discussion?
Yes.
I'll make my comment and go second round.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No point in tip. I just want to make sure everybody went first and the chair go afterwards. I want to make something clear that I haven't requested nothing on this agenda at all. So, I mean, the notion that I am the only one, or one of the only one that gets something on the agenda, I haven't requested anything to be on the agenda. I think we should have a discussion on policy-wise. If we can't have subcommittee meetings, should we postpone that, or do we not just do anything? So I think we should have a discussion about that. I mean, sooner or later, I'll make a note of it. I remember that Trustee McIntyre made a comment of right sizing. I want to have a discussion on right sizing and what that looked like, because I mean, that word is being used, but HR only has 3 employees. So that's the director, if I'm not mistaken, admin assistant, and a benefit specialist. The admin assistant and benefit specialist doing 2 jobs, taking on an extra job each. So how can we help HR? I mean, the HR manager, I mean, it was discussed in our subcommittee meeting. I remember a while back when we had one, was the HR manager would serve as a recruiter, but also a compliance reporting thing as well. I remember that extensively. Don't have my notes, but I can go all the way down the line. But also in your packet that we received in orientation, there was a job analysis chart as well in there that explained what the duties of each role is that we received, I think, January 5th when we had orientation. So I just want to make sure I made those comments. I'm in support of personnel recommendations. I mean, if we don't have no one in these departments, who's going to run it? Like, we didn't have a controller for a while. We have a CFO that was doing 2 dual roles. That means there was no succession planning that this district lacked. So, I mean, I'm in support of it, but I just want to make sure I made that comment. I know Trustee Rutherford, you can go next.
Thank you, sir. I do believe that Mr. Henderson needs a project manager to assist him. His daily functions are a lot, and we all know that a lot is going to be going on, a lot of moving pieces, and he's only one person. So I am in support of that because of all the renovations you guys we have going on. Because we're seeing a lot of reworks, I think if we had a person that could be on site at all the sites, they'll be able to provide us with the information that we need. They'll be familiar with the specs, what's on the contracts, and we'll be able to know what the bid was, what was included in the bids, so that we can make very good decisions. What we do not want is to have emergency meetings for something that a project manager could take care of. And this position, to me, should only last as long as we're doing all the renovations that we're doing. I think that's just fair, and also Mr. Henderson will be able to, of course, work with that person, but keep the district going. I happened to be at one of the schools during, they were taking testing, and the PA system went out. But however, with all due respect to you, Mr. Henderson, you were with the contractors, and you couldn't make it over there. So to me, that makes that position warranted, but however, I would like to make sure that that person that gets in that position is well qualified, familiar with the buildings, familiar with the district, to where there's not a long learning curve. Thank you, Vice President Kim.
Secretary Perkins, you had a comment?
Were you, Melody, excuse me.
Trustee Miller.
Trustee Miller, were you speaking of the facilities position just now?
Yes.
Oh,
Yes,
okay.
yes.
I want
Yes,
to
I was.
understand what you were saying.
Okay, I apologize. I was speaking of the facility position because of all of the renovations and all of the movements we're gonna have going on in the district. I don't think it would be fair to ask Mr. Henderson to be on top of all of that, because we'll end up paying in the long run.
So what I'm asking you, do you have a time limit that you want? You said until all the renovations are done?
Correct, the durations, to where he's not pulled in so many directions. I mean, we really have to make very good decisions to what's best for the district, so we won't be wasteful with the funds that we do have.
Okay.
Thank you for clarification.
All right, Trustee Luna, and then, I'm sorry, Mr.
McNeil.
She didn't speak yet. She can go ahead. Yeah, she.
Okay, so we're gonna go with
No, I
Trustee.
spoke.
Oh, you did?
I can speak again, but I think somebody else.
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
I've
so-
already spoken once.
I had
So.
my first round.
Okay, you had your first round. So Mr. Jones, is that Mr. Jones?
Just with, if that change is made, I think we probably are going to need to take this back because it wasn't offered that way. So if that change is made by the board, we just need to make sure we take it back because it wasn't offered that way. And we want to make sure that we have a person that's willing to work for a particular amount of time.
Yeah.
So,
Only comment I have.
Oh, okay. So to Trustee Luna.
yeah, I would ask, through you, Mr. Chair, to the superintendent, could you explain a bit more to us the current state of the HR and the need, why you brought this to us for that HR manager position? Like the urgency of it.
Well, we all know that we've been hearing from our HR director of all the work that we have. We heard in the audit today the work that we have. We have a lot of work ahead, and we are losing people. So this HR manager position historically has worked with staffing, bridged the gap between principals and staff, right-sizing classrooms and things of that nature to ensure that the district as a whole has staff in every classroom. We're coming upon 70% of our teachers being able to retire. We have retirements already. It's going to take some work for Flint to be what we need to be next year. And if we don't have adequate staff to do so,
What have the unions told you about this? Have you discussed this with the union leadership about the need to have a better HR department or a better staff department?
yes, I really don't want to go into what unions have spoken to us about, but unions have spoken to us about the fact that they do have, they are nervous about the retirements and nervous about those that are, you know, deciding. Actually, I would say that unions are trying to support, especially our teachers' unions, trying to support with convincing teachers to stay on. We went from 199 teachers to about 170 some teachers now. Rules have changed with ORS. You can retire, and you can also, after 9 months, go into other work. Nothing has changed as far as the way we feel about needing staff.
Okay.
And the board, you know, that's really it. That's all I have to say. And the board makes the decision, and we follow it.
Okay, and I would just end my, thank you. I would end my comments like this. All them vacancies, guys, I think we need to use every tool we have at disposal to keep our teachers and to attract new ones. You know, I go to these schools. I went to Potter, Dole Ryder, and Eisenhower this past month for March's Region Month, and it's such a refreshing thing to see the younger teachers, but there's a lot of older folks in there too who are probably going to be out, and they deserve that. But to what my colleagues said, you know, the best way to do it is to pay them better, both the new ones and the older ones. But I'm telling y'all, I strongly believe that having this better staffed, more robust HR department to support those teachers is so important. Because I guarantee you, you talk to some in the audience after the meeting, they'll tell you, I challenge y'all to, they will tell you it's a hassle to get some of the basic things done, especially when you have 3 folks doing 2 or 3 different responsibilities outside their defined role because there's no other choice to. I'm really asking my colleagues to think about approving this. I could make an inference that candidates watch these meetings and they see some of the debate. If we delay this back to the next HR subcommittee, I'm worried we'll lose this candidate and other ones who may want to apply. I'm voting yes on this, on the facilities position and the HR one, and I encourage my colleagues to really consider it too. Thank you.
All right, is there more discussion for the second round? I would, I didn't see nothing. And with that, I'm kind of confused on what the board, what is the consensus? So I'm supposed to entertain a motion to, we're in a motion to approve these, but I'm hearing we want to take back maintenance manager. We have to see if that person will stay to duration of something, to a certain time. Then we don't want to approve the HR manager. I'm hearing sentiments, we don't want to approve that. But, you guys, I would just say, we have 3 people in HR. If one falls, that's 2. If another one falls, that's 1. Who's going to be in there? I don't understand top-heavy of 3 people. That's my comment. As a trustee on this board, I don't understand what top-heavy of 3 people, but, I would entertain someone has to make an amendment to what they want to pull out and which one they want to approve. I heard Trustee McNeil say she want to approve paraprofessionals.
If I take that one, excuse me.
So I was finishing up. I recognize you afterwards. Is that okay? Is that okay?
Is you gonna correct me? Go ahead. What you gonna do?
Is that okay?
I had my hand up too.
You said you had a point of information?
No, I said I had my hand up.
Okay, so you first and then,
Yeah,
okay, I'll finish my quick statement right quick. I just want to make sure I'm saying, for me on the record, we got to think about departments' succession planning. I honestly do, even with, I'm saying this because the resignation of our CFO, I think is going to be a snowball. Because if we don't have people in these core positions, who's going to be here? I'm honestly asking you, who's going to be here? That's it for me. I just want to put that on your minds and, as a thought process for you. So I will recognize we got Trustee McIntyre first and then Trustee McNeil. Trustee McIntyre?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. So I'd also like to put it out there for everyone to sort of think about and recognize that school districts of comparable size don't have all these positions. The reason why I keep stressing that we're under 3,000 enrollment for students is because that comparable districts, as we learned in our MASB training and our NASB training, you have the role of, you don't have a assistant superintendent. You actually have a CFO acting as the CFO and the HR. Yes, you do. Don't shake your head. This is what we learned in our training. And so if you look at other school districts and the way that they're structured, there's a lot of different varieties. So it's not necessary to have a very small school district and one that's shrinking have the same sort of infrastructure and hierarchy that it had back when it had 20,000 or 15,000 students. So respectfully, I would like to not suggest that we make those changes, but that perhaps we look and compare to other school districts with 3,000 or less students to see how they are doing without an HR director, without an assistant superintendent, how they combine and manage those positions, because other school districts do other things. And it's out of financial necessity. And I'm not saying that we should do that. I'm not making those recommendations. But what I'm saying is that we need to think outside of the box, and we can't just be rigid with, we have this organizational structure, and here's all these vacancies, and we've got to fill these vacancies. We've got to get creative, and we've got to do something with the budget. And that's one thing that I think that we should come together on and have a robust discussion and a consideration. With respect, this is not in any way meant to disparage any of the current employees, any of the hardworking administrators, staff, teachers in the district. We're looking at a financial hardship. We're looking at a potential, we just got out of an EDEP, an emergency deficit elimination plan. We don't want another state takeover. Right now, we have some discussion about the financial emergency manager law. Under that law, we can have a financial emergency manager come in and take over our district. We can get consolidated under GISD. We're already in an academic plan. So I'm begging you to look at the possibilities without mistrust and fear and resentment and feeling like it's disrespect, because it's not. We're trying to save our district. We're trying to keep our public schools public and open and within our jurisdiction. Thank you.
Trustee McNeil?
Thank you. In relation to this facility, I want the board to think about, we can always pink slip or as that job seem to be phasing out, rather than going back and changing the contract. Could we just look at, every year we'll just look at this position and to see, where we at and do this service need to be done? Because right now we're in the middle of parking lots. I believe Clark Construction is supposed to be sending out RFPs for renovation. We're talking about closing schools. If at all possible, could we just leave that contract like it is in June, around March the 30th? We always look at contract non-renewal and let that be a part of the process. Could we get support for that?
Mr. Chair.
I support that.
I'm sorry, was that a motion or what?
No, I was just saying I would like to have support for that. That's
So
fine.
okay, to make sure I'm clarifying what your request is.
Everything stays the same. And then when we do non-renewal contract, if we don't think this when we do your non-renewal once a year, we can look at this again, and then.
The facilities, right?
Yeah, just the
Okay.
facility.
Okay, I'm sorry, who had?
Yeah, I was just going to agree with my colleague that that makes total sense. We have the flexibility at a later date to change if you want to keep the position or, do away with it. But I'll just say, I think what my colleague said about comparable districts is a very good thing to say. I mean, we have 3,000 students. We have 20 vacant school properties and more than 10 existing school properties. The biggest bang for the buck is to close some schools, as hard as that is. But we have to look at the entire organization when it comes to personnel, facilities, programming, you name it. We're going to run out of ESSER money, and that's going to be backfilling money in a couple of years once those funds are expended. But I just will say this thing, and there's not a comparable district in this country where the children are poisoned through a man-made water crisis.
Tell me about it.
And when I say that is our teachers already deal with a lot of stress in the classroom because of the additional challenges our students bring. And that stress affects their mental health, their performance, and guess what? Because they're human beings. If we can better support them from our main office, our central business office with some of those concerns, whether it be access to mental health services through insurance, whatever it may be, if this additional role can do that, I'm all about it because again, yes, comparable districts look very different than the city of Flint City School District, but those districts didn't go through a Flint water crisis.
What? That's a good point, Trustee Luna. Any other discussion? Secretary Perkins?
Yeah, I concur with Trustee Luna because the water crisis, on the 25th of this month will be 9 years that we've endured this hardship, this atrocity, this horrific tragedy as far as I'm concerned. And I know that put a lot of pressure on the teachers and, staff. The kids have been affected greatly from that crisis, and the classrooms aren't the easiest to deal with right now. So we do have to look at right sizing. That's key right there. Because, when I think about that lady that came to the podium and she said she had 45 kids in her class, my daughter's a teacher, and some of this stuff is just too much. So I think, really, we should just go back and we need to sit down as one board. That's all 7 of us. And we really need to dig deep and focus on the scholars and the teachers and get some serious business done. We dilly-dallied. After I went to Orlando and I visited those schools, toured those schools, and saw the innovation and things going on. I mean, I think that we're behind in a few things and we need to get busy. So that's where I'm at.
All righty. So what's the pleasure of this board? going to the roll call, or someone's going to make an amendment to something? Or we vote never, what's,
Are we,
I'm sorry, trustee McNeil?
so what we gotta have to do is each one of them individual, would be my recommendation. Look at each one of them individual.
Okay.
And do a roll call.
Do you want to make a
Get
motion
consent.
to it?
Yeah, I would like to make a motion.
To amend?
That we amend these to do them individual.
Support.
All right, it's been moved and properly supported. Any discussion on that? So, all right, we're voting on to the amendment by trustee McNeil to separate each personnel item on this agenda. All righty, roll call, I take a roll call. Secretary Perkins?
Which one are we on?
We
What
just taking
point?
roll call.
We're taking roll call on the amendment.
Oh, support.
So-
I mean, yes.
Yes, okay. Trustee McIntyre?
Yes.
Trustee McNeil?
Yes.
President Clack?
No.
Trustee Rutherford?
Yes.
Treasurer Luna?
Yes.
Oh, yes. All right, myself, Vice President King, no. All righty, so now we're going to go one by one to personnel recommendations. Starting with administrators, HR manager, what is the pleasure of this body? Somebody make a motion?
I make a motion that we approve HR manager.
It's been moved. Is there any support?
I'll support.
President Clark supports. Any discussion?
I have discussion.
Treasurer Rutherford, I'm sorry, Trustee Rutherford?
The posting requires 7 years of experience. This person does not have that.
Mr. President.
This is me.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
When I read the person's qualifications and the job posting, I mean, look, I'm not the HR director or the manager, but I trust the office to do their job. If I'm doing it, besides approving it here, then I need to get paid to do the job. But as a board, I think we have to have some level of trust when they bring us these recommendations. I mean, look, we approve all the staff here, the teachers, the admin. I think we have great staff. We have staff who got to go, but I'm going to trust them on this so we can better support our teachers and students.
Oh, sorry. Any other more discussion on this position? All righty, roll call will be Treasurer Luna?
Yes.
Okay, 1 second, let me separate. Yes. Secretary Perkins?
I'm gonna abstain on this. I'm feeling two different ways on this.
You want to abstain on this one? So we have one abstention to be noted by Secretary Perkins. Trustee McIntyre?
No.
Okay. President Clack?
Yes.
Trustee Rutherford?
No?
No. Trustee McNeil, I apologize.
No.
No? All righty, so Vice President King, I vote yes.
It's a tie, fair.
It's a tie.
Point of order?
Yes.
I don't believe that a member can abstain. It's in our bylaws.
A member can't abstain in the bylaws?
Can't abstain from the vote unless there's can't abstain. It's in our bylaws.
Do you want to pull the bylaw right now so we can read it?
No, you've received your training, you're level 1 certified, you should know what they are.
Yeah, so for my level 1 training, I remember the member can abstain. It wasn't required for them to state why. So it's suggested that you state why, but it wasn't required. So I would like to pull up.
Stating why, it's
I would like to pull up if this is okay. I want to make sure we're doing it right and our board member feel respected and heard conscious in the decision.
I rescind that.
You rescind your abstention?
Yeah,
Okay. So
just vote no.
Is there any
No on that one.
you want to vote no on the HR manager? Okay. So the motion fails to for the HR manager. Okay, cool. Moving on to the facilities maintenance manager. What's the pleasure of this body?
Just quick question.
Treasurer Luna.
Point of information through you to the superintendent. So we voted no on this position. Does that mean you repost it, or we're just not going to fill the HR position?
You don't feel it.
So it's, okay, so we're not going to fill the HR manager position, okay? Just making sure I understood that correctly.
All right, that's one. All right, so make sure you got that right. So what's the pleasure of this board? Is it a motion to approve the facilities maintenance manager?
Is it a motion already?
No, there's not a motion. I'm seeking someone to make a motion to move on this specific position.
I make a motion we approve the facilities and maintenance manager position.
All right, it's been made by Treasurer
Second.
Luna, supported by Trustee McIntyre. All righty, any discussion on this position? All righty, roll call vote would be,
I did.
yes.
I would just, through you to Mr. Henderson, I would like to get actually his
So
input.
you want to have a discussion?
Yes.
Okay, all right, is that okay? All right.
Thank you, Mr. Henderson. So I was listening to the other trustee, and she made a compelling argument, but I would like to hear from you that this is something that you feel you would need to have support for the district. It makes sense to me, but this is the first I'm seeing of it, and it's kind of a surprise and a shock to me. And like I said, it was a position that we did create for the former employee who was in that. And so I just kind of want an understanding of how you see this fitting into the overall scope of the district and our needs right now.
I think with the size of this district, you definitely need an additional person to help run the day-to-day operations within this district. There are just so many issues that come up. You're constantly changing gears, and it would be nice to have someone to help support and move things forward for the district as a whole. So that's why I was in favor of the facilities person. The previous person that was in it, I thought was a very good candidate and was definitely helpful to me to bring in the insight that was needed to come into this position. So to me, I think it's a worthwhile position to fill, and it would be beneficial to the district as a whole.
Thank you. That's just kind of, I wanted to hear like an affirmation. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
All right, any other discussion? I have discussion. Mr. Henderson, how many people in your department?
How many what?
People, personnel people that you have supporting you?
Basically, it is the CSM group as a whole, and how many actual individuals, I do not know the number. There are 5 people that I work with on a constant basis, and, you know, they're like the, let's see, I'm trying not to use names.
No names, please.
Use
How
the
many
companies?
people are in your department?
Oh, in my department, it's me. That's
It's
it.
just you and your
Yeah,
department?
That's
And
just me.
I'm pulling up this job analysis, just follow me. You oversee vendor contract services, and we have, make sure I got this right, we have 30% of our budget goes to vendor contracts, and we have a lot of third-party vendors that we use, right?
Yes, sir.
And it's just you trying, with some help, you know, from other personnels, but it's your responsibility over each vendor, basically, having that contact, you're that contact person for them, right?
Correct.
And it's just you?
Correct.
How long has that been?
I've been here since August of 2022.
Okay, and you have
So,
not had
8
any,
months.
it was just been you?
It's just me. The person
Wow.
that was also the facilities manager left in October, and I
Okay.
came in August.
Okay. Well, I'm kind of sad that it's only you. I mean, you need help. I mean, that's sad to me. But, okay, I just want to make clarification for myself when I know. All righty, any more discussion from my
I'd like to
colleagues?
have a comment.
You want to have a comment? Trustee Rutherford, put it down.
Mr. Henderson, doesn't CMS assist you with the facilities?
Say that again, please.
Does CMS assist with the facilities at all? Does CMS do any of the work, assist you at all?
They assist me with the facilities.
Okay, I
Because they are
just,
the maintenance group and custodial. Those are their primary services that they provide.
okay, so all the vendors that were just stated, you deal with facilities, correct?
I deal with facilities, but I also see those like bus transportation and different aspects of those.
Is it abundance, like 30 or 40 vendors? You don't deal with 30 or 40 vendors,
I deal with quite a few vendors.
but not 30 or 40. I'm looking for a specific number or estimate.
I couldn't put a number on it at this time.
I'm sorry.
I could not put a number on it at this time.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any more discussion?
Yeah,
Treasurer Luna.
just going to speak in support of Mr. Henderson and all his good work. And if he says he needs somebody, I believe him 110%. On the same subject, and I'll save this in my board remarks, we really have to look at improving board policy when it comes to making sure that when these people get to us, they're not waiting for a job and then we say no and then we don't have a position for that. I think we can improve the safeguard measures through the committee structure, but also other ways. I'm all in favor of it, and I will work with everyone to make sure we can do that.
Okay, any more discussion? All right, seeing none, so we're voting on the facilities. Do you want to add anything?
No, I'm fine.
Okay, so we're on the motion to approve the facilities maintenance manager position at the moment. So, taking, Ms. Beer?
I'm sorry, Vice President King, for clarity for the record, are we voting to approve?
Approve.
Or move to the regular, because the original motion.
We're moving everything to the regular.
Was to approve.
I amend my motion.
Okay, so Treasurer Luna want to amend this motion. Is there a second? To wait, I'm sorry, amend your motion to what?
I want to amend the motion to give it approval and not to move it to the full board committee.
Okay.
Support.
Support, it's been moved and, so it's been moved by Treasurer Luna and supported by Secretary Perkins to approve this position tonight.
That's
Okay,
right.
any discussion on that motion?
Clarification,
To
please.
approve it tonight.
Clarification, Trustee Relaford?
It was stated, according to Superintendent Jones, that that was not, the way that I proposed it was not the way that it was offered to the individual, because that's what got it to where it could be approved. So he needs to rewrite it the way that was stated, that this individual is for the renovations, the duration of the renovations. And my reason for saying that is Pete did this job excellently. I'm very familiar with this position. And with CMS, it's something you could do, but with the renovations, that's a lot to ask. So that is exactly why I was specific in saying doing all the renovations and during the construction times, which would probably be a couple years maybe. So with what's going on, it's too much for Mr. Henderson to have. Because my reason is because we came here for an emergency meeting. And if you have a person that's on site doing all these renovations and all the parking lots, he don't have to try to juggle 5 different hats. That person, we can get all our information from that project manager.
So, I would say I'm confused. So there wasn't a motion on the floor to make it a point to transform the contract, change the contract. I know Trustee McNeil made the comment of, look at this position annually, and you have the non-renewal process by March 30th. Am I correct, Trustee McNeil?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr.
So-
President, my motion was
One
to.
sec, one sec, I just want to make sure I was correct in saying that. Trustee McNeil, that's what you stated, you were able to look at
Yes.
this position annually through non-renewals. Okay, want to make sure we had clarification across the board. Treasurer Luna,
Yeah, my motion was to approve it as is.
okay. All right, any more discussion?
Again, that's not what the superintendent said.
So,
Right, Mr. Jones, could you could you state what you stated about the position? Because I changed it.
so,
I made a suggestion,
right. but
and
you
everyone agreed. And Mr. Jones said we'll have to take it back because, okay,
one
I
agreed.
guess, Mr. Jones, could you please?
So initially when Trustee Relaford made, she stated that, maybe we don't need this job to be here forever, right? So we didn't offer this job as a temp job. However, Trustee Relaford, Dr. Joyce said her motion was to make it as is, and we can come to that conversation during non-renewal. So I think that,
We're saying the same thing.
That's not.
yeah, I think that there's
Yes,
just
it
a
is.
difference of how we're talking about this. However, I'm still going to say that we didn't interview a person for them to come in knowing that they're temporary. So even if you approve it, we would still need to go back, and I think that's what you're
Yes.
talking about. We'll still have to go back and make sure that the person here would like to take on a job. Keep in mind, you're saying it's needed, but now we're making it to where it's possible that it's going to be temporary. So we would have to go back to the person to determine or to ask them if they would like to take this job, knowing the current circumstance of the board.
Secretary Perkins?
I'm with Trustee Luna. Let's just do it like it is, and like Dr. Joyce said, at the time of renewal, let's look at it then, and if we don't need the person.
Can I say? I'm sorry.
What? Okay, Superintendent Joe.
Yeah. So this discussion still, no matter how you vote this, you have already put the discussion out there that it's possible that we're not going to keep this person. So it's still there. You have just stated that it's possible that we're going to look at you in March. Now, keep in mind, I understand we look at positions for non-renewal every year. However, you don't approve a person in this manner to say, well, we'll look at this in March, so let's go ahead and just approve it as is. This is a person that we have to go back to and ask them, do you want to accept this position in this way? So if the board is changing that and saying, we're not going to do that, and we're just hiring this person as we would normally hire a person, then I think that needs to be stated for the record so that this person is not thinking or feeling as though, hey, you're hiring me temporary. I just think it needs to be stated because that's what I'm gathering in this conversation.
Yeah.
So if I'm wrong, just please correct me, but that's what I'm gathering.
Mr. Chair.
Okay. You're going to go after
So-
Trustee McIntyre.
I've heard what you said through Trustee King to Superintendent. I'm listening to what you say, and I can see that there's what your grounds are for making that argument, but I would disagree just as from a labor perspective. Right now, we are having a discussion about the position. The board has not agreed to this. A trustee has mentioned it, and we're not in consensus, nor have we voted or made any agreement on it. What is up for vote is the position as it is stated. And all of those positions that are in that category are subject to non-renewal under the 3 conditions that are listed under HR. All of them are. So in a sense, all of them are sort of temporary in that they can be non-renewed every single year. Now, whether we choose to exercise that or not, we're just having a discussion about that. And one board member has stated what she prefers. Other board members have stated slight variations or disagreement, but we have not come to a decision. We act as a board, and so therefore, I don't think we're under any obligation that this discussion is not a legally binding labor contract. So I don't think we're under any obligation to go back and renegotiate an offer. We are going to make an offer if we move it forward, and that's it.
Mr. King.
Okay.
And then we act as a board, as a whole.
Okay, Treasurer Luna.
I'm good.
He said he good.
You good? Okay, Trustee Rutherford.
My reason for what Superintendent Jones is saying, it was posted as a permanent job. And with us making this adjustment, it would make it a temporary job. So, so what could happen, excuse me, is it could be a bait and switch. This person agreed to this job because it was offered to him as a full-time permanent job. But if it turns to where it's not, then it's not the original posting you all. So with us making these adjustments, it's not the same posting. It's not the same criteria anymore for that job. So it becomes temporary.
Of information, though,
What's your point?
we're not making the adjustments, we're just talking about it, and are you making a motion to make those adjustments? Because we'd have to vote on it as a board as a whole, and if so, we would have to resubmit the job because it's a whole new different job.
That's what Superintendent Jones was saying.
So,
But we've.
that's
no,
your
I-
point of information?
Point of information, I
What's your
thought
point?
that Superintendent Jones was saying that we'd have to go back to the individual and have a discussion with an individual that has already been offered the job. That's not reposting it and having a new job description.
So could I?
So,
I-
is that correct?
So are you asking me a question, or can I say something?
I'm asking anybody a question, because this is
Mr. Chair,
One
point of
second,
information.
I'm still dealing with Trustee McIntyre. So you want to have Superintendent Jones answer your question?
Yes, please.
Superintendent Jones.
Would you restate it? I'm sorry. Would you restate it?
So I thought we were voting on just moving this forward to the meeting agenda. Are we going to be making a motion to not do this job and then repost it
Okay,
and
I got
have
it,
this
I got you.
individual? And I
Okay.
mean, because that's the way it should happen.
So.
Or what are we doing?
So Trustee Rutherford chimed in because her thoughts, and I'm not trying to speak for you, but her thoughts were basically still on what her recommendation was. I was answering that if you do vote to approve this, it's different now. It's different. If you approve this stating, the conversation and discussion has been that this could possibly be, and I can't go back to I can't really say exactly what you said, Dr. Joyce, but we can look at this being temporary and, come to non-renewal and determine whether we want to keep the job or not. Trustee Rutherford stated, hey, the duration of the, I would say ESSER funds, and the projects we're having, right? And so I'm just putting the conversation out there to say our dialogue has been different than the posting. Our dialogue has been different than the posting. So as you determine to vote, however you vote as a board, it's going to make a difference for us to not go back and negotiate, but to let the person know here are the conditions of the job, if it's going to be in that manner. That's all I'm saying. In the manner in which Trustee Rutherford had stated. If it's going to be in that manner, then it's different than what we offered.
All right, so clear.
That's all I'm saying.
Point of
Clarification.
information, don't we need
What's
to
your
make
point?
don't we need to make a motion then to change that?
I thought we were
Because-
in a motion.
So
motion
we're in the
what?
motion, Treasurer Luna, the motion on the floor is to approve the facility maintenance manager tonight. That's the motion. That's currently on the
Oh,
floor.
tonight, not
T-
moving forward.
Not moving forward, that's tonight. Okay. I would like to ask make sure I'm in my comment as chair. Mr. Henderson, hypothetically speaking, if you leave, who would take over your position?
Typically, it would be the facilities manager that would roll up to the level.
As
where I
interim?
am. Right.
So, and there's really no one else in FCF staff helping you in that department, per
No,
se?
Correct.
So
There's no one else.
I would ask our board to, we must uplift the conversation on succession planning for certain departments. Because, I go back to the CFO that we formerly had. There was a person who was doing 2 roles. We lost one positions, one person, but 2 positions, because we didn't have a succession planning. So I would, ask the board, okay, are we approving this as in this is going to be a permanent position? I can understand the discussion now. I can understand that. However, what are we doing? What do you want to approve this on an annual basis? That's the motion to approve this on an annual basis, and that means the administration got to contact the person, correct? If somebody make a motion to approve this on an annual basis.
It goes along with the conversation. So we bring non-renewals to you.
Right.
We bring non-renewals to this board, right? So when we talk about non-renewals of staff, other employees that are under the superintendent, we bring those to the board. And so, but when the board make a statement that we can look at this in March, to determine if we want to keep this position, I think that there's going to have to be some more conversation around this in a different set. I just, the way we're presenting this, I don't know that we will get this child filled. And we're back at square one with what you're all saying, that he needs support. We're back at square one. We're going to be back at square one, right? If a person, under the guides of this conversation alone, not a vote, but the conversation, just the conversation alone is stating we're not sure we want to keep this position, right? And so if you approve, this position, under this conversation, I'm saying to you that I would, out of respect of a person that has interviewed and possibly have told their employer that they're going to be going to another opportunity, I just don't think it's fair not to have that conversation with them, to let them know it's possible that this is temporary. So,
All right, so is there a motion on the floor is there a motion that someone want to make to amend the current motion to, I'm gonna do the best I can to try to wrap my head around what was asked, to amend the motion to go back to this person, notify him this could be a annual renewal, on an annual renewal basis. I understand this position could leave at any time. Does that wrap up what you're trying to say, Mr. Jones? Do you have to go back to talk to this person and explain if that's the wish of this board? The board votes
regardless. If the board votes for anything as an approval for this position, I'm going to just do that out of consideration to a person that interviewed for a position that was supposed to be a full-time position that stands.
Okay.
Like any other position that we currently have.
All right.
So if the board votes it down, then the person will know that you're not going to be hired. If the board approves it, I would still have that conversation.
Okay.
Unless the board decides that, no, we're going to hire this person as you asked in seeking the motion.
Okay. All righty. Trustee McNeil, did you want to comment? Okay, so the motion on the floor currently is to approve this position tonight. That's the motion on the floor. So are we ready to vote, or is there any amendments? Okay, seeing none, moving with my colleague, Secretary Perkins.
Wait a minute, you moved a little too fast. I had something to say.
So you
I want to say something.
All right, so Secretary Perkins, go ahead.
Okay, listen, I think that the young man needs help. I'm still voting to have us hire the young man as it is. And if at a later date it's always pink slips and right sizing. So, but I think he needs them. We've already stated that. My position is hiring the man, just like it is on the.
Okay.
That's where I'm at.
I want to remind my colleagues that there's 3 reasons for non-renewals. There's performance, that is restructuring, which the board is allowed to do the restructuring. I think it's income. I can't remember the last one per se. Just want to make that point clear across the floor. Any more discussion before we take a vote to approve this position tonight?
I'd like to call the question.
Okay, Trustee McIntyre.
To clarify, can you please restate the motion and do so, so if we vote to approve this position tonight, does that mean that it's with modifications and qualifications? Or are we, because you said as is. But
Yes.
from what I'm hearing from Superintendent Jones is that in spite of the fact that if we vote as a board, as an entity, to approve the position as is, he is still going to go to this individual and have a conversation with him outside of the directive of the board. If we vote to approve the position as is tonight, without the qualifications, it's not a temporary position. And to have a conversation outside of the board directed, we may have individual opinions and have discussions, but once we vote as a board, we act as a board. So if we approve it, we approve it. And if there's going to be a motion to amend the job description, there has to be a motion to amend the job description. But if we approve it as is, I am very uncomfortable with the fact that you have a superintendent who's gonna go and have a discussion with an individual and say, you could be fired or let go, or it's, the board's not, doing this or that. No, we are a board of 7, and once the vote is taken, if it's in the affirmative, that's the board decision.
I would, so, okay.
So that's
All right, so the motion on the floor that Treasurer Luna made, and it was seconded by Secretary Perkins, was to approve basically as is, right? That's the motion on the floor. I mean, you say yes or no at this point. All righty, Secretary Perkins.
Yes.
Okay, President Clack,
He had a question, didn't
did you have a question, Mr.?
he? Yeah, he been having his hand.
You did have your hand up?
Yeah, you've been had it up forever.
I apologize, I didn't see, I apologize. So is it all right if we, it's up to the body of the pleasure of the board to allow President Clack to comment?
Yes.
Okay, without objection, go ahead, Mr. President, I apologize.
Yes.
Okay. State for me again, one more time.
All right.
Is this temporary, because my hangup
Okay.
is Superintendent Jones not allowed to tell this person who's a human being, probably with the family, that he can't tell them that this job may or may not be temporary? Is that the hangup?
From Trustee McIntyre's standpoint, that's what she has stated. She said that if the board approved something, and the superintendent still goes and talks to the individual and to explain to him, this position could not be here because the board still had reserved that right of resize and restructuring. Because, that was the point made by Trustee McNeil to probably look at it. That was a thought of one trustee to look at it annually, and it was suggested as also by Trustee Relaford that we only use it for a term basis, which is similar to the same thing, but some minor differences. So right now, the motion on the floor is to approve this position as is, which as is means as a permanent position. Motion made by Treasurer Luna, seconded by Secretary Perkins. Is there any discussion?
Just wanted to make sure.
Okay, all right, so Secretary Perkins, you voted yes.
Yes.
Okay, Trustee McIntyre.
Come back to me.
You want me to come back to? Okay, I ain't know we allowed. Trustee McNeil,
Y'all got me so confused.
what'd you say?
She confused.
You confused, Trustee McNeil? You confused? You say yes or no?
Can you come back to me?
All right, you guys. I mean, I didn't say this motion.
Because you're not being clear. I mean,
Okay, is there any objection that we go back so I can explain this one more time, in depth, one more again? If there's any, people want to add on, we be recognized. The motion on the floor that was made by Treasurer Luna and seconded by Secretary Perkins was to approve this position tonight as is. As is, which is permanent. I did say that, yes. Right.
so with no modification, as it was posted. In other words,
Right, as it was
because he applied for the job as it was posted.
As it was posted, yes.
And by our discussion, Mr. Jones said he's gonna talk to him about our discussion. Are you saying that the guy might change his mind if?
The guy's still able to say yes or no.
Oh,
right?
okay.
So,
Okay.
Secretary Perkins.
Mr. Jones, Superintendent Jones, if it's approved as is, you don't have to go to the man, right?
He already.
I'm sure the young man is watching.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because if we approve it, it's permanent the way we said it. That's what I'm asking you.
Okay.
You don't have to go to him.
I'm gonna go ahead and approve it.
I'm sure the young man is watching. There is no need for me to say anything else.
He don't heard all of that.
He's hearing the conversation,
If
so.
it's permanent, you don't have to go to him.
So,
No, miss, no.
okay, thank you.
If that helps.
All right, any more, Secretary Perkins, he said no,
Okay, I
he
got
does
you.
not. So okay, all righty. So we all know that candidates are watching. Boom. Okay. Any more discussion? I hope not, but is there any
You
more
may not
discussion?
hope I do have discussion.
Okay, trustee Rose.
I'm sorry. I mean, first of all, you guys, I get it, y'all confused, but it doesn't, I'm not confused, so I'm good. Now, this position, Pete did this position forever. CMS works hand in hand with the Director of Ancillary and Facilities. They work hand in hand. However, we do not always have all this construction and renovation going on in Flint Community Schools. Therefore, the need for an extra person is there, but it's there for the duration of what's extra. That's all I'm asking. I'm not saying it's not needed, but it's not needed permanently. Because in past practice of this district, that has not been the case. Not standing with past practice gets this district in trouble, you all. So let's continue with what was working, because this right here is different. We are in a different phase of Flint Community Schools. We are doing a lot of renovations and a lot of parking lots. A lot is going on that we need a person to have eyes on. After that's completed, why would we need the person? It's a long game. It's not a short game, you guys. Thank you.
So we still on one thing. I'm sorry, Secretary Perkins.
Well, in that case, if we have the right size and that job has to go, it has to go. But for
Right
now,
now, yes.
I mean,
Okay. So the points is well taken from my colleagues that you at any time you have a right to bring up a discussion item at any time. That's your right. So, but right now, the motion on the floor is, I feel like a broken record, is to approve this position tonight. Okay, we're gonna go roll call. Is there any more discussion before we get back to roll call? All right, no more discussion. Okay, we're gonna go back to voting one more time. Secretary Perkins, are you still gonna consider your yes vote?
Yes.
Yes. Trustee McIntyre, do you still want me to come back to you?
I vote yes.
You vote yes. Okay. Trustee McNeil?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. President Clack?
Yes.
Okay. Trustee Relaford?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Treasurer Luna?
Yes.
Okay. Vice President King, myself, that is a yes. Okay. The motion passes for this position to be approved tonight. Okay. Moving on to paraprofessionals. I'm seeking a motion to approve. What's the pleasure of this body?
So moved.
To make a motion. So Trustee McIntyre is making a motion to approve, supported by President Clack. Okay, any discussions about this one position? Seeing none, moving on to roll call. All right, Treasurer Luna.
Yes.
Okay, Secretary Perkins.
yes.
Trustee McIntyre.
Yes.
Trustee McNeil.
Yes.
President Clack.
Yes.
Trustee Relaford.
Yes.
Myself, Vice President King, yes. All right, motion passes 7-0. I apologize for not saying it the last time. The motion passes for this position. All right, now retirements and resignations. I would entertain that my colleagues do a batch for each position, batch them all together to approve all of these, so we don't have to go step by step as the motion was required.
So moved.
So it was moved to make a batch resolution for these. Is there any support?
I'll support.
Support.
Supported by President Clack. Got you. Okay, any discussion on the batching? Seeing none. Okay, Treasurer Luna.
Yes.
Okay, Trustee Relaford.
Yes.
President Clack.
Yes.
Trustee McNeil.
Yes.
Trustee McIntyre.
Yes.
Secretary Perkins.
Yes.
Myself, Vice President King, is a yes. Okay, now we're moving on. I'm seeking a motion to approve the batch of item G, of resignations.
So moved.
All right, so it's been moved. So the motion from President Clack is to approve as a batch from item G. Is there any support?
Support.
Supported by Secretary Perkins. Roll call. Is there any discussion? Okay, seeing no discussion. Roll call will be Secretary Perkins.
Yes.
Okay, Trustee McIntyre.
Yes.
Okay, Treasurer Luna.
Yes.
President Clack.
Yes.
Trustee Relaford.
Yes.
Trustee McNeil.
Yes.
Okay, Vice President King, myself, yes, motion passes 7-0. Okay, all right. So, moving on to action item 1.4. Turn over Mr. Jones.
I seek a motion in a second from the board to move Resolution 1.4 Insurance Vendor Agreement to the regular board meeting on April 19th.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Support. Yeah.
So it's moved by President Clack to move to the next board meeting, which is next week, supported by Trustee McNeil, right? Okay, any discussion? Seeing no discussion, trustee, McIntyre?
We're voting?
Yes, we're voting.
Yes.
Okay, we're voting, okay. Secretary Perkins?
Yes.
Okay, trustee McNeil?
Yes.
President Clack?
Yes.
Trustee Rutherford?
Yes.
Treasurer Luna?
Yes.
Vice President King, myself, motion passes 7-0. All right, moving on to item item 1.5. Mr. Jones.
Seek a motion and a second from the board to move resolution 1.5, notice of consideration of non-renewal to the regular board meeting on April 19th.
Okay, is there any, is it a motion on the floor?
Yes.
Uh,
I make a motion. to
Okay,
move-
so
move.
Secretary Perkins, make a motion. I'll make sure I'm right. Just tell me if I'm right.
Yes.
Make sure record shows exactly
make
what
a motion, just
Superintendent
what he
Jones said. Okay, is there any support from one of my colleagues?
Support.
Supported by Treasurer Luna. Okay, any discussion on this? Okay, seeing no discussion. Trustee McIntyre?
McIntyre.
We're voting. We're voting on, to move this to the regular board meeting 1.5.
I did have
You
discussion.
did have a discussion. So if there's no objections, we already went to roll call, so if there's no objections, we allow trustee McIntyre to have a discussion.
You're moving real fast.
I'm sorry, you know, it's 10:28. I'm sorry. I apologize. I'll slow down.
Permission?
Yes.
To have the floor?
Yes, you have the floor.
So in our packet, it says performance, and the only question I have is there sufficient documentation to back up this non-renewal that we have? I know that we had some issues last year with the documentation and things like that. I want to make sure that we have all our paperwork. Not that I'm questioning anybody's work or anything like that, but I just want to make sure that we've done due diligence and that everything is okay.
Yes.
Okay.
All righty, any more discussion from my colleagues?
I have discussion.
Okay, trustee Rutherford?
This not where we have 42 students in one class, is it? If it is,
Is it the school?
yeah,
Yes.
okay. I guess for me, you have to provide a person with everything that they need to be successful. And if this administration feels as though they provided everything that this person needed, I'll vote yes. But if not, I'm voting no.
Is that a question, Superintendent Jones?
No, it's no question.
Just a statement?
Just a statement.
Okay, all righty. Any more discussion on this topic here? All righty, we're voting on, the motion is to send this to the regular board meeting 1.5. All right, seeing no discussion. Okay, Treasurer Luna.
Yes.
Okay, trustee Rutherford.
Yes.
President Clack.
Yes.
Trustee McNeil.
Yes.
Trustee McIntyre.
Yes.
Secretary Perkins.
Yes.
Myself, Vice President King, is a yes. Motion passes 7-0. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Jones. I see no further business. I declare the Human Resources Committee of the whole meeting adjourned. Now I turn the floor over to Treasurer Luna of the Finance and Operations Committee of the whole portion of the agenda. The time of adjournment of HR Subcommittee, Committee of the Whole is 10:30 too late, 10:30 p.m. Thank you.
I would like to call the Finance and Operations Subcommittee meeting of the whole to order at 10:30. I will now call upon Superintendent Jones to present action items to the board.
I'm sorry, I was dealing with something. All right. I seek a motion and a second from the board to move resolution 11.14, parking lot renovations, to the regular meeting on April 19th, 2023 for adoption.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Mr.
I make that
King.
motion to the exact words stating of Mr. Jones.
Support.
Mr.
All
Chair.
right, it's been moved by
Sorry.
Vice President King and supported by Secretary Perkins.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I want to simply say parking lot renovations. I'm glad to see that we're doing parking lots. If this board approves this, this has been asked by the community several times. Every time I'm in Walmart or Meijer, when y'all gonna do the parking lots? I got questioned, did you see the potholes today with the rain? Okay, so I'm glad to see that this administration started moving that way. So my question to you, Mr. Henderson, approving this, do we have a timeline in consideration with summer school? And can you explain that process for me, please?
So basically, all of our buildings, we will be looking at those, and it'll be a 4 to 5 week duration at each one as we go through. We will accommodate the summer school schedule, and this will start in about mid-May, and we will finish in the September timeframe. So there will be some disruption to schools, but we will make it work.
Okay, I would like, Mr. Chair, I just want to make it clear on the record that this board is moving on parking lots. If this board
Amen.
approved this. So when I go in the store, hopefully, we can approve it at the next meeting, but we're moving on parking lots, which has been a long waited time. Thank you. I have to be excused.
Trustee McIntyre, go ahead.
Yes, unfortunately, I think I know the answer to this, but I see that it's coming out of the general fund, and there's absolutely no way to use any ESSER dollars, correct?
No way.
All right, I mean, I knew the answer, and I'd just like to point out, this is so necessary, and we've been waiting such a long time, but I would like everyone to just recognize that it's $2,487,350. Absolutely necessary, but this money is coming out of our general fund. And this is what we have to do to maintain the district, to provide the absolute best for our scholars, but I'm just, oh my God, that price tag and coming out of the general fund. Thank you for everyone's due diligence, and I know we're working hard to try to use as much grants and ESSER and all that kind of stuff, so just so the public's aware, I just kind of want to highlight that. look
Yep.
that up. Yep.
And I understand that point, but understand that we have supplanted dollars, which has given us a fund balance. So that's where that will be coming from. Okay. But you're right, it is general fund, but it's, okay.
Trustee Clark. Sorry, were you done?
I am, thank you.
Trustee Clark.
I just have a question. Is this
Trustee
I
Clark,
see these four schools here. Are these the first four? The order of operation for these four? Is it just?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. There's 8 or 9.
I'm
sorry.
It's actually 7.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, 7. I'm sorry. My fault.
You were looking down, I just thought you had the number wrong.
All right, Trustee Rutherford.
Melody, is the word guaranteed and the deadlines? If they do not make their deadline, we get money back? And how soon do they think they'll come back to do any repairs? My hope is 4 years. I know that's asking a lot, but.
So you're asking for a deadline?
Yes, on a parking lot. Once they start, are the contractors providing you a timeline per parking lot, when they're gonna start and when they're gonna end? And if they don't end, we get repayment.
No, ma'am, because it is weather dependent, and that is one thing that we will always have to look at, because if the parking lot becomes super saturated, I cannot put down asphalt over the top of it, or you will have another situation like you have now with potholes and everything. So they're saying 4 to 5 weeks to do each parking lot is what I'm being told.
Okay.
And that's what I'm going with.
I'm with you on that. But if it's something, we can't do anything with Mother Nature. I'm okay with that.
Okay.
But something on them, like their machine don't work or something like that, I need to make sure we get some money back. Okay, when they know we looking for money back, people tend to do what they need to do. And
Okay.
reworks, we need to make sure. I don't need them back. We don't need them back in 6 months.
We did not put liquidated damages into this contract.
We did not?
No, ma'am.
Can I ask you why? You don't have to answer if you don't want to, but I'm gonna ask. Okay, I'll let you go. It's okay. It's okay. No further questions.
Is there any more discussion on this action item?
Yes.
Vice President King.
Quick thing. Could, Mr. Jones, if this is possible, could we get like updates when like properties are finished? So we could spread the good news across our community. Hey, we finished one down, more to go. I would ask that, we do a social media campaign if we will. Flint Schools on the move. We have to advertise the good things that we're doing inside Flint Schools. So I would just, make a suggestion that, the board get a notification of when each parking lot is done, and we'll be moving on next. Or is there, is there a step, we starting with 1 parking lot, 2 parking lot, 3, which one we starting with first and which one we ended with? That, I just want to make sure that we know as we get questions, you know, and wherever we at. Okay, which one y'all starting on first? Okay, when that's going, you know what I mean? So we prepared to answer those questions and don't have to come back to the table. Why is this not done? Just make sure we understand it.
We plan to continue to give you renovation updates as they're happening.
Okay. I just want to make sure. I want to spread the good news of Flint Community Schools. We on the move. Thank you.
All right, I'll just be quick with my discussion. I think it's great. I'm running for the teachers, the parents, the students. I mean, that's like one of the probably top 5 things I hear about the complaints when it comes to our schools is a parking lot. And even the one here, like, what if it's a Sunday and some kid walks by and falls in that hole over there? I mean, that's a huge liability. And to be honest, you know, I kind of had some hesitations with doing some of these schools with the knowledge that we may close some of these schools and being fully transparent, but it's my belief also that while the school's open, we have to take care of them. So I'm all in support of it. All right, seeing no further discussion, the motion to move resolution 11.14 parking lot renovations to the regular meeting for adoption will be conducted by a roll call vote. As I call your name, please say yes or no to approve this motion. Trustee Relaford.
Yes.
Vice President King.
Yes.
President Clack.
Yes.
Secretary Perkins.
Yes.
Trustee McIntyre.
Yes.
Trustee McNeil.
Yes.
Myself, Treasurer Looney, yes. The vote passes 7 yes, 0 no. All right. Mr. Jones, continue.
I seek a motion and a second from the board to move resolution 11.15, approval for Potter Auditorium renovations to the irregular board meeting on April 19,
Mr. Chair?
2023.
I'm sorry. Mr. Chair?
Let me finish it first.
I'm sorry. I'm tired.
Vice
For
President
adoption.
King.
Okay, I want to make a motion to batch 11.15, 11.16 together for approval to move to the next board meeting, please.
Support.
All right, the motion's been properly moved and supported to batch 11.15 and 11.16. The vote now is for the batching. Is there any discussion? All right, when I call your name, oh wait, there was, okay, we're good? All right, so again, I'll restate the motion. The motion was to batch 11.15 and 11.16. When I call your name, please say yes if you support it. Secretary Perkins.
Yes.
Trustee McIntyre.
Yes.
Trustee McNeil.
Yes.
President Clack.
Yes.
Trustee Relaford.
Yes.
Vice President King.
Yes.
And myself, Treasurer Luna, yes. The vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Vice President King.
I'll make a motion to approve the batch resolutions.
Okay, is there a second?
So moved.
All right, the motion has been moved by Vice President King and seconded by Trustee McIntyre to approve these 2 items together, 11.5 and 11.16. Is there any discussion?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I want to highlight the good things we hopefully
All
our
right.
board approved. Is Potter Auditorium renovations, roofing projects for Brownell, Holmes, Durant-Tuuri-Mott. This is the start of something great. I just got to make sure I highlight that, you know, as I go, you know, into the community and see, you know, people ask questions. We on the move. I'm just saying. That's all I had to say. I appreciate it.
Trustee Relaford, you've been recognized.
Can you please have them start with Holmes? Please.
Please.
Please
I'm
have
second the
them
motion.
start with Holmes
Holmes is
and
like.
Brownell,
Right,
please.
those two.
Please.
Because there's
Please.
craters over
I will
there.
come out there with pom-poms, please. Just have them start with Holmes.
Home school, I'm in support of that.
All right. Were there any other trustees looking to speak in? All right. Well, seeing no further discussion, the vote is to approve items 11.15 and 11.16 together as a batch to the full board next week. When I call your name, please say yes in support of the motion. Secretary Perkins.
Yes.
Trustee McIntyre.
Yes.
Trustee McNeil.
Yes.
President Clack.
Yes. Yes.
Trustee Relaford.
Yes.
And Vice President King.
Yes.
And myself, Treasurer Luna, yes. The vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
Thank you. Welcome.
All right, seeing no further business, I declare the Finance and Operations Subcommittee of the Whole meeting adjourned at 10:41. I now turn the floor over to President Clark for the Board Committee of the Whole portion of the agenda.
Okay, I will now call on Superintendent Jones to present action items to the board.
Okay, I seek a motion and a second from the board to move Resolution 21.17, Plante Moran Cresa, consultant for 10-year plan for district to the regular board meeting on April 19th, 2023 for adoption. And before you move forward, I would like to ask Ms. Nicole Blocker from Plante Moran Cresa to come forward, and just in case there are questions. She's still here.
She should have been first. I'm
Thank you,
sorry.
Trooper. Thank you.
That may be asked by board members.
Why didn't she come earlier? I'm sorry.
And board, I don't know if you remember, but she's been before you before.
I don't
Well,
remember.
you would.
Okay,
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah. Thank you, Nicole, for your time.
Good evening.
Good evening.
So I sought the motion, and the motion hasn't been,
So move.
yeah.
Support, I'm sorry.
Mr. Chair,
No, let me do that.
I make a motion to, is it move, you said to the, shucks, I'm sorry. Mr. Jones, did you say
To
to the regular
move, to
meeting?
move it to April 19th, 2023
April
for
19th.
adoption.
I make a motion to move.
Did you not hear
21
me say that?
You said support. That's not a motion.
I make, he was just, I was finna say it. If you stop being so anxious. Go ahead, go.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
make sure I'm clear, right? So when there's a seek of a motion, a member has to say, I move to that, not I support. So that's what I was just saying, I support. I make a motion for it. I apologize if I apologize. I'm human. But that's the motion I want to make, move 21.17 to the regular board meeting, please.
Support. Any discussion? Any discussion?
I don't have any questions, but I do have a comment, Mr. President.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I kind of read through the proposal. I think it's a great thing because we need that data as we make very important decisions. So thank you for doing this for us, assuming we approve it.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, any more discussion?
I
Trustee
am so
McIntyre.
sorry that you had to sit through all of this. We really appreciate your services, and it's always good to see you, and thank you,
Yes.
and thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
Okay, any more? So we're going to conduct the roll call vote. Secretary Perkins,
Yes.
Trustee McIntyre,
Yes.
Trustee McNeil,
Yes.
Vice President King,
Yes?
Trustee Rutherford,
Yes.
Treasurer Luna,
Yes.
myself, President Clark, I vote yes. The motion passes 7-0.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I did not realize that she was sitting out there. I
so
am
sorry.
so sorry.
Yeah.
I apologize.
I saw you.
really, really
Thank
do.
you so much for being patient.
Okay, now this is just for clarity of my own. Do we do the
Teacher appreciation.
teacher appreciation? Okay.
Yes, that's on me.
Right. Superintendent Jones.
Yes, so, before we even have a discussion on this, I'm just gonna pass this around, but I'm going to ask that we not say what's on the document, because we want to, yes, if you decide, I'm passing this around, so you can pass it that way.
Oh.
So if the board decides, now this hasn't been, nothing like this has been done in the district since I've been here. I don't know how long we haven't done anything for teachers from the district. These are just two options that we put together. The board, if you are okay with one, or if you say, hey, let's do both, I mean, I would love to do both, but I do understand, you know, the cost that it will cost us, and no, we cannot use any restricted funds to do this, but we haven't done anything from the district to our teachers in a very long time for teacher appreciation. And so I didn't put this on as me seeking a motion, because I wanted to respect you enough to talk about it, because we haven't done it.
Okay.
And so I did, you know, there are buildings that do some things or whatever they can come up with, but as a district, we haven't done anything. So these are just two things that we've talked about that we think we could do for staff if it was something that a board member can make a motion on. Or if you say we can do B, or if you say let's do something different, at least we're having the conversation.
Mr. Chair,
Vice President King.
I make a motion to do both option A and option B.
Support.
Support.
Okay, let's do a roll call vote. Oh, I'm sorry. Is there any more, any discussions? Trustee McIntyre.
Yeah, it's just my personal opinion. I'm just not a big fan of option A. I honestly would rather have those funds go to something more useful. More celebratory. It's my own personal opinion, but if everybody wants that, if that's like a adequate sort of compensation, I mean, I have so many of those things, it's like I said, it's just personal. So I would be up for voting for both of them monetarily. I don't have any problem with that, but perhaps that 8,500 could be, I mean, maybe we could have a better luncheon or celebratory or something, with that money. I think it might be more appreciated.
Mr. Chair,
Vice President King.
one thing I would,
Just don't say what's on here.
Did I do okay?
No, you did fine.
Okay.
You didn't say.
Yeah.
okay, I would ask our board that, after this one, we can really huddle and, how can we show district appreciation in the future and more, extensively, so we are prepared, next time way earlier ahead of time, so we know our plan for our FCF staff. I would just, entertain that, when you think about that. That's it for me.
Okay, Trustee Rutherford.
This is right up my alley. Ooh, this right up my alley.
I know what you mean.
If y'all get two options, the kids get two options. The kids get to go to Washington, D.C., and the babies get to go to the prom, and we pay for their transportation. Because we can't do one for one and one not for the other.
I like that.
I think that'll make all of us happy. Because I can't see you taking care of one child and not the other child. We need both of them to be singing together, saying happy day.
Yeah.
Is that a motion?
Yes, I make the motion that what I said happened. I make the motion that the babies get to go to Washington, D.C., and that the seniors get help for their prom. I talked to Mr. O. So I make a motion that the district support both of those.
Second.
I got a discussion, Mr. Chair.
Sure.
I'm sorry.
Point of order.
We in the motion.
We're in the middle of a motion, correct? So
You
Right.
made it, didn't you make a
Oh, yeah, I made a motion. It was
motion?
supported already.
we're in discussion about,
Yes.
The thing.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Okay.
Yeah.
So,
I know we're getting excited, but.
Oh, it ain't gonna change.
Okay, so we're still in discussion, correct? Treasurer Luna?
Yeah, I'll be quick. I'm down for both of these options. I think it makes sense to show appreciation in March during that very important month. And
May.
this isn't to sound so pandering, but it's true. We got to improve their pay to appreciate them. So that's my comment.
I agree. Any more discussion? Any more discussion? Okay, so we going,
Do we do amendment to the motion, or do we wait?
was there an amendment?
so,
Oh,
Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So we was already in motion for that one, but we are going to those two afterwards.
Right,
So-
so we're voting
Do the
on
vote.
Okay.
Yeah.
the thing first. Okay.
So I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
So do y'all want option A?
We're
doing
doing
both.
A.
There was
doing
A and
both.
B.
A and
I mean,
B.
but you want the specifics of option A for real?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay, all right, I'm just,
Leave it alone. Leave it
no, that's, I'm just.
we handling business here. We
Okay,
handling business.
all right, okay.
Okay.
Won't he do it?
All right.
Yes, they will.
Time to vote, come on.
Yeah, I thought there was
Okay.
a thing. Okay, so we'll conduct a roll call vote. Secretary Perkins.
Yes.
Trustee McIntyre.
Yes.
Trustee McNeil.
Yes.
Vice President King.
Yes.
Trustee Rutherford.
Yes.
Treasurer Luna.
Yes.
Myself, President Clark, I vote yes, so it passes 7-0.
Mr. President, could you just restate the motion we just voted on
That we just voted on?
and approved?
To approve option A and B for the teacher appreciation.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I make a motion that the board approve that the children go to Washington DC, and also we assist the seniors on their senior prom.
Support.
Support.
Okay.
I have a question about that.
Is there is discussion? Vice President King?
Yes. So with the DC trip, okay, how many people are going?
That's being worked out. The pack, you can have, I'll make sure you get the packet.
Wait,
It's not costing the district one dime.
well, I remember, okay.
Okay.
I remember talking to Assistant Superintendent Murphy, if that's okay.
We need to support it that they can go. We can work all that
I-
out. That's all I'm
still-
asking,
I'm
sir.
still
Okay.
You can
finishing my
ask your
questions.
question.
You know, I'm gonna ask my questions. Everybody know that one. I remember we had talked about before that you had got funding for them to go, right?
No, the teacher got it.
There's some allowability and some funding for them to go. So there's already, so we need to approve to use that fund, right?
It's not the district's money.
Who money is it?
You need to ask the person that
Okay,
did
so
it.
who money is, I'm confused.
We're not there yet. We need to approve this, sir.
Right, I wanna know, what am I improving and what's the
You approving them to
intricacy?
go.
I know what I know.
That's
what the
all we
motion
asking.
was.
We
No.
want them to be able to go.
Mr. Chair, I'm gonna ask my question.
We're
If I
in
don't get-
discussion, right?
If I don't get answers to my
Just one
questions,
vote.
I would
Go
tell you,
ahead.
I will vote no.
Okay.
Because I don't understand it.
Okay.
So, I'm asking, so our assistant superintendent said that we need to approve it to use that fund. That's what you're saying? We need approval from the board to use that fund from the state. We need approval from the state and the board. And when are they going? Do anybody know when they're going?
That was my question. When is the trip?
Tentatively, it's set for July. They're working, again, this is, can I pause? The purpose of this is Ms. Pascal, been working on this since November. I learned about this from Assistant Superintendent Murphy in, I want to say February. They were working on it. She sent me an email telling me there were some hurdles. I said, oh, these are doable. So when the team got together, you know what? I don't want to speak for Ms. Pascal and her team. I would like for them to come and speak too, because I wasn't there, but I'm in full support of it. And the reason why I know who Ms. Pascal is, because she's been doing all the work since November. And I just want these kids to be able to go to Washington, D.C. We have had children from this district go to Washington, D.C. several times at Carpenter Road Elementary. So this is nothing new to the district. So we're all about the kids. Now, if we just approve something for other people, I have yet to see one resolution directly affecting the students since I've been on this board. And that's a problem to me, because everybody up here is saying they're here for the students. I need you to show it. Thank you.
Any more discussion? Trustee McIntyre?
So I'm not disputing, through to the president, through to trustee Relaford, I'm not disputing that. I have questions about what does it mean to, okay, so go to Washington, and then, what was the second part?
Prom.
Oh, the proms. This, what had happened, I talked with Mr. O at Southwestern. The seniors have agreed, they're having their prom at the Hyatt, but they want to have a parade, you know, where they drive up in their fancy cars and everybody get to see them. But as you know, there's construction going on downtown. So, at the Hilton, yup, at the Hilton. And so what they proposed to do, which was another added cost, they raised their own money, but this is an added cost because they want to do the parade at the school and get on the bus, and the bus transport them downtown due to parking.
So you're requesting that
That we assist in that
we
portion
get
right there,
that?
yes.
Okay,
So I
okay.
think that looked like maybe $7,500 that they're asking for.
So,
Because I was like, where are they going? Okay.
That was for the transportation and
Okay,
stuff.
okay.
Okay. Go
Mr.
ahead.
Jones?
what I know about the prom is that it's already a PO. I don't.
That's added. Because of the construction. Because they were gonna go downtown, but I don't know if you've been downtown, but they're tearing it up.
I do
In
understand
all
that.
those cars, and they wanna have a parade. They called what do you say, a senior parade, where all the families come and watch them walk in. And that's not possible downtown with all the traffic.
Okay.
So that's why they want to have it at the school and then transport them over to the Hilton. Are y'all following me? Y'all looking like...
Yes, we follow you. We follow you.
Oh, I'm sorry. It just happened the other day. I'm sorry, sir.
Okay, I'm just not aware.
That's okay. I got you. You know, you my one employee. We got our one employee. We got you.
Any more discussion? I'm sorry, were you done, Trustee Rutherford?
I'm done. Yes, I'm.
Vice President King, looked like you wanted to say something.
I do. So, we approved this for DC trip, all for it, in July, right? How many kids are in 8th grade? Like 100 and something, right? I gotta pull it up.
It's 100, like 140, 144, something around that.
144? Okay, I'm not worried about costs. I mean,
In 8th grade at Holmes.
8th grade at home.
We're not talking about, it's 8th grade at home.
Okay, so I want to know, like, do they have 114 flights, seats for that? Like,
You ain't been on the plane.
right, but do you now understand that, seats to get taken up constantly? I mean,
That's why we need you to approve it so they can do what they need to do.
Right,
sir.
I get that. I'm still going to ask questions that I need answers to that I'm not understanding. So, July is the day they're supposed to go. And now,
Estimate.
we,
I just wish you, because she needs to be able to explain that to you, sir. Because you can have all your answers.
my issue is, the funnel, how it's supposed to go, the chain of command part, I'm looking for
Chain of
more
command, what are you
information
talking
from
about?
our superintendent in this area. Because these things kind of, she like worked out all the way. I'm for it, I mean, 100%, but I just want to make sure that we felt like what, I'm looking for it. I'm looking for, how is this done? Okay, well, how is this gonna be? Are they taking flights, buses, what are they doing? I don't know that right now.
Okay, you won vote. Let's go.
I know how many votes I am. I'm just gonna ask for questions, so I'm
Okay.
doing my due diligence as a representative of this board. I vote my conscience, simple.
Ooh, we good with that.
So, if I may,
Yes.
Go ahead, I'm sorry, Mr. Jones, I'm sorry.
So I've had one opportunity to meet with the Holmes team, and this was yesterday. And I listened, and I asked the principal to send me a final, as he speaks to his team, of what they're trying to do, because the principal and assistant principal doesn't believe that they need to take this trip this year. The teachers, there was 2 teachers that do believe that they are ready to take this trip. The issue that I'm having is that we have a school of leaders and teachers that are not on the same page, and we're talking about taking 144 8th graders out of town. I just haven't heard the logistics to be able to say, okay, let's go, let's do it. So if the board votes, we still have to get logistics. We still have to ensure that we have enough chaperones. I haven't heard that conversation. There's a lot that I haven't heard as the superintendent. So I'm gonna be responsible at the end of the day if these babies leave here and this is not right. And so just, you all just voting on it and saying, do it, there's a lot that's gonna go. I'm not saying we don't want kids to go. I've never said that. I never said that. I only had one conversation. So I don't know that all of these things, and you're saying let's all talk to have the teachers come, but they have school leaders as well currently, and so they're not on the same page.
So the kids go suffer because they're not on the same page?
I don't want the students to suffer. However, I would rather that we are on the same page and we know that safety has been our top priority for scholars that may have never been on a plane, going to Washington. I just don't know everything. That's all I'm saying. As superintendent, if you want me to say, hey, let's do this, I don't know everything. And I don't know everything about the prom, but I'm sure we're gonna have a prom. But I don't know everything about these 2 items, and I'm for it, but I'm not for it in the current condition we're in. That's all I'm saying. I'm not against us going to Washington, not against the prom. I just don't know a lot of these details, and you just said it happened the other day, so.
I guess for me, Murphy, Superintendent Murphy, She has been involved in this, and I have sent emails to everyone that this is not new. Now, if we can go to Florida,
Say that.
why the kids can't go to Washington, D.C.? We have teachers who are professionals who love these kids. I believe her. If they say they can make this happen, I believe them because they care about our kids. Even though they get treated like crap and they feel like if they say something, it's gonna be repercussions. But like I told them, don't worry about it. I would definitely support you on this, and I don't have a problem. Now, this is the letter that Ms. Pascal sent to me. Ms. Rutherford, I am sorry to report that the meeting went terrible. Per Mr. Jones, we are definitely not going. He instructed Mr. Henwood to send something to me in writing, finalizing the decision. I have not received that document yet, but when I do, I will forward it on to you. In addition, Mr. Jones expressed his concerns and disapproval about you contacting me. He said it was inappropriate and not how things are supposed to be done. He also said he was going to be reaching out to you. So that's why I'm sitting by. About the issue, I am so sorry about this. I was afraid this might happen. This meeting was somewhat a surprise to me. I had a few hours advance notice and had no idea until right before the Zoom meeting actually started that Mr. Jones was scheduled to participate. I was instantly worried. When he started talking, it became obvious to me that he had not read the proposal or any of the numerous communication I had prior with Mr. Henwood, Ms. Moore, Ms. Murphy, or the close-up organization. In fact, he had to ask what the close-up organization was. Many of his concerns had already been worked out and addressed in the proposal, which is a work and draft document. It was embarrassing and humiliating for me and became crystal clear that his mind had already been made up. I cannot believe that Mr. Jones did not have enough respect for me and my effort to even read the proposal before showing up to that meeting to criticize it. The meeting felt like an ambush, and all who attended, Mr. Henwood, Ms. Moore, Ms. Murphy, and some other lady, I don't know, came up with every lame excuse in the book to sideline this trip. However, it hasn't always been that way. There have also been plenty of instances where the administration have publicly supported this trip too. This is why I was able to get so far in the planning process. It no longer appears to be self-serving. That's why I believe it's a final decision time. I want to thank you for all your support. Getting to know you has been a real blessing. It is people like you that give me hope that I can make it another day as a Flint Community School teacher.
Oh.
Miss Stephanie Pascal, 8th grade teacher at Holmes.
Mr. President?
Vice President King.
I'm concerned that we are getting in the weeds a lot. Say that. Because from training, we in the helicopter. We don't go down the ladder all the time. That's what we have a superintendent for, that's from training. They gave us a helicopter, the board looking over the forest per se. The ladder, superintendent climbs the ladder. He gets from the board what the board would like. Then he comes down, disseminate. But board members should not be going up and down the ladder talking to them. We are not a complaint department, and I'm kind of concerned about that because now I feel like, more teachers will come to us and complain, and rightfully so, I understand that, but there are also procedures and protocols in place that, teachers are able to file a grievance or talk to their union representation, but I'm concerned if this is like what we're precedent that we're doing, this is putting us as a complaint department constantly. That's not our role. I mean, honestly, that's not our role. I can understand, taking care of our scholars 100%, but there's some things, there is a clear, fine line that superintendent does, the board does. But I understand, we want to support our scholars. I get that 100%, but the process is what's concerning to me. That's me. Thank you.
Can I respond to him?
Trustee Rutherford.
Sir, with all due respect, I was not involved in this. I was in support of this. And when I realized that my my position as a board was needed, I stepped forward. But my concern is the same shared with you, showing a picture that does not belong to Flint Community Schools.
What picture?
That picture that you got from somebody, because Flint Community Schools draft of Central does not look like that. However, we all can take this offline, but what's important to me is these kids be treated just like everyone else.
Vice President, I'm sorry, Treasurer Luna.
Yeah, I think we've done a lot for kids in these 4 months as a body. So I wouldn't say this. Oh, sorry. Is that better? I think this body has done a lot to support kids in the last 4 months since 5 out of 7 of us have gotten put on this body. So voting for this is not the first time we've not put students first or done things for them. But more importantly, my strong belief is I approach this work as a member of a governance body. It just makes me so incredibly uncomfortable how a well-intentioned thing to support students, how we're going about it right now as a body, and it doesn't seem right. I taught for almost 5 years. I'm not gonna email my board member to get involved in this kind of minuscule stuff. It's just not right, in my opinion. We can support students and staff, but there's a way of going about communicating it. And I'll say this, my colleague always says it, people don't leave bad jobs, they leave bad bosses, and it's so inappropriate to read an email like that in public when it involves a subordinate and our only employee, and that's my opinion.
She asked me to, sir.
Any more discussion?
Absolutely.
Mr. Jones.
Most of what I just heard is incorrect. It was incorrect. Some of what I stated is correct because the only reason the superintendent got involved is because there was conversation of a board member being involved in this trip when it was a decision of the school that they weren't going to do this. And so I said, well, wait a minute, why is a board member involved? What is the problem? This is a school trip. And if you all are not ready to go, let's discuss it. This was me yesterday. I was invited a couple days ago. I'm on the same invite as the teacher is on. I've been on that invite for a couple days. I don't know when you sent it, Ms. Kiana, but I've been on the same invite that the teacher was on, so we all get the same invite. There's no different invite to a Zoom. It's all the same Zoom. So that statement is incorrect. I did state it's inappropriate based on what she was saying as the teacher about being pushed around like a soccer ball from not only the board member but others that were involved. I stated to her it's inappropriate for you to be talking to a board member about this trip when you should be talking to your principal. That's what I stated, and I stand by that because this is something that the school needs to decide and get on the same page for. Now, that's what I left that meeting stating. Let's get, Mr. Henwood, oops, sorry, forgive me, I'm sorry. Let's get on the same page, and you all let me know what the final decision is. So all of the conversation is not true. I don't want to go back and forth with a teacher on this because that's not how that goes. But I am in support of our scholars having a prom and going to Washington as long as we understand the logistics and it's safe. We have all kind of issues that happen in our schools, all right? Safety issues. I dare not send my child or anyone else's away and we don't have it together. That's all this is. This is not trying to stop what you're saying, Trustee Relaford, not at all. This is logistically not together. That's why you have two administrators from the building saying, we're not ready, and they're not ready. And so that's why the superintendent stated, I can't support being responsible if we're not ready. And we're currently not ready, in my opinion, for it to come to you, because it's not right at the school level. So if you go ahead and vote for it, the board, you go ahead and vote for it. But it's not right yet. That's all I'm saying to you. It's not right yet.
I got a question.
Secretary Perkins.
I want to know if there's enough lead time to get this done before the trip. That's one thing. And of course, we have to have permission slips. Are any parents volunteering to go? You know, insurance, of course, and all of those things, so.
I can't answer that.
Mhm.
I can't answer that.
Are those any questions that you asked the teachers?
Assistant Superintendent, I'm sorry, I talked over you, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Have any of those things took place, or do we know?
There's only drafts.
Can you give her a microphone? Thank you.
And I understand the teacher wanted to share that information. There was a lot of information that was not shared that is inaccurate. My stance was, how can we do this, and always, how can I pay for it in a grant, right? That's my motivation every single day. But it has to be compliant because we're audited. And so there has to be criteria set. So when I started, they were planning in November, I didn't have knowledge of it at all. So I said, well, how are you even paying for it? There wasn't any plan on how to procure this opportunity for scholars, even though they were planning in the absence of that. So I came in trying to understand, how were you even planning to do this? This was not initiated properly in the beginning. So I didn't know anything about this until the winter months. And so me being who I am, and my role in the district was, okay, I love it, let's figure it out. But the details, as now, because now I have to be in the details because I have to make sure this is federally compliant, the details are not as clear as they need to be. And so even though I took the extra effort to go over and meet with those teachers to understand the plan, I brought in their administrators to say, are you all aware of this? Was this communicated with scholars in advance? Was the criteria communicated with families? Where is the documentation? So I'm checking boxes that are not ready to be checked. And so I went over there to say, okay, let's see what we can do to get this executed. I asked for some specific information from the school team. I gave them a deadline. I didn't receive it. I reached out via email asking again, hey, do you have it? Because I have to prepare a budget for this. The teacher responded to me, I don't have it, just forget about it. Then I received an email from Trustee Rutherford. And then the teacher sent an email during spring break explaining how she was back in. This is not how I do business. So that is the situation with this trip, which prompted the meeting on yesterday to say, we have to bring everybody together because this story continues to change based on who's in the conversation.
So, Ms. Murphy, in your
Wait a minute.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Were you done, Ms. Murphy? Okay, Secretary Perkins, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. So in your expert opinion, is there enough lead time for you all to come together and get this together before the trip is supposed to take place?
I lost 2 weeks when the teacher told me 2 weeks ago, forget about it, okay? So that was significant time that I needed because I was clear about my role in making this happen, which I bulleted to the teacher and also shared with the trustee because I knew I had some responsibility if I was gonna help them get this across the finish line, which was my only intent. So when the teacher communicated to me, forget about it, I lost 2 weeks of time. So when we met yesterday, I am challenged with the timeline because there's those hurdles still exist for me. So at this point, I was waiting to get the response from the building to see truly how many scholars are going to participate in this and if we can truly execute this. I'm challenged by the timeline. That's my truth.
Trustee.
I guess
I'm sorry,
what's
Trustee
baffling
Rutherford.
me is Ancestry. Did she get a grant that covers all of this?
No, and that's, I hate that you're getting partial information.
I'm gonna be honest with you all. Miss Pascal is on my phone. I would just like for her to come with her proposal because it seems like something's not accurate right here. And I'm not gonna say you're not telling the truth, but I have some concerns about what you're saying because of the emails. Because the email you sent me were simple hurdles, and I believe I shared those with my trustees. So hearing what you're saying today was not what you put in the emails. But I'm willing to take this offline. But what's important to me is that these kids get a chance to go to Washington, D.C. These 8th graders, not 2 years from now 8th graders. If they gotta go in September, they can go in September because she's working with a travel agent. I'm done. But we can go to Florida without a problem, but the kids can't go to Washington, D.C. Y'all should be ashamed of yourself. Make it work. Do what you need to do. Help them out. That's what you paid for. Without these kids, you wouldn't have a job. Make it work. It's not fair. It's not.
Trustee McNeil.
I would like to see this happen, and it doesn't have to happen in June or July because it's going to take time. But sitting on this board for the last 3 years is the first time that I have seen an opportunity where it involves scholar. I have seen people come in and out of this district, take money from this district, do what they want to do, get raises, do everything. But when it comes to these scholars, it's a hiccup, and those are good hiccups, and some of them are bad hiccups. I don't think it's nothing impossible to do. It's time that we call them scholar, but we treat them less than, I don't even know what to say. Give them an opportunity. Let's give them an opportunity, see how it works, see how it would go. It doesn't have to be in June, which is a tight schedule, but if the children wants to do this and the teachers are inspired about doing it, let's make the sacrifice and see can it happen. That's a big request for this district. That's my question.
Any more discussion? Secretary Perkins.
I guess that's why I kept asking about the timeline. I've witnessed children taking trips, to Washington actually in the past. I know it can be done, but that's why I keep going back to the timeline. So I'm with Sister Rutherford and Sister McNeil, Dr. McNeil, and Trustee Rutherford, I'm sorry.
You okay?
And I trust, the teachers, I trust the staff. I'm saying, let's work together and get it done, because I think they deserve to go. And then it'll inspire even the other students that can't go, looking on, watching them go. And when they come back all fired up, with whatever they're going to do in Washington, I think it'll just spread and make a big difference. And so you just got to do some stuff. So that's where I'm at.
Trustee McIntyre.
I don't even know where to begin. This is something. But just to try to be short and succinct, I'm hearing a lot for the first time, trying to process information. But what I want at the end of the day is I think we've got two things here. The prom, I was hoping that maybe we could separate the prom in Washington. That way we can just to expedite the process. I think we need to do everything that we can in our power, and maybe outside of our power, to move mountains to make this happen. I don't know what the solution is or how we're gonna get this done, but we have to have the will to get this done. I often heard this referred to as the administrative won't. Now, I'm not talking about your administration, it's just in general, like, civil government and things like that, that you just reach roadblocks because of process and procedure, and it just comes to a grinding halt, and it's very easy to get into a state of inertia. It's easy to come up with reasons why you can't do something than reasons why you can. And I'm saying hypothetical, not that this is in this situation. But what I really hope and desire for this district is that this is exciting. What can we do to make this happen? I mean, I understand the timeline. I know that other schools prepare years in advance for these kind of, for trips to Mackinac and Washington, and it's, there's a system in place and there's a structure in place, but we're Flint. As Trustee Luna so eloquently put earlier in the meeting, we've been through a water crisis. Our kids deserve more. Our kids deserve, what can we do right now with these kids to make this happen? So I'm willing to do anything, and in my power as a trustee, as a community activist, as a mother, as a Flint resident, let's do this. Let's try to go against the odds and get this done. I understand, it sounds like there's some hard feelings, like this has gotta stop. This is like who's in charge, who gets to speak first, the chain of command, the proper way of going, insubordination. I'm tired of these internal politics. At the end of the day, I want the kids to be able to go to Washington, D.C. I want to set a precedent so that it becomes something that happens every year that people can look forward to. And in line with that, this isn't the time or the place for it, but I would like to make a motion eventually to bring back the IB program, the dual enrollment program, and our AP classes and all of our special programs that got cut when we were under the SIG, the school improvement grant, that never got explained to me why those were cut when we had extra money to actually support programs like that. So eventually, I'd like to bring that back, why we don't have an IG program or a dual enrollment, because it's criminal. It's shameful and it's criminal. So I guess I'm not sure where to go with this in the board. This is kind of like uncharted territory, unprecedented, because we know what our tasks are as board members. We know what we're supposed to do in a traditional board, as traditional public servants and elected officials, but this is not traditional times. We're going into year, 9, 10 of the water crisis? 9. We are a singularly unique district. So let's do this, let's find a way, let's think outside the box, and no hard feelings, apologies to anyone who feels like they've, their feet got stuck. Let's just, what can we do? Let's move this forward. I guess maybe we can have another discussion, we can brainstorm, maybe bring in other partners, let's do this.
Any more discussion?
Mr. Chair,
Vice President King.
I make a motion to amend the current motion to separate the Washington, D.C. trip from the prom, for the senior prom.
Okay. Any support?
Support.
Okay. Any discussion?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
I make that motion to, I'll be honest with you, The DC trip, as a former, recent high school grad, I was able to see my peers go to Washington, 100%. So when I was in high school, which was not too long ago, so when I say this is current things, that the children fundraised, but this was planned like literally during summer months, all the way into the whole calendar year. So when things were planned. And I disagree with how the process has been done, so I will be voting no based on the process, not on giving our scholars what was needed. But I think the board elevated a higher conversation. We're giving 1 8th grade a DC trip. But then what about other things? This is where budgeting come in, that we need to allocate certain funds where we, in our general fund, to do these kind of activities. Like, let's do that for that, but, or where we can find extra, funds to do that in grants. But that's why I raised that question, that motion up. And I'm putting on the record why I'm voting no exactly for the DC trip, but I'll be voting yes for the prom. Thank you.
Okay. Did you have anything to say, Trustee?
It just baffles me to just hear all these excuses why these kids can't go, but you approve of the order of some clear backpacks for $36,000 for kids, but you got 1,000 questions. I needed them 1,000 questions when them clear backpacks was ordered without the approval of the board. I just want this to be fair across the board. That's the issue right here. Why do we have to have a discussion to approve our kids to go somewhere? Ms. Pascal has a proposal. Your questions that you have, statements that's been made, allow her proposal to answer them. That's it. And I've said it time and time again, the questions that you have would have been irrelevant had you said, I'd like to hear from who put it together. I'm sorry the administration didn't put it together. But there was a conversation with the school, with the administration at the school. Sir, in the emails that's been going back and forth with Ms. Murphy, I'm confused to what she's saying, because that wasn't in the hurdles that she shared with me. It wasn't. They were doable. So I'm just asking this board, because Superintendent Jones said no yesterday, and I want them to be able to go, period. That's all I'm saying. If we can go to Florida, why can't these kids go to DC? It's the nation capital. I'm trying to figure out. It's not a luxury trip. It's educational. Help me.
I think we're just, I'm sorry, I didn't.
No, you fine, because I got a comment I want to make too, but go ahead, Trustee McIntyre.
So I have a question. Is it true that the backpacks were ordered even though the board voted? Did we get backpacks even though the board voted it down?
Yes.
And I thought, correct me if I'm wrong, but Superintendent Jones, you said that they had been returned and we got our money back. Trustee Perkins asked you directly, and you said that they'd been returned and we'd been refunded.
That's correct. She's just referring back to me. I don't think you're saying we have backpacks.
Oh, I would like to see the receipt. I would like to see the invoice that we got credit back. Because honestly, I don't trust you all. Let me just let you know. If I don't have documentation in my hand, I do not believe anything I hear.
Are there clear backpacks in the schools?
I was told they were delivered by FedEx today.
Today.
Okay, wait a minute.
But nonetheless, that's my concern. We have 1,000 questions to approve these kids to go to Washington, D.C., but there was not one question about backpacks. And when I hear the trustee say, well, her reason was good enough for me, but you're not the board. So we just need to stop this right now. We airing our dirty laundry. I'm sorry, but we got to get this. I just need them to know I'm not going for this anymore.
Okay.
I haven't seen one resolution for kids. I need to see a resolution for the students. You want to build a building, you want to do renovations. Can we build some kids first? Is that too much to ask? And teachers, you want to do something for them, but what about the kids? So when I hear questions, I need questions to coincide with what you saying and what you doing. I'm done for the night.
I have have a question.
Okay,
So the motion's on the floor to separate the two proposals. My question through the president to Trustee Relaford, is that something that you want to do, or do you want to keep them together?
You can separate them. I'm okay with it. I'm okay with you separating them.
Okay.
okay, well, seeing this,
Is there a motion on the?
I didn't recognize you.
No, I'm asking some motion. What that motion?
No,
There is a
no,
motion
we're
on the floor.
discussing.
There is a motion on.
Yeah, we're in discussion for that motion.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so.
You know what? I'm sorry. I don't want them separated. No, I want to make one vote. I don't want to, I'm sorry, y'all, forgive me. No. I want them to stay together because they dealing with our kids. I'm not separating them. No,
So we still discussing.
Okay,
we're still in discussion.
let me go ahead and say my piece real quick.
Sorry.
Then I speak
As a-
when you're done. As I speak when you're
Yeah. So, as a product of the Flint Community Schools, I went on this trip in the 9th grade to Washington, D.C. At the time, I'm not going to tell my age, but at the time, we all did, I think. I'm sorry.
It's late.
Yeah, I'm sorry. So, as a graduate of Flint Southwestern Academy, we went on this same trip to Washington, D.C. So I'm in full support of the trip, as long as everything is in place.
Yes.
We cannot let anything happen to our kids because we are not taking all the steps. So I want this to be said on the record that I am in full support of the trip to Washington, D.C. Our kids need exposure.
Yes.
They need to see new things.
Yes.
So I'm in full support. If everything can be put in place by July, you know, I know that's kind of pushing because Assistant Superintendent said that she lost a few weeks because of, you know, the debacle or whatnot, the misunderstanding, let me say. So I will just say I'm in full support of, definitely the support of the prom, and I'm in full support of the DC trip if we get everything done correctly.
I think we all there.
Mr. President, sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, yeah, she was next.
Thank you very much. I am very support of the prom and the DC trip. 7 board members, when we went to Orlando, we didn't blink an eye. The only thing you had to do was get classes 101 through 109 done to be eligible to take that trip. And I believe most of you done it. And those 9 classes was close to $900 per person. The trip costs about $40-some thousand for us to go and to learn to be better people, better person towards each other and policy. And we didn't blink an eye. We paid for it and didn't think nothing of it. I'm gonna support this. We're gonna work with them until it get right, until it get done. We might not make it in June, we may not make it in July, but I believe they're going to DC if we have worked together collectively and make that happen. I would love to see the Southwestern be downtown in our city, enjoying their prom, and I'm going to be there myself to help. If I have to chaperone, I make sure that I'm there to help chaperone when they go to DC. For once in our life, we're going to make this work. And it can work if we put our heads together. And I'm just tired of it. I've been in the school district probably longer than anybody. And it's just their time now, and the money is there, and the desire is there. So I support both of them on the same vote. Thank you.
Mr. President.
Okay, I'm sorry, Trustee Luna.
Could you restate the motion?
The motion was to separate the Washington DC trip and the prom. Okay, so we ready to take a roll call vote? Okay, Secretary Perkins.
No. I want them together.
Okay. Assistant Secretary Treasurer McIntyre.
No, keep them together.
Okay, Trustee McNeil.
No, keep them together.
Vice President King.
Yes.
Okay. Trustee Relaford.
No.
Treasurer Luna.
Yes.
And myself, President Clack.
You know you want them babies to go.
This is to separate.
This is and here's the thing, because y'all.
You just need to vote, it's late. Just
I
vote.
understand that.
Just
but
vote, please.
Here, okay.
You know you want them babies.
I wasn't done thinking yet. I'm gonna vote no to separate, just be,
We're gonna work it out.
It's okay.
I don't wanna, it's.
We moving forward, you know, it didn't pass, so let's go next.
Thank you, President, we're gonna work it out.
Yeah, we'll work it out.
We're gonna work this out.
Okay, just call the vote. Let's go.
Point of order.
I'm
We're
sorry.
in a vote,
Oh,
no
okay.
discussion.
No, I
This
wasn't
is
discussing,
vote.
I'm sorry, I just had to, because if one doesn't go with the other, then.
You're good.
Just come
1,
on.
2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, the vote,
Fine, no, 2.
5 no, 2 yes, to separate.
Right, it lost.
So they're gonna stay together.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. All right. 5,
No, Paul, go to that.
2 to 5, I'm sorry.
Can we take a?
Do
I call for a short recess.
Wanna take a short recess?
Oh, gotta take a recess.
Ready to go home.
I am too.
We need to vote.
Mr. Chair, we still in discussion.
No, we
We
done.
did, we did
We
5, it was
done.
2 to 5.
We have voted to.
To separate.
Not to separate.
Okay, so now we're gonna vote for the actual.
Right.
For the actual prom /
Yeah.
DC
Correct.
trip.
Mr.
Okay, yes, sir.
I want to make sure I say it on the record. I'll be voting no for this because of the process and the roles and responsibilities of how things are supposed to go. Thank you.
Yeah, I have discussion too.
Treasurer Luna.
I guess I'll be the last person to say that I support kids to go to DC, because who doesn't do that? I mean, we're all educators in our education, but again, I'll be a no in the process as well. I've coached kids, I've been in a classroom of 37 students. I think it's great we're voting, they're discussing to support our kids to go to this trip in June. There's so many things wrong with how it's quickly it can go. And I don't want to put a kid or a parent in a situation where their kid's in harm's way or safety. When it comes to the backpacks, I'll vote the same way 1,000 times. I feel it was the right decision, but we're on this right now, so I go to this. I'm voting no for the process because we have to do this correctly. I've planned trips to the teacher, as a coach, as a big brother. We got to do it correctly. If one kid, if there's an issue with the kid there, there's not enough chaperones, or there's some issue with safety, guess what? It comes in this board. I'll be real with y'all. It's public. It's easy for us to do this because we're not the ones implemented it. And that's real. That's my comment.
Okay, so now we are voting on the actual
Prom.
DC trip / prom.
Yes.
Okay, Secretary Perkins.
Yes.
Assistant Secretary Treasurer McIntyre.
Yes.
Trustee McNeil.
Yes.
Vice President King.
No.
Trustee Relaford.
Yes.
Treasurer Luna.
No.
Okay, myself, President Clack, I vote yes. So that would be a 5 to 2, passes 5 to 2.
Thank you.
Okay. Let me just say, we better get this right.
Got all the confidence in the world that we gonna knock it out the park.
Okay. So next would be, what is it, the update of the investigation?
Mr. President,
Yes, ma'am.
we have the person, and I would like to have the person that created the, Ms. Georgina Johnson been waiting. We've been talking, Robin's been waiting.
This is an agenda item, so I'd like to.
Yeah, well, we're requesting, asking the board to make the adjustment that she come forth. You guys have had people to come in and discuss her, and she was the one that initiated that payout, and she's here to clear her name and clear up how that process worked. I'm seeking a motion from the board to allow Ms. Georgina Rubens to come forth.
Did somebody mention her?
Support. Is that a motion?
Yeah, I made a motion.
Support. Let's get this done.
There's a motion on the floor. Did someone
Okay.
second?
Yep, I did.
Oh,
Is there any discussion?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
I just think, you know what, we've been going through this stuff constantly. If the lady is here and she can clear up the matter, I'm all in favor of her coming up and speaking, and she's been really patient because, I mean, we've cleared this room out a couple of times, and this, if she initiated it, let's hear what she has to say.
Father, may I speak? And I really want this board to listen closely and hear why the person that's coming up with this investigation report is a conflict of interest with the recon investigation. And then you can see that the people that was in that recon investigation, we are protected under whistleblower law.
Point of information.
No, I'm just telling you why
I have a point of information. I just have a
I'm
question.
sorry. I didn't hear that.
Who's the conflict of interest?
Lee Farm. Lee Farm, we do not use Lee Farm when it comes to this district in regards to investigation. We do not use Lee Farm for the Anita Stewart case because Lee Farm charges been brought against Lee's Farm for harassment. What else did she do? For harassment, violation of her contract. She did an illegal investigation. She took different things off a person's desk, and we do not use Lee Farm. I don't know who thought to bring Lee Farms back, how Lee Farm is supposed
Point of
to go.
information.
Excuse me, let me finish.
Point
Oh,
of
go ahead.
information. Does she not have a contract until next year?
No.
It's up for debate.
She has a contract until
No.
September
Point of
2024.
information, her contract was supposed to be.
Point of
Listen,
information is a question, a brief question.
Point of order.
Yes, ma'am. What's your point?
Attorney's contract, all contracts are annual. When I became president.
All contracts are annual.
Yeah, the attorney contracts are annual. When I became president, we found out that that person had wrote her own contract with her best friend, who was the previous president, for 3 years. She was supposed to revise that contract, even though we voted anonymous. Robert Rules 847 said violate the policy. Inside of her contract, she did an illegal investigation and represented one board member down with Judge Marable and told a lie on the judge, and the judge said it was a lie to do that, what she did, and created a coup. That part, she have to go before the Board of Ethics. Lee Firms have to go before the Board of Ethics. Recon could not interview her because she is a vendor, and this vendor has violated every policy within her own contract. And then and to do an investigation, which the board have to approve, that investigation on the district have to be done by a non-biased outside investigation firm.
Point of information. Did I mention this Attorney Lee's firm did the investigation?
Wait, I'm just assuming that if it's not Attorney Lee, then whoever it is, whatever firm that you pick, you had to come to the board. When you see the word the board is 7. The 7 board members approve who should do some investigation, and how you gonna do investigation and you have not asked anyone. That's all I'm saying. We have Ms. Rubin here.
So we have Ms. Rubin here
Here she
to come up to
forward.
clear her name, but we don't have Mr. Clack here that actually is in question of talking to it. So I can't clear my name and say what I found, say the investigation to what, I'm the one that have the investigation.
You cannot investigate your own board without an outside contractor.
How do you know that I used, who do you know that I used?
Point of order, Mr. President.
Point of order.
Yes, sir.
I think this meeting is
It's
kind of
debated.
going left. I think we got to
Yes.
get back into the agenda.
Okay, we are,
which was
and
a-
my agenda item
which
was
is
on
an
the
update.
agenda.
So
Okay,
we requested that
Okay,
Georgina
so-
come forth, and I believe we're supposed to be taking a vote.
Mr. President, point of order. This all feels, there feels like there's so much liability for this board and district right now with
Yes,
this
To be-
right now.
being closed
And
door.
I think,
Yes. Matter of fact-
wait, can I just finish what I'm saying in my point of order?
Yes, sir.
I think this discussion deserves a closed door session.
Yes.
We've had this woman stay here for the whole meeting, and that wasn't necessary. We need to do this in a closed door session or somewhere else where it doesn't put us at liability. We're talking about kids. That's money from kids that we could deal with. Let's not do this right now.
Okay, well, I'm gonna go. So what are you saying?
I think we need to do the presentation, and we need to adjourn the meeting after board remarks.
Okay, the presentation with Ms.
You said you had an update for us about the
Yes.
investigation.
Yes.
There's
Yes, sir.
Point of, point of
Vice
order.
President King.
Point
So
of
there's
order,
a
there's a
motion.
motion on the floor.
Right.
That's what I was going
So
to say.
that's why I just said, okay. So, discussion about the motion.
Could you please restate the motion?
The motion on the floor is that we have Georgina Rubin here. She would like to come up on the floor, and you said that you wanted the public to be updated concerning the payout of this money. And I just said she would like to come because she was the originator of the payout and tell you guys how that process went.
Mr. Chair,
Vice President King.
I'm concerned about the precedent that we keep setting at this table.
Because it should be closed down.
I'm concerned because not only we're going to have teachers now thinking we can go to board members and try to get things done, which, I mean, I understand, but that's circumventing, chain of command in certain issues. Now we're putting a former employee on, have a conversation about something that potentially could have an issue. This is not appropriate. And honestly, I made this statement last time when we voted for this investigation. I said, I hope that our board would not put this at the forefront before our scholars. And what I meant by that was we had ESSER funds to talk about. I sit here all day long for this, but right now, I have to go. I can't indulge in that kind of work. That's not right. It's not right. So, Mr. President, I would simply ask, could we do this investigation update either in a closed session? But I would not entertain a former employee. That's not proper to me. To me, that's not proper. If the board allows, the board allows. But, I'm only one person, so it's not proper in my opinion. However, whatever the board votes, the board votes. But I'm just concerned about what's going on up here. I'm just concerned. Okay. That just make that noted while I'm right here. Thank you.
Who was first? Secretary Perkins.
Well, and I don't mean no harm, but we've endured a whole lot of people coming up here, and you ain't said nothing in all that time. You haven't. Now, Sharice Lee was the conflict of interest, but you how many, 4 or 5 times she been up here? Now, if this lady was the one who originated this truth, then I'm one that want to hear it. And I think the public deserves to hear the truth. That's where I'm at.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And so, through the president to the board, what's improper is that this whole thing was brought up in a very improper way to begin with. And so having some clarification and additional information and correct and accurate information, it's ironic that that's being stalled and stymied and blocked when the whole reason why this is actually happening right now is because of certain actions of the board that were illegal and against bylaws. We do have a vendor who does have a conflict of interest, who has allegedly and supposedly violated all sorts of things. We now have a motion that was voted on and passed to do a forensic audit on this particular vendor. And there is a previous investigation that still needs to be made public. There's more information, there's judges' rulings, there's all sorts of information that has not been made public. And what's improper is that you have this individual who's willing to come forward who has been spoken about. It should have been in closed-door meetings. And how many times did I say, this is an HR matter?
Point of information. Who mentioned the person who's here? Because I've never laid eyes on her before in my life. So who was it that brought up her name in the last meeting that when we all voted unanimously to launch the investigation? Who was it? Because I believe it was Dr. Joyce who mentioned this person by name, first and last name.
Can I answer?
Yes, ma'am.
So you alluded to certain identifiers that while you may not
I
have...
didn't even know her name.
I have the floor.
I still haven't said her name.
I have the floor. Would you let me answer, please?
Get on with it, please.
Please, You're out of line as a president. Your job is to facilitate
And you're
the
gaslighting.
meeting.
Can we please move on?
That's not what that means, but that's okay.
Point of order. Point of
You're
order.
wasting time.
Mr. Chair.
I have the floor.
And I'm in a point of order. Point of order, Mr. Chair.
What's your point?
Okay, can we not go back and forth? The chair cannot go back and forth with, back and forth. I would ask the chair
wasted
to
time.
refrain from doing that. Allow her to speak, say what she has to say, like we all have. We may disagree or agree with what she, I understand it. But just let her speak, let's not go back and forth, 'cause that's not the role. I appreciate it, thank you.
Thank you. So to continue, may I have the floor? Hello? Is someone chairing this meeting?
Go ahead.
You're,
Go ahead.
all right, so seeing that I have the floor, we had a discussion about an individual that, while maybe her name wasn't referenced by certain board members and was referenced by other board members, the discussion had enough identifying features and salient details to make it very clear who was under the subject of discussion. So yes, she was identified, even though her name was not specifically mentioned by yourself. And it is a violation, well, we need to be very careful, and I've said this before, that these are things that are litigious, that we have to be careful, but it's already out there. You've done it now. You've opened Pandora's box and the can of worms. It is out there, and she deserves to defend herself for these slanders and allegations. And other individuals actually have been defamed and lied on, including myself. And so at this point, you can't just shut down discussion because you're the one that initiated it, you're the one that started it. It needs to go to fruition in order to do due diligence.
Treasurer Luna.
For those watching on TV, on YouTube, their cell phone, the 15 or so folks in the audience, it's another late evening with this body, this board, not talking about students, how to better pay teachers, going back and forth for probably 25 minutes plus. You can see with your own eyes. It's embarrassing, it's disappointing, and we're here for kids. It's called the school board for a reason. It's not called the Labor Relations Grievance Board. It's not called the investigative body board of the U.S. House, like Jim Jordan from Ohio. It's called the school board for a reason, because we're in charge of schools. We're in charge of keeping students safe, whatever this board thinks what's the best way to do it was. It wasn't backpacks. There are other ways. Student achievement, renovated schools, new schools, student safety, kids. Student achievement was not mentioned once these last 25 minutes. That's embarrassing, that's an issue. I'm voting no to have a former employee come and spend the rest of the evening to go back and forth about this. This is not right. This is not how we govern. It opens up to liabilities. I'm hearing in my head, 2 wrongs don't make a right, so let's do another wrong. Well, I'm not gonna support another wrong. That's my stance.
Any more discussion?
I just want to make a comment.
Trustee Rutherford.
Before an employee started talking, I interrupted her. And I said, whatever you do, don't mention their name. And the name came flying out. And when you let one say something, you have to allow the person to come before this board and say something. That's just only fair.
Point of information. Who said the name?
An employee here. I mean, I'm not gonna say who said it. Y'all was here with me, and I stopped her. So I guess I'm just baffled at this. It's late. She's been here all night. She's a resident of the city of Flint. Let her come up here and talk.
What she got to say? That's all.
What's it?
So we make the
What's
motion.
Make the motion.
Matter of fact, we don't have to do that. Come on up here.
I'm sorry. Where's the motion? No.
The motion was to allow it.
Allow her. Okay, well, let's go.
Point of information, is a motion on the
Call the question, Mr. President, for the vote to allow her
Okay,
to.
let's go. We vote on calling the
We ain't
question.
doing that, no.
What you?
I'll tell you who I am. I'm somebody that's sick and tired of seeing this run the wrong way.
Okay, well, you're out of order, and we're about
So
to
are
call the
you.
question. You're out of order.
You are too.
Okay, you are out of order, and one more time, you're gonna be a warning. You're gonna
I
hit the
appeal
warning.
to the decision of the chair.
Okay, what's your appeal?
That you out of order, and that we need to let this lady come up. She's been
I
here all
just
night.
said let her come up. I just said let her come up.
Well, if you said
Did I
that,
not?
you all right then. Go
Okay,
ahead.
I just said come on up.
Georgina Rubin.
Okay, thank you, Miss Georgina Rubin. Would you please come on up? I
Mr.
just
President.
said please have her come up.
Point of order. The motion on the floor was for the board to vote to allow. We've not voted. We've discussed this for 25 minutes.
Yeah, that's
We need to vote. We need to
Oh,
follow the
Okay, I was about to call the question, and then I was interrupted. So, let's vote. Okay, Secretary Perkins,
Yes.
Trustee McIntyre,
Yes.
Trustee McNeil,
Yes.
Trustee Relaford,
Yes.
Vice President King,
No.
Trustee, Treasurer Luna.
No.
Okay, President Clack, yes, let's go.
Thank
Good evening, Board.
you. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for coming.
You're welcome. My name is Georgina Rubin, City of Flint resident. Am I supposed to give my address? No, none of that?
Just
Okay,
be clear into the mic.
Speak into the mic. Pull it up to you.
okay. I'm gonna just
You good?
hone into the mic. Okay. I was an employee, Flint Community Schools, 25 years. Last 14 years of my employment was in human resources. I have received numerous phone calls from district employees, education employees outside of the district regarding my name continuously being brought up in board meetings. I wanted to come to speak on behalf of myself. Anything that I did on behalf of this district, my name came up questioning my integrity or my intent as to any document that I produced prior to me leaving, and specifically the document that I produced in regards to an employee that retired and was given options. I was given a phone call by a board member, former board president, to ask me from a historical perspective, and I'll use the term that Mr. Jones often used with me as my superintendent, historical and institutional knowledge. They asked me to produce a document that would explain what they made a motion on. And the motion was made in June regarding a former employee. I'm not going to use their name. I'm being very cautious with my words and not to use their name, to produce a document that said what their payout would be. That had not been a board request in the past. That had been a function of human resources. And I produced a document that gave 3 options of what their motion that the board had made would look like or could look like. And I ended that document with a statement: if any other considerations needed to be made or would like for administration to consider, to let us know. There was nothing engraved in stone. They were options, and they were listed as options 1, 2, and 3 with the alternative. If you don't like these, tell me what you want me to consider, and I'll draw that up. I presented that information to the HR director, who was my direct supervisor at that time.
And that was who?
Pardon me?
Who was that? Who was? Oh, who was the HR director at that time?
My supervisor at that time, when I returned back to work, was Sharita Galloway.
Okay.
I presented that information to Ms. Galloway. And again, in the terms that Mr. Jones, my superintendent at that time, that had used with me quite frequently, was in transparency. I said to Ms. Galloway, in full transparency, the board president has asked me to present this information. And this is what I have provided for her. But I will not complete this document until after I finish the state report, which is the reason why I came back to the district in the first place. So that was not an assignment to me. That was a request from somebody from the GISD who noted that Flint Community Schools had not completed this report. I also received a phone call from an employee from Beecher and an employee from Grand Blanc, because we all are a part of a team when we complete this report, and we can all see each other's progress. And over the years, we have all worked together on this report. So they knew that Flint Community Schools had not completed this report. I was on a medical leave for stress and for PTSD from what I had endured from a previous incident with the district. I talked to my therapist and I said, I need to go back to work. I have to sleep at night. So I came back to complete this report because not my colleagues from Flint Community Schools, but my colleagues from outside of the district that knew that I was the chief administrator of this report, knew that I had not completed this report. And it was bothering me because I cared about my district. And I came back and I completed the report. And I told the board president at that time I could not complete her request until I finished the state report. If you check the date on the email that I sent with the information regarding this payout, it is dated July 5th. My report was due June 30th, hands down. It's always due June 30th. So follow the dates and follow the money. If you did not like the results that I gave on the options for the report, you didn't have to cut the check. You could have threw my options out. I left the district 2 days later. I was done. I resigned. I retired. I submitted my paperwork. So if you didn't like the information that was submitted, you didn't have to use it. But I gave them as options, only as options. I presented it in full transparency, board president, to the HR director. Her question to me was, why did they ask you to do this when I'm the HR director? And my response was, probably because I've been here for so long and they know I know the backstory. I knew the history of how these payments were processed. The other part of the puzzle that's not been spoke on is this payment had to go through at least 2 signatures. Traditionally, the payment will come, and I'm focusing on you, board president, and I know that all the other board members, you guys matter as well. And I know that there are people in this administration that know this process, but I'm looking at you because you are the board president. So that's why I'm honed in on you, okay? Just so that everybody know, okay? Traditionally, this authorization for this payment required 2 signatures. It required the administrative assistant to complete the paperwork, turn it over to the HR manager, myself, for verification, and then to the HR director for signature to submit to the business office for payment. The amount of the payment never came from the board.
That was not what she was asking. When they made the motion that she be paid. They didn't make the motion on how much. And that was the question to me. And my question to the board in providing them with option 1, 2, and 3 was, I don't know what y'all meant when y'all said this employee should be paid. So here, you can look at it this way, you can look at it option 1, you can look at it option 2, or you can look at it option 3. Your choice. So I just wanted to know, or come before you, I should say, not to know because it doesn't matter. I wanted to come before you and say, my name has come up in these board meetings quite a bit. And then my name was referenced in terms of the word integrity, and I don't know what that was meant. So that's why I was compelled to come before the board. My integrity and my intent is sound. I had no malintent. The option was there for whomever cut the check, whose name is on the check. Follow the dates of the check, because I guarantee you, the dates of the check, I was long gone to my next assignment.
Ms. Rubin, correct?
Rubin, R-U-B-I-N. You can call me Georgina. I appreciate that.
I'm pretty respectful. I call you Ms. Rubin.
Thank you.
So here's the thing, and I have no reason to doubt anything that you're saying,
Mm-hmm.
but I know, as far as I know, this is my first time meeting you and my first time ever laying eyes on you, all
Yes,
four of
sir.
them, okay? I could not, nor did anyone of the new board members, we didn't know who you were. So
Absolutely.
the person, I don't know where your integrity was questioned. I never questioned your integrity. That's not what it was. That was not me. My question was to why was the board voting on a retirement payout? It had nothing to do with Ms. Rubin. So your integrity was not what crossed my mind and came out of my mouth, because I never even knew who you were.
My name and the word, and cross-reference it with integrity to imply that I did something outside of someone's integrity, it didn't come from you. It came from somebody that was sitting in this seat, and I'll leave it at that.
Mr. President.
Yeah, she was, let's let her go first.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I'm going to bring the board up to date. On September 2021, the president then was Karen McIntosh. And the person we're talking about, we had a closed-door meeting, came out the meeting, and we voted because of the contract. I think T-Watt said this particular person did not use a PTO days, and they rolled over. In 2021, this employee filed a complaint. They was getting paid $235, and they actually working $265. So this particular person, PTO days rolled over. According to the president and the board, took a vote in 2021 to pay this person her money and agreed to pay her. When this person retired, we came to the point that she needed her money. We had voted, remember, we had voted to pay her. And we didn't know anything about how that process works, something about ORC. And to make sure, after you gave the 3 options, it was 3 options. My understanding that those 3 options is between the superintendent and the employees. They work that out. Board members don't get into it. And to make sure that we was halfway correctly in doing things, we had the legal opinion. And here's what it says, conclusion, and decided they made this, we made the opinion, the vote to pay her, not knowing what it was. Consequently, the board can take action to either approve or deny a non-unionized employee's request for a payout, bonus payment, wage increase, or other benefit at an open meeting. The board also has the additional option of amending its individual non-unionized employment contract to incorporate a, quote, mean-to clause that will allow non-union employees to receive a wage increase other bonus payment if Congress member receives such a payment. Such option would then trigger the ability for non-union employees to receive the same benefit that would be received by the bargaining union. That was the legal opinion that we had. We brought that to September 2021, Karen McIntosh. We listened to this particular person, and when she was forced out of her job, she wanted her pay for her meetings and short days, and I thought you did a great job. You gave us 3 options, and it was so kind of funny because we looked at those 3 options, and Superintendent T-Ward, she wasn't eligible for option 1 because she was rolling over her PTO days. When you went to option 2, and they said in the past that you guys was getting those payout based on if you were union, and she was not union, and because she was not union, she goes to option C. And that's a conversation between her and the superintendent. And the board just voted to pay her because we knew that she supposed to have gotten paid, but the dollar amount, the board had no influence on that, neither did you. And those documents, I have sent them to the, each board member. I have that file called the Georgina file. Talks about a whole lot of things, how you've been treated, illegal investigation in HR, et cetera, and you've been through a lot, Georgina, you've been through a lot. And you didn't do anything wrong. You paid a big price. The retaliation, the illegal investigation, the threats, all because you wouldn't do an illegal act, and we call recon. I'm telling you now, according to recon, we are protected by the whistleblower. Nobody can attack you. Nobody can retaliate against us. And those recon report came back, and they showed who did the extortion. They showed what they did to you. So I appreciate you being brave enough to come here and tell your truth, because you did nothing, never had a write-up. Only got 1 write-up, and that was because of that vendor was doing something that caused you to get a write-up. So I appreciate you. That's all I have to say.
Thank you so much.
Treasurer Luna.
Hi, good evening.
How you doing?
You're both free to be here, so I can ask questions while you're here. In a yes or no answer, in the last 4 months, has any board trustee communicated you about this investigation? So I'll restate it. In the last 4 months, has the last 4 months, so January to today, the last 3 months and a couple weeks to be exact, has any board trustee communicated to you about this specific matter we're discussing tonight? Yes or no?
No, I can read it for myself in the paper.
Okay, you've been watching. Okay, thank you.
And I have people who watch board meetings and
Okay.
call me and tell me. So I don't need anybody at this table to call me.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yep. My next question is this: has anyone from the district, as an employee, who's a current employee, communicated to you about this matter? Yes or no?
District employee, no, I have not communicated with any district employee.
Okay.
Again, I have people outside in the community who contact me, who watch these board meetings, including my supporters in the audience.
Thank you.
I just have
Well,
one question.
they were in the audience. Some of them still there.
I got a question.
Vice
Sure.
President King.
Ms. Rubin.
Yes, sir.
Non-union employees, what was the, I remember reading, non-union employees follow Congress with the sick and leave payout.
Yes.
Is it true that the max is $6,250?
No.
How so?
Non-union employees follow Congress up until 2012. I believe you can look in some of the board documents and look under Attorney Karen Pugh, who was our executive director at the time. She was the last executive director to present before the board a resolution of what non-union employees would follow Congress under. And at that time, we would create a salary schedule that would explain specifically what non-union employees would follow from Congress. It would be a written document. And if I'm not mistaken, that expired in 2012. The previous the succeeding, I should say, executive directors after that did not present any board resolutions to the board. The last executive director, Cassandra Washington, who was the best executive director Flint Community Schools ever had for human resources, somebody that I absolutely would follow to the ends of the earth when it came to policy and procedure. She set out to put in place new procedures for non-union. She just did not get to the administrators. She started on the professionals and technicals, and that's where she ended. But even she did not put in a we follow Congress type of agreement.
So,
I don't know if that answers your question. I want to make sure I answer your question.
okay, I'll,
So
so in
ask me-
2012, you said 2012,
It
Attorney Karen
expired.
Pugh, at the time, she had put that admin, professional, non-union employees do not follow Congress in certain areas.
She was the last executive director to put in a policy
For that one.
of non-union that do follow Congress. It expired in 2012. After that, there was no more policy.
So without the policy of that, they would go back to following Congress, right? If there is no, because non-unions follows Congress.
No. Let me start again. The resolution was the specifics of what non-union and what particulars of Congress that non-union would follow. That expired in 2012. In order for non-union to follow Congress, that had to come before the board as a resolution in the form of a Me Too Act. Okay, so go back in the board policy and look, in 2012, Karen Pugh would have submitted a resolution of everything that non-union would have used to follow Congress. And on file in Human Resources, there should be some salary schedules that expired in 2012. They were not renewed when Congress renewed their contracts in 2015. They were not renewed when Congress renewed their contracts any year after that. Any executive director, Rick Lee, Erica Hunter, Mike Hall, Cassandra Washington, none of them put in any resolutions to the board that non-professionals would follow Congress.
I don't have the, I'm going to find some, thanks.
Ms. Rubin?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, a few minutes ago,
Yes, sir.
Treasurer Luna asked, had any board member spoken to you about this since January?
Yes.
Okay. Here it is, April 13th. And again, I just expressed that I'm just meeting you today. How did you know to show up here today that we were going to be talking about this, and Trustee McNeil stated that you were here to talk about this? So there's no board member spoken to you from January until now about this specific act, but you come here today about this specific act, and Trustee McNeil specifically said, when I wanted to read my update, she said that Georgina Rubin was here to discuss the act. She wants to clear her name. So again, nobody, no board member before today spoke to you about what we were going to talk about today. I know you said you have friends that watch the
She
meetings.
gave me advice that I could come before the board to clear my name.
Okay.
Mr. President.
Yes, sir.
She did give me advice that I could come before the board to clear my name because my name has been said in some board meetings. I haven't gone out there and listened at the board meetings. I'm going back on what people have informed me.
Okay, now I do have one more question.
Yes, sir.
Now, these meetings are all on YouTube, posted the day of, you can watch live, you can watch the day after. Now, I'm gonna challenge you. When you go home, maybe not tonight, tomorrow, next week, however you may do, you watch the board meeting on March 15th, and you see for yourself who mentioned your name first. You see for yourself who said Georgina Rubin. Okay, now, again, I didn't mention integrity. I never said anything about that. And still to this day, right now, I'm asking you honest questions because you came here to clear your name, okay? Because somebody spoke about you in a manner that you didn't approve of, which is all respectful. I understand, I respect all of that. But he clearly just asked if now, you didn't say, she said I could come and clear my name. You said no. And then he asked, had a district employee spoken to you about coming here or about this incident? And you also said no. So I just wanted to get that put on the record that I'm done. Go ahead, Vice President.
Thank you.
Ms. Rubin.
Yes.
How long did you work for the district?
I worked for the district. I was hired originally in November of 1996.
And you went into HR, like you said you served
February
14?
of 2008.
2008. In your time in the district, have the board ever got involved in payouts and sick and leave payouts with employees?
No.
No. So that was an unprecedented move. So usually, help me if I'm wrong, the administration HR department handles payouts.
Yes.
When employees retire.
Yes.
Okay. Another question. I remember you had stated that I received an email from Dr. Joyce March 16th, and you sent her an email Tuesday, July 5th, 2022. Were you on leave then, or you were still an employee?
Tuesday, July
5th, 2022.
I was still an employee.
You're
My
still-
last day in the district was July 8th, but that was a Friday, and the district is closed on Friday, so my last day on property was July 7th.
Okay. So you had made a comment. You said the board wanted you to draft up these documents to tell you what it was?
I said the board president.
The board president.
Yes, she was board president at the time. She asked me the question, yes.
Okay. You were the HR manager, and we had an executive director at the time, right?
Yes.
So you felt like she came to you because you had more experience with the district?
Yes.
Would you say that's not protocol?
No, that is my job. As an HR manager, I am the person who draws up that information.
But wouldn't a board member go to the executive director at the time to do that? Like, would that be like proper? Because let's say you were the executive director, which you were at a point in time, right? And the board member went to one of your subordinates and asked, could you do this for me?
I've had the board president come to me on other occasions, not just this board president, but other board presidents, yes. But in full transparency, I did inform my director that this question was asked. Yes, I did.
Okay, that's it for me.
Yes.
Thanks.
Treasurer Luna.
Yeah, back to my original question about communicating with board members related to this matter. I was going through my emails and I had saw several communications between an email that has your name on it and then some of my colleagues. So I'd probably make a motion that we FOIA the last 4 months of the emails to Ms. Rubin and any board members on this board.
Okay. You done? Question, Ms. Rubin. Has the district followed Congress since 2012, since this incident, or has it been just on a, how was that going?
It has been on there was one incident where an employee who was I'm choosing my words wisely because I don't want to use their name, in a position where they resigned, they received their packet. Another exempt administrator received their packet that didn't align with Congress, a Congress member that has received their packet. And again, I can provide you with the names, but I don't want to on mic. So I can give you some names where those that have resigned after me, and I believe I gave you those names in the letter when I presented to the board. And let me go back and say that when I presented the information regarding the employee with the 3 options, when you look on page 2 of that document, I said, as a courtesy, I would ask for the same courtesy for myself.
I saw that.
I did say that. So I said, if you're doing this for her, I want in. Do it for me. Regardless of the other employees. Now, if you look at my letters to Superintendent Jones and to the board, they are dated a month after I resigned. They're dated in August because I had not heard from the district on whether or not I would receive the same payment.
Right.
I spoke to the employee prior to her leaving. She told me the conditions under which she had to do to get her payment. I did those same things.
Now, are we talking about a retiree, or are
The
we talking about resigning?
retiree that received the payment that we're in question of.
Okay.
I believe the protocol here is not to use names.
No, it's not. You're right.
Okay.
So who decided on the amount and to pay that amount?
I haven't.
There was 3 options, like you said, right? You gave 3 options. So what was the stop, option A or option B? Who decided we're going to give the amount of $61,000, because it wasn't in the motion that was brought up on the board floor? So how did that number, where did it come from, and how did we get to this point to where this person got $61,000 and now you want $61,000?
No, I don't want $61,000. No, let the record
Okay,
reflect.
I'll take it back.
Take that back.
I'll take it back.
Quickly, because that has never been what I have asked for. And that payment, I have no idea, because if you look at the document that I presented, I offer option 1, option 2, option 3. I made my recommendation that based on past practice, I would recommend option 2. Based on the history that I had with the employee. When other people called me and said that it was option 3 or something, I was like, you lying? That ain't what we presented.
And option 3 was the 60.
Yes. I said, oh, that's a lie. That ain't what we presented. You got it mixed up. You lied. I fought to the end that was a lie, until it came out that that's what it was. The final payment does not come from me. I presented the options. My signature is not on anything except for the email. I don't have the authority to go into the business office and say, cut this check. If I did, I would have had them pay me my wages that I had to fight for. And I would have asked that they actually extended me the same courtesy that I didn't get.
And I do, I do apologize. I was under the assumption that when you said, I want that same treatment, that's what I
No,
meant,
that
so
was
I
in the
apologize.
email. In the email, I said, I said,
Yes, ma'am.
if if these are options, whatever you decide, here are my numbers, and I'm asking for the same courtesy. I didn't say,
Yes, ma'am.
run me mines too. I didn't go there.
No, I just wanted to be on the record that I do apologize.
Okay,
I withdraw
thank
what I
you.
said.
I
I was
was-
under the wrong interpretation,
Okay,
so I apologize.
let the record reflect.
Yeah, I will, let's let it, I messed up, that's my fault.
Right.
Trustee McNeil.
Thank you. Thank you, Georgina, and she's telling the truth. When we got the legal opinion from TRUM, they don't have the Me Too clause in it, and that's why I believe, I don't know why they skipped the C on July the 14th, 2022. Mr. Jones sent me the email. I have attached the payout information. We are not to contact the retiree by law, by email, or by phone until 30 days after their retirement. This payment is going out, this pay. The consultant will have the access that Pam has for your success. No one is trying to prevent that. Her payment was not a negotiation. It is based on her days and her daily rate. There is no need to discuss it with her. And I have problem putting up the document. So, and what Ms. Georgina is saying, that she was being forced out, harassed and forced out as well. And the legal opinion came back from TRUM, stated exactly what you said. In the past, you guys was getting what the Congress get, and you really shouldn't. And I believe the state is saying the same thing. Then that is what your auditor report is saying. If we got to straighten this policy out, if you don't want, you got to put that Me Too clause somewhere in your policy. You're absolutely right, and you just said, based on that opinion, you want the same payout, and I think yours is a lot lower. But Monica's, excuse me, forgive me, God, but her payout was different. Everybody know who it is because they don't say her name 1,000 times. But her payout was different because the fact she did not use her PTO time. They kept rolling over and rolling over and rolling over, and 235 days get paid against 265 days. I don't know, who is ORC? I saw that name on something, I can't remember.
ORS is the retirement
Okay.
system up at the state of Michigan.
Yeah, and I believe they also got involved in that, if you can explain
Yes,
what they
ma'am.
do.
They got involved in regards to when we do a final salary affidavit, they're gonna look at the dates that you were paid and how it was spread out. Traditionally, I'm just gonna speak on myself so that I don't use nobody else's name. I can talk about Georgina all day long.
Yes, you can.
Georgina was a 235-day employee, and my paycheck was spread out of 260 days, so that any day that I had off, I could use that as a paid day off, and I would be paid for that day off. Very similar to the teachers are 192, 93, 95 at one point day employees, but their checks are spread out so that they will get checks throughout the summer from school year to school year. It's the same difference. It's the same difference. My 235-day salary is spread out over 260 days. When you have non-work days, that is time that you have earned. I went to work every day, and you pinched off my check and set it aside so that if I had a day off, I would get paid. And it comes to 235 minus 260 is 25 days. 10 of the days, the district reserved for district closed days. Our Fridays, our Wednesday before Thanksgiving, our Friday before Memorial Day, or whatever the 10 district closed days were. And then 15 days, the normal 2-week schedule that you would be able to schedule with your supervisor as days off. that is time that I earned and I was not paid for. That is what non-work days were.
Vice President King.
So I put up the document that you referenced. Make sure the record is clear. It says, or in your part, yep, non-work highlighted, $11,832. Right? That sounds about right, right? Okay. And
I think is that my non-work days that I had left?
it say non-work, yes.
That
It say
might have,
remaining non-work days is 29. 29, and then it says, let me go back.
that could have been at the time that I used the document. I think I used some after that.
Okay.
So that could have been that time that I used, that I put at the time that I created the document at my daily rate.
And it does states in here, per board motion, the district was instructed to pay an employee for all non-work days earned to date. I, Ms. Rubin, am requesting the same consideration. My concern is, if the board, this is a one-time thing that the board got involved in payouts, and the precedent was set, you know, I'm just concerned, like, why are we doing this? And Ms. Rubin, this is not for you. I'm just curious, why did board members get involved in a process such as this? And also, in your email, it does say, you know, I'm requesting the same consideration on July 5th, and you said you left the 7th, right?
No, the 5th.
The 5th?
My last day was July 8th.
Yeah.
But that was a Friday and the district was closed, so July 7th.
Okay. Did we ever talk it over with anyone, any board member, any like administrator? Like that was the plan to do that, or like what was, like, I'm concerned like you were promised something or not promised. I'm sorry. Let me.
I wasn't promised.
Promised. It was. To me, I want the same consideration. I mean, loose. Like, what happened there? Like, why?
I wanted the same consideration that was made in the board on June 15th. I think that's when the board motion was made.
Yes.
So that's when I was told, and I was asked to create the report. And I said I would not be able to create the report until I finished
The reporting.
the reason why I came back to the district in the first place,
Gotcha.
which was
Okay.
my rep report. And when I finished the report, I said, hey, if this is what y'all considering for her, I'm asking for the same courtesy. I didn't say I demand. I knew a motion hadn't been made on my behalf, but I threw my hat in the ring.
Yeah.
I said, I'm asking for the same courtesy.
Right. Understandable. Okay. So, like again, Ms. Rubin, I appreciate you for coming.
Yeah,
My
I
issue-
appreciate your questions.
My issue is not with you. My issue is with board members getting involved into something that could set a precedent of others following suit. That's my issue with how that got involved.
I think I can only speak on what I think. In my opinion, I have no idea. And again, the words from the former superintendent, my historical institutional knowledge or whatever I knew, I can only speak on what I feel. I own my feelings, right? I own my opinion, right? It has nothing to do with the prior 7 members or the current 7 members. It's mine. And my opinion and my feelings is the former employee was under stress and duress about what she thought she was going to lose, and she petitioned the board on her own behalf. I could have did that as well.
In your experience, have any other employee tried to do that?
Yes.
And the board allowed it?
I don't know what the board allowed, but
that was, okay.
in my experience, have other members expressed concern about the days that they earned that they were going to lose? Yes.
Okay, and there was no guidance in policy what that procedure is, right?
Not to my knowledge,
Back-
but that
all
would
the way
have
back to
came from
2012.
a former superintendent well beyond Mr. Jones.
Right, so it's a lack of, I'm getting at the root cause here. It's a lack of policy that was not in place that could have prevented most of all this stuff, really.
Yeah,
And
that
I-
would have been in this wheelhouse,
right.
Mr.
That
King.
would
I'm
have been-
sorry, I don't
that would-
have any precedent over this
I
wheelhouse.
get you. Like I say, I understand your perspective. I'm provoking thought in my fellow board members.
Yes.
Policy wasn't created back then, which led to this gap, which is mentioned in the audit. There's no policy directing what this goes. So I would ask my colleagues, so when a governance meeting comes, we determine what we would like to do in this process so this does not continue. Because to me, it's an issue. But that is me. But you guys, I have to go. I apologize, but I have to go. All
It's
right.
almost 1 o'clock. Treasurer Luna, and then Trustee McNeil, and then we can.
No, Mr. President,
I'm sleepy.
Me too.
It's 12:42, sir.
Me too.
Mr. President, I'll just withhold my comments.
Mr. President, I just want to answer this question. Keep in mind, in September 2021, we was new board member, we had a president, and voted, 7 board member, every last 7 board member voted. We heard the case, the 7 board members, Green, McIntosh, all 7 of us. We heard the case in 2021, and then in 2022, we voted on it and agreed to pay them because we couldn't find nothing saying that we couldn't. It's nothing unusual for an employee to come before the board as it relates to policy. And if somebody would have to change it, and like they said again, that's why we used this attorney and did the investigation, that there is no Me Too clause. I appreciate your time coming. I know you got to get up. But that's how that came about. It was a vote, it was a motion made by the previous president, and she said we brought it to the floor and voted to pay the person whatever she was due, and that's what we did. Thank you.
One last
I
question. Ms.
appreciate the
Rubin.
board allowing me to speak.
One last question. This should be 10 seconds. Isn't there a policy in place for Congress that says that there's days are paid out at $50 a day up to a certain point?
There is a Congress policy, yes, it is.
But she's not Congress. But
Okay.
I'm
It
not
w-
Congress.
Not you.
And that person is not Congress, and that's why you will see in the different options, I laid out what was the Congress current rate, daily rate. I was very specific in the options that I provided.
Okay.
And if the options were not adequate, they didn't have to be used.
And that's the option we use because superintendent said you guys won Congress, the attorney said you won Congress, so we had to go back. And I think that's why they went to C.
And I did use in the document past practice.
Yeah.
But I will lend myself, if you need to speak to me again or further,
Thank you, Ms. Rubin.
I'm available.
And Ms. Georgina,
Have a good
everybody
night.
has your document. I've been sending, as a president, I dump my files into my board. I didn't, so they can go back and look at stuff. So everybody have that complete file that you left,
Thank
that
you.
we was working on. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rubin.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Have a good evening.
It's 1 o'clock, I'm going.
Thank you, Ms. Rubin. Okay. Do any board members have any comments before we adjourn? None?
We all sleepy. We all going to sleep.
Okay, I do. All right? Now, I've been trying to read my little bit of information since we started. Okay? I've been asked to give an update to inform the board and the public about the investigation that we all voted on into the former payment of an employee of the district. As elected officials and fiduciaries of the district, it is our responsibility to act in the best interest of the district and the scholars that we serve. The community voted for us to represent them and to make the hard decisions. It is extremely irresponsible and untrustworthy for one person to receive a payout that exceeds that of every teacher that is taught in the classroom. And in no way am I suggesting that one role is more significant to the other in the district. However, there are a lot of teachers and other people that work on the front lines and in the trenches with students every day that would love a big payout. It is unfair for one person to receive a payout 10 times more than anyone would normally receive. It was stated in an open meeting by Superintendent Jones that he told the former employee no, and that they were not entitled to a payout of this magnitude. In spite of his decision, it was still brought to the board and voted on in an open meeting. Treasurer McIntyre sought the motion, and President McNeil raised the motion, and it was supported by Secretary Booth. The board has never been involved in the payout of a district employee. That is an affair that is normally handled by Human Resources Department of the administration. In another open meeting on August 17, 2022, former trustee Pastor Gilbert stated, "I don't like to look stupid. You all made us look stupid, and you tricked us," when he learned what he had actually voted to approve. As board members, it is not our role to overstep the administration and to pry into their daily affairs. Our main responsibilities are to set policy for the district and to approve the budget. With that being said, I've met with board counsel about this investigation. The estimated cost could easily exceed $15,000. That would make this entire ordeal cost the district nearly $80,000. That's $80,000 that didn't benefit one scholar, not one teacher, and not one member of the support staff or anyone that works with the scholars of the district, and that's not right. So after speaking with counsel, it was recommended that we file a report with the state police about this matter and let them investigate for free. So there is, or there will be, an unbiased investigation at no cost to the district. And I repeat, no cost to the district. During our March 15, 2023 meeting, we voted unanimously to investigate this incident, and we denounced this action, and the reason why we are condemning this act is because it is not district policy to show favoritism to certain retirees, and we will continue with the policy that is in place, and that is to pay $6,250 that will not have to come before the board. Beginning next week, Detective Sergeant of the Michigan State Police will begin the interview process. We cannot afford to allow this precedent to be set, that we will pay money to individuals, which is not the normal policy. We will let the police do their job, and we should move on with the business of the district. Thank you. That's my update. So, yes, ma'am.
So it's unfortunate that it seems that now that we're here almost till 1 o'clock in the morning, that the board president has neglected to listen and understand to anything that's been said, calling this untrustworthy, unfair. He's condemning the favoritism when it was all just clearly explained. This, you know, if he thinks he's going to intimidate the board or individual board members by threatening police action, I welcome any type of investigation as long as it's not done by a certain vendor who is biased and who should be under investigation herself. As we've all heard, and this information is now being ignored once again, and inaccuracies and factual discrepancies are being repeated again as if they were true. This is very frustrating. It's not fair to the district. It's not fair to the rest of the trustees. It's not fair to anyone in the audience. It was explained. This individual is not, this is an HR matter. This is a personnel matter. This is, oh my God, this is going to be a labor violation matter. So I really regret that we have certain board members who really don't know bylaws, policies, and the law, and are really wasting our time and the public's time. I will have more to say about this in a later meeting, because as usual, we're not supposed to have quote-unquote surprises at the board meeting, at the board table, but we're always surprised with some kind of statement that we're not prepared for. So I will be issuing a formal, longer, more involved, in-depth statement to the board in particular and to Board President Clack in particular.
Looking forward to it. Motion to adjourn?
Support.
Support. Thank you.
I gotta get.
It's late.